Namaskar and a very good morning to everyone. I am Krishna Tanna from Indian Banks Association and I'm truly honored to be your host for the day. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Iba Hr Conclave 2025 along with our knowledge partner Boston Consulting Group. Today's theme, Beyond Policies, Reimagining the HR in a Changing World, sets the tone for a filled with meaningful dialogue, insights, and inspiration. We are truly privileged to have with us today a distinguished gathering that reflects the strength and vision of our banking and financial community. We are honored by the presence of our Chief Guest, Sri M. Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. We extend a heartfelt welcome to all our eminent speakers, senior bank executives, esteemed panelists, delegates, and industry leaders. We also take this opportunity to gratefully acknowledge the support of our valued partners whose collaboration has made the Iba Hr Conclave 2025 possible. State Bank of India, our conclave partner, Indian School of Business, our academic partner, National Insurance Company as our platinum partner, and CRISIL, our gold partner. Last but not the least, Punjab National Bank as our esteemed partner. Your presence and participation have added immense value to this platform, and we look forward to a day of rich discussions and insightful exchanges. May I take the honor of inviting the dignitaries to the dais. Sri M. Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. Sri M. Damodaran, former IAS officer and former SEBI chairman. Sri C. S. Sethi, Chairman IBA and Chairman State Bank of India. Sri Atul Kumar Goel, Chief Executive India Banks Association. Sir, kindly join the dais, please. Thank you, sir. I now request our head of IBA family, Shri C. S. Sethi, Chairman, to please come forward and extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Shri M. Nagaraju, by presenting with him a bouquet of flowers. May we have the flowers, please? May I now request our Chief Executive Shri Atul Kumar Goel to please extend a warm welcome to Shri M. Damodaran by presenting him with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. In keeping with Indian tradition, let us now begin with auspicious day with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp to invoke the divine blessings. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais and Sri Rajkiran Rai ji, MD and CEO NAPFID, Sri M.V. Rao, MD and CEO Central Bank of India, Sri Swaroop Kumar Saha, MD and CEO Punjab and Sindh Bank, Ms. A. Mani Meklai, MD CEO Union Bank of India, Shri Debadatta Chand, MD and CEO Bank of Baroda, Mr. Nidhu Saxena, MD and CEO Rake Bank of Maharashtra, Shri Binod Kumar, MD and CEO Indian Bank, Ms. Rajeshwari Singh Mooney, CMD National Insurance Company Limited, and Mr. Rakesh Sharma, MD and CEO IDBI Bank. Please join us for lighting of the lamp, sir and ma'am. Yes, sir. And all the present MDs in this occasion.
आकाशस्याधिपो विष्णुः अग्निश्चैव महेश्वरी वायो सूर्यक्षितेरिषः जीवनस्य गणाधिपः आकाशस्याधिपो विष्णुः अग्निश्चैव महेश्वरी वायो सूर्यक्षितेरिषः जीवनस्य गणाधिपः
Thank you, dignitaries. As this lamp glows, may it lead us into a day filled with wisdom, dialogue, and vision. Thank you, sir. Before we move ahead, we would like to take a moment to gratefully acknowledge support and inspiration given by Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yes. We regret the spark. Yeah. Before we move ahead, we would like to take a moment to gratefully acknowledge support and inspiration given by Sri M.V. Rao, our former chairman. It was his vision that has led to the idea of organizing the HR Conclave in this format. Thank you very much, Rao sir. Thank you so much. May I now request Sri Atul Kumar Goel, Chief Executive, Indian Banks Association, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Respected Sri M. Raju sir, Secretary, Department of the Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Sri M. Damodaran sir, who doesn't need any introduction, who was the ex-chief of the SEBI. Sri C.S. Sethi, Chairman IBA, as well as the Chairman of the State Bank of India. Deputy Chairmen of the IBA, MDs of the banks, financial institution, and my fellow bankers and friends, and representing from the media. Firstly, I would like to extend my gratitude to Sri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary, Department of the Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, for accepting our invitation and grace the occasion, sir. Sir, really we are grateful to you, sir. I also extend my gratitude to Sri Damodaran sir, ex-chief of the SEBI, for his presence in this 2 days occasion. On behalf of the Indian Bank Association, I once again extend a warm greeting to each one of you, our esteemed guests, speakers, panelists, and the most important, the HR professionals, HR leaders who shape the people side of the banking every single day. The IBA HR Conclave is more than the annual gathering. It is a shared platform of insight and innovation. It is a space where the ideas are shared, ideas are challenged, new paths are forged, and we come together as a community to reimagine the future of work in our sector. This year's conclave is especially significant. We find ourselves at a critical juncture. The post-pandemic adjustment, rapid technological adoption, evolving workforce expectations, and emergence of the artificial intelligence have brought about the transformation in how we attract, develop, and retain the talent also. HR is no longer as a support function. It is now a strategic driver of the institution, resilience, agility, as well as the growth. In today's fast-changing world, human resources is the backbone of the organization transformation. It is HR that builds future-ready leadership, foster a culture of innovation, and ensures that our people, not just our system, remains our greatest strength. In a time when digital disruption is constant, it is a human connection, empathy, and the adaptability that will define the organizations that thrive. HR is no longer about the just a filling the roles. It is about the shaping culture, driving strategy, and building the workforce of tomorrow. The theme of this year conclave reflects this shift. Our session today will explore the pressing questions, the how do we prepare for the AI driven workforce? Should we develop the specialist or the generalist to lead tomorrow's bank? What does leadership look like beyond mid management? And how do we build organizations that are not just productive but also human, inclusive, and sustainable? These are not just theoretical questions or the discussion, they are practical questions with the real implication for the policies, performance, and the pupil. I am particularly pleased with this diversity of our panels today, representing perspective from across the public sector, private sector, regulators, thought leaders, and the innovators. We are also grateful for the partnership of the BCG as our knowledge partner, bringing global insight to our local challenges. Another highlights this year is the essay competition, which saw enthusiasm participation from across the country. The idea expressed in those essay reforms something we already believe that the wisdom, innovation, and leadership we seek often reside within our own institutions. Today, we will be launching a special volume compiling the winning essays. I congratulate all the contributors and especially the winners for their valuable insights. Furthermore, we are honored to have with us Mr. Gaur Gopal Das, a renowned monk, lifestyle coach, and motivational speaker. Mr. Das, as electrical engineer by education, left a promising corporate career to join the ISKCON in 1996. Since then, he has dedicated his life to sharing profound wisdom on personal growth, happiness, and purposes. As we proceed throughout the day, I urge all of us to engage openly, think boldly, and most importantly, listen. The future of HR in banking will not be built by a single institution or by a single idea. It will be built collectively through shared learning, collaboration, and a commitment to doing better for our people. Let this conclave be a catalyst, not just for dialogue, but for action. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to IBA Secretariat, our members bank, and every individual who have worked behind the scene to bring this event to life. Your efforts reflect the very spirit of HR working quietly, diligently, and with impact. Thank you, and I look forward to a day of enriching discussion and meaningful correction. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that warm and encouraging welcome. With great respect, I now invite Shri C.S. Sethi, Chairman, Indian Banks of Association and Chairman, State Bank of India, to share his opening remarks. Please, sir.
Respected Sri Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, and the chief guest for this occasion, Sri Damodaran Saab, and MDs and CEOs of banks, senior functionaries of the HR. This is my first ever public meeting as IBA chairman, and nothing better occasion than the HR conclave to start my association as IBA chairman. I'm very glad that this occasion has given me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this most important function within the administrative functions of the banks. So this conclave obviously is a moment of reflection, and I'm happy that it's being conducted right in the beginning of the year, financial year, so we can probably tweak or strategize going forward what we need to do in our HR function. And in an industry where we are constantly chasing metrics, market share, balance sheet growth, digital adoption, today we pause to reflect on something much more foundational, our people. The theme for this year's conclave, Innovation for Impact, Grooming Future Leaders in Banking, could not be more relevant. We stand at a turning point, as Atulji has mentioned, where banking is being reshaped by technology, policy, and rising customer expectations. On the customer expectations, the expectations today are not served, are shaped by what the other bank is doing, but the service industry is driven by what e-commerce platforms are doing, what Blinkit is doing, what Zepto is doing, how these expectations are being shaped. I just take 2 minutes. We did a quick dipstick survey among our customers in SBI. We asked them, what do they expect when they visit the branches of SBI? We have given some 10 points to make things easier. Everybody obviously chosen that they want things to be done faster. Ambience, smiling employees, these are all important, but people want a quick customer service. And then we asked, okay, account opening, which used to take 3 to 4 days, many banks today are able to do within 1 hour. In fact, we have demonstrated if they do e-Aadhaar, we can open the account in 15 minutes. Most of the customers asked, why the hell it takes 15 minutes to open an account? So these are the customer expectations which are being reshaped now. I think this is something, a big challenge on the HR front. It is not only the technology challenge, it is not only about the process change, it is also preparing our people to meet the customer expectations, changing aspirations of the customers. And the HR function should focus mostly on how do we prepare our frontline staff. To start with the leaders, I'll come a little later. Are we preparing our frontline staff to handle the customers? The service industry is the most difficult industry because much of the time when there is a personal interface with the customers, it is bound to lead to friction. And however much you prepare them, it is still a challenge. And we are not preparing them enough, let me tell you. See, most of the onboarding policies of the banks focus on how do we prepare them on the processes, products, technology, but we least invest in actually preparing them to face the customers. So I think we need to deliberate how do we make frontline staff ability to face the customers. And the service orientation is extremely important to prepare them for. So the talent development cannot be treated as a peripheral activity today. Whether we are looking at succession planning, capability building, or employee engagement, the last piece is very important, employee engagement. Our focus must be long-term, people-centric, and adaptive. Speaking of people and leadership, I would like to offer a personal reflection. Having spent close to 4 decades in banking and having had the honor of serving in various capacities, including now as the chairman of State Bank of India, I can say that leadership, especially in our sector, is not just about making decisions. It is about making people believe in themselves, in the institution, and in the collective mission we serve. When I started, sometime in 1988, being a leader meant being the expert in the room. Today, it means being the learner in the room. It means enabling others to thrive, not simply directing them. And if there is one that has stood the test of time, it is the ability to listen. Not passively, but actively. Not just to data, but to people's anxieties, aspirations, and experiences. Leadership does not mean authority. I think Mr. Damodaran is going to dwell much on the leadership on the HR front, but I thought I would take a few minutes on this. Leadership does not mean authority, but rather influence, earned through integrity, collaboration, adaptability. I remember early in my career sitting with customers in remote rural branches, many of whom were engaging with formal finance for the first time. It was there and not in the boardroom that I learned what leadership really requires. What does it require? Patience, humility, and deep listening. It is a lesson that I carry with me even today, and one I believe must be passed on to the next generation of banking leaders. At SBI, I have seen the difference that people first leadership can make, especially during moments of disruption, whether it was technological shifts, regulatory reforms, or crises like the COVID pandemic. The resilience of our teams, I'm sure across the public sector banks and private sector banks, the speed of their response and the depth of their commitments have all served as a reminder that while systems enable performance, it is the people who define outcomes. So when I started my journey in banking, HR was often seen as a department that managed promotions, transfers, and leave records. Over the years, that perception has changed dramatically. In fact, HR used to be very secretive in those days. I remember my AGM HR telling me that if I'm having lunch and having dosa in my room, if you walk into my room, I will turn the dosa also. So this is the philosophy what HR departments used to follow. Today, HR is the strategic nerve center for any organization. From shaping culture to building future capabilities, from enabling digital mindsets to ensure well-being, HR is now an active force in value creation. HR today influences policy, drives culture, fosters innovation, and sustains organizational purpose. The purpose is something what we have to take every minute of our interaction. Tell them that, if you don't define the purpose of the organization, I see that a lot of youngsters getting frustrated doing the KYC, going to the fairs to choose the buffaloes. These are all the things which we all have done before becoming the leaders. But how do you tell them that the larger purpose of the banker is not about mundane activities? As they grow in the leadership roles, they realize this real purpose of the organization. But it is our responsibility to convey to them what is the larger purpose of an organization. I'm sure all of us have a defined, value systems, mission, vision. This need to be conveyed in a proper manner to our youngsters. Today, I think one important piece I would mention before I close. As we speak about leadership, we cannot forget inclusion, especially the role of women in shaping the future of Indian banking. While we have made significant strides, we must go further. Today, more than 30% of workforce in public sector banks, I have the data, the DFS publishes the data, we have 30% of women workforce, which is a very significant and large workforce, an important segment of our HR function which we need to focus on, not only in increasing representation at senior levels, but in creating an institutional support that enables women to thrive, to lead, and to inspire. This means flexible work policies, mentorship networks, leadership pipelines that reflect gender balance, and most importantly, cultures that are free from bias. In fact, we did on the Women's Day a large-scale survey within SBI, and I was surprised that despite so much effort we have made within the organization to foster an equality of workplace, I think there is still unwritten biases which women feel in the workplace. I think we need to consciously, HR definitely, this is not an HR function alone, but it's a leadership function. We have to consciously strive to make them feel belonged and empowered. So I'm particularly heartened to see the energy around this conclave. I'm sure a lot of people from HR functions and the diversity of the representation speaks of the collective will that we share. So, and Atulji has mentioned something about the essay competition. I would like to mention here, we saw over 750 entries. This kind of response tells us something very meaningful. That is, our people, especially the younger generation, are not just looking for direction, they are ready to be leaders. Their essays, now published in a special volume, offer a window into the aspirations, innovations, and ideas that are emerging within the system. So I'm very glad that IBA is organizing, and I once again thank the chief guest, Sri Nagaraju sir, how difficult it is to take time, but he was very willing to attend this, and he also expressed that HR is one of the critical functions. During his short tenure at the DFS so far, we have seen that his emphasis on the ideas which I have spoken is basically a resonance of what he has been talking to us among the public sector banks and across the banking industry. And these priorities of making the leadership for future in the banking industry is very close to his heart. We would be listening to them. And of course, Mr. Damodaran, who has spent in the policy making, policy advocacy, administration, regulation, we would be very keen on listening to them. And I request all of you to make use of this two-day conclave to shape your thought leadership in the HR areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seti sir, for sharing your insights on leadership and the role of women for workforce and setting a perfect tone for the day. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Shri Brajeshwar Sharma, Senior Advisor IBA, to kindly introduce our distinguished speaker, Shri M. Damodaran, former IAS officer and former SEBI chairman. Please, sir.
Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to now invite to the stage a name that commands deep respect across India's financial, regulatory, and governance landscape. A leader whose career has spanned institution building, policy reform, and visionary corporate leadership. I speak of none other than Mr. M. Damodaran, our distinguished speaker for the Iba Hr Conclave 2025. Mr. Damodaran has had a remarkable career that bridges both public service and private sector. He has held some of the most critical and demanding roles in India's governance and financial ecosystem. As chairman of SEBI, chairman of UTI, chairman of the Industrial Development Bank of India. He also served as chief secretary of the government of Tripura, leading public administration at the highest level. His legacy, however, is not simply about holding positions. It is about transforming institutions. At UTI and IDBI, he is credited with leading turnaround efforts that helped restore public trust and re-establish organizational credibility. At SEBI, he played a pivotal role in strengthening investor protection and enhancing transparency in capital markets. The list is so long that it will become my speech. Mr. Damodaran has played a key role in shaping public policy. His ability to bridge the world regulation and real-world business of governance and ground realities makes him uniquely positioned to speak on leadership reform and institution building, themes that lie at the heart of today's conclave. Sir, we are truly privileged to have you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. M. Damodaran and invite him to share his thought as the distinguished speaker at the Iba Hr Conclave 2025. Please, sir.
My colleague from my yesteryears when I was a civil servant, Mr. Nagaraju, Chairman Sethi, who heads India's largest bank, but for me, strikes a different kind of a personal chord because the early part of my career, I spent a few months in the State Bank of India. Of course, long before Mr. Sethi went to the State Bank of India. I am a pre-independence model for those that might not know. I was born a few months before independence. I did not fight for independence, I must confess. I was born only a few months earlier. I like to describe myself as being horizontal and not vertical at that point of time when India gained independence. Thank you very much for inviting me to be with all of you. The human resource function is one that I have not been a part of in the sense that I've never held a position. And yet, in the organizations that I have had the privilege of leading, the heads of HR complained that I was straying into their territory very often because I couldn't keep myself outside of that space. There were several explanations, one of which was the guy doesn't understand business, therefore he's straying into the HR function. But I will let all of that pass. I took it in my stride. I've developed over the years a sufficiently thick skin, maybe a hide, and therefore this bounces off me. It does not bother me. But it's a great opportunity to share a few thoughts with people from the HR function. I know that there are very senior leaders from the industry, but I think some of the thoughts that I will share today will be principally addressed to the HR practitioners in this room. Let me start by saying that when we learnt economics many decades ago, I don't know whether we learnt, but we were students in economics classes. Some of us learnt, some did not, that doesn't matter. But we were told that there are different factors of production. And we were told labor was a factor of production. It was equated to 3 other factors of production, if you can recall what your economics books told you. It took a while for people to understand that the human resource, no matter how you label it, how you describe it, is different from every other resource in any function, whether it is manufacturing or services or anything else. Because this is the one resource that comes to the workplace in the morning with expectations, with hopes, with the intention to contribute, and goes back at the evening. These days, of course, in public sector banking, you go back at night, but after the sun has set, well after the sun has set, but goes back in the evening only to come back next morning. It's not like the inanimate resources that are there in any organization. And that is something that we need to recognize, to absorb, to internalize, if we are able to impart meaning to the HR function. I look forward to a day when more HR professionals will move to the corner room. Not enough has happened on that front. Because if this is the most important resource, it stands to reason that those of you who have dealt with this resource, help to sharpen this resource, help this resource to add more value than it did before you came on the scene, clearly you are candidates for the corner room. And that is something that, other things being equal, should be factored into promotion policies in organizations, not just in banks. The other initial thought that I wanted to share with you was this, and Chairman Sethi referred to it. There was a time when it was not even called HR, it was called something else, and it dealt with leave, with being unpleasant in terms of turning down legitimate responses of the workforce. That is how even leading management thinkers have described it. If you see some of Ramcharan's writings, he will say that one of the things you must do in conventional organizations is to wind up the HR function so that everybody else can perform happily, peacefully, and productively. So that was the original concept. Today it's completely different. Today it is about taking this resource and seeing how you can enable to maximize its own value and its value to the organization. You referred to leadership. I define leadership as creating the enabling environment in which every member of the team performs to the best of his or her potential. You don't have to be the best in the business. I know it's cricket season and some of you might, you're not that old unfortunately, but if you were my contemporary in terms of age, you would recall a name from the cricketing area called Mike Brearley. I notice even younger people are nodding their heads in the audience. Mike Brearley was not one of the top batsmen in England. He couldn't bowl to save his life, and fielding nobody talked about in those days, right? Only today you talk about fielding, physical fitness, etc. And yet, when the team sheet was prepared before the matches took place, his was the first name. And he invariably captained so long as he was around. Why? Because he had the ability to get the best out of the other 10 guys who were on the field with him. He need not perform, he need not score runs, it didn't matter. But if 10 other guys performed to potential, clearly you had a winning side and he did not have to figure prominently on the scoreboard. That is creating the enabling environment. Understanding the strengths and the weaknesses of each person in the organization, building on those strengths, addressing the areas for improvement to see that he or she, sooner rather than later, becomes an unrecognizably better person than when you first interacted. And that is the success of the HR function. There was reference made to the role of listening. When you look at the definition of leadership, the first letter that figures there is L. And in my book, L is for listening, L is for learning. If you don't have that, you don't even have to travel down the rest of what leadership constitutes. You won't make the cut. You will fall by the wayside. There's no question about it. And God got it right. If you look at our design, our structure, He gave all of us 2 ears and 1 mouth. The idea being that you should spend at least twice as much time listening as you do when you are speaking. And listening is not hearing. Hearing is a physical activity. Many people say, take it through one ear, let it go through the other. Of course, that believes that there is nothing in between, which is a tragedy, because then you are a suboptimal person. If there is nothing between the 2 ears to stop the flow, it's not such a great feeling. But listening is listening actively, listening constructively, listening almost aggressively. Some of our best leaders worldwide, across industries, across the political spectrum, are those who have been great listeners. I had the privilege of briefing a former finance minister, Pranab Mukherjee, when I was in the Ministry of Finance, when I was in the Ministry of Textiles, and the Bombay textile strike was going on. 1.5 hours, I explained to him every detail that I had. And all that he did in the course of that 1.5 hours, mind you, this was a busy man. In addition to being the Minister for Commerce and Textiles, he also had several other party responsibilities. The only time that he told me to stop and I thought he was going to ask a question was when he removed his pipe and cleaned it and put it back and said, now you continue. That's what I call aggressive listening. And at the end of it, he asked 2 questions, not even a third. But those 2 questions went to the root of what I had explained over maybe an hour and 20 minutes or so, because I wanted to bring him up to speed with this. I imagine that must have been one attribute of his that was noticed by people and which helped him grow in his career and to deliver as he did. I've seen several others. I've had the other kind of experience of dealing with people, otherwise exceptionally bright, but impatient, unwilling to listen, subscribing to the view that I know it all and none of you guys count for anything, and therefore you are just making up the numbers. I know it all, I don't need your advice. I've had that opportunity, that privilege, if you can call it that, of sharing rooms with people like that also. But what clearly set one apart from the other is that you were willing to do your best for the one that treated you with respect, treated you as if you were a contributing person, no matter what your level in the organization. And one of the challenges today for successful HR professionals is, do you have the courage, do you have the commitment to hear out people, see whether they have any points of view which might benefit the organization, give it a thorough analysis, and then decide, not that you have to take all of it, what suits the organization, and you'll discover that in the organization there are any number of people who have great ideas, but because of the hierarchical structure in which we work, those ideas will never travel to the senior levels. That wisdom will remain, as the poet said, buried without surfacing. Nobody can notice that. So that's a function that you have to certainly address. The next is, many people do not know what their strengths are. This is a fact of life. There are outstanding people who don't know their strengths. And if they don't know their strengths, don't use their strengths, don't act on their strengths, don't reinforce their strength, they will be serving suboptimally. As an HR leader, you have to sit across the table with them, tell them where you think they can add value. It's easy for some people to be dismissed as of persons of no consequence. The guy is useless, he will not measure up, God knows who recruited him to the bank, etc. The challenge is to discover what that quality is that brought him or her to where the person is at this point of time. Because I firmly believe, and I urge you to give this serious thought, no person is entirely useless. Even if you don't see any positives, remember that person can even serve as a horrible example. That's also service. If somebody doesn't do anything right, does everything wrong, you still see value, because that becomes a reference point for you to see what others shouldn't be doing or should be prevented from doing. So you are dealing with a resource which is a critical resource. AI might come, AI might go. The change is constant, we've always been told. What's happening today is the frightening pace of change. It's changing so rapidly that we are simply not able to keep pace with it, not in terms of absorbing technology, but understanding what the nature of the change is. Absorption is a subsequent step. And yet, in that universe where change is rapid, how do you adapt to the requirements of a changing world and yet get the persons that you are responsible for to deliver what they're capable of delivering? It's a huge challenge. I sometimes thank God that I have not been an HR professional, because it's not a challenge that I could have easily dealt with. The other thought that I wanted to share with you is, and I have to give you some information about how I relate to the banking sector. I did mention to you that I was a probationary officer in the State Bank of India. Lest anybody gets any doubts, they didn't throw me out, I left, because sometimes probationary officers are shown the door. No, it wasn't that. Before that, I served 6 months with a bank with which I came to be associated more than once. That was the Indian Bank. That was my first job. I don't know why they gave me a job. I did not have a postgraduate degree. I did not have great track record to speak of. But the gentleman who gave me a job was then the chairman of the IBA, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, a legend in his lifetime. You ask anybody in the Indian Bank, they will tell you that Lakshmi Narayan was there as chairman, then there were other people. So that's the kind of difference that they will make. I don't know why, but he decided to take me on board. And that was my first job. Thereafter, I served in the Ministry of Finance, in the banking division as it was then called, before it became the Department of Financial Services. For 5 years, I was a director on the Bank of Baroda, the government nominee director on the Bank of Baroda. I had the privilege of heading a few financial institutions, one of which I converted to a bank, that was the IDBI. And then I thought I'd done enough of banking. The Reserve Bank of India said, will you chair our committee on customer service? Now that's something that resonated with me, and I want to spend a couple of minutes on that too. Because all the people that you promote, you develop, you train, you empower, ultimately have to deliver on the customer service front. Customer is king, there's no doubt about it. So I was actually pitchforked into chairing that committee. It was, I think, about 17, 18 years ago, if memory serves me right. And what I discovered then, and this is a truth which continues, is that the attitude of the top management to the customers manifests itself in different ways. And these are demanding customers. Today, they are not happy if you open their account in 15 minutes. Earlier, they would have waited a week and said, oh, it takes time. These things take time. Today, the expectation levels have gone very, very high, right? So in that committee, we interacted with a large number of bankers. And the chief of one bank told the committee, when he was asked by a representative of the public who was a member of my committee, he was asked, why does your bank charge so much? There are so many banks that charge much less. And his response was very revealing. It's a state of mind. He said, you cannot go to the Udupi hotel and ask for 5-star food. If you are satisfied with Udupi hotel food, you pay Udupi hotel prices. I had to cut him short then, immediately. I'm not one who does it normally, and say, I don't think you've been to an Udupi hotel. I know I'm in a star hotel at this point of time, but I said you get much better food there than you get in most 5-star hotels, so you don't know what you're talking about. But it was the attitude that bothered me, that we provide banking for the classes, not for the masses. It's the masses that represent India. That is where the heart of India is. The classes are the kind of the top layer. Even if you remove it, the vehicle will run. It doesn't matter. But that was the attitude. And then if you look at the numbers that the Reserve Bank puts out on customer complaints, you would ordinarily think, and I say this with great respect, ordinarily, other things remaining the same, you would think that the State Bank of India would top the list because of largest number of branches, largest number of customers, etc. And yet the State Bank was not number one when it came to complaints. It was the bank which thought that the Udupi hotel was not as good as the 5-star hotel, because that attitude percolated. Organizational culture is, if you don't set the right tone at the top, it will percolate. We don't exist for these people. We exist for the persons with deep pockets. It used to be said earlier, perhaps it's said even now, that if you want to borrow money from a bank, wear your best clothes and go to the bank, because the banker will never lend money to somebody who looks like he needs money. He will lend money only to the guy who looks like he doesn't need money. So if that is the attitude that informs banking, we have a large number of people who are not privileged. Not that they are inferior human beings, they are not privileged. They did not get the opportunities that some of us had to get to where we were. And to think that therefore you should give them short shrift is completely unacceptable. There was reference made to what the fintechs are doing. I think it's necessary to recognize, and this is a function of leadership again, to recognize what your competition is and what the competition is doing, what are their advantages in relation to you, and how you can neutralize those by working on your strengths. There was talk, not today, but 25, 30 years ago, that we will get to a stage not of branchless banking, but bankless banking. I think that is where we are either headed or we've reached. And therefore, you'll discover that banks will have to fight hard to retain their space in the ecosystem. And you are part of that fight to contribute to the continuing relevance of banks as we knew it earlier. Things have changed. The kind of people you need today, and your HR professionals, you know it. You recruit people for attitude and train them for skill. Banking is not rocket science. If somebody like me could learn the elements of banking, I'm sure most people can learn it. But you recruit people for attitude. You recruit people, as there was a hotel chain which said earlier in the reception, we enjoy people. That's the kind of person that you should get in the bank. Today, what happens? Earlier, in the pre-computerization environment, you go to the counter of the bank, you will never get the banker to look at you because his head is buried in the ledgers. Today, there is marginal difference. He's focusing only on the screen. So the level of the tilt of his head has changed, that's all. Instead of looking down like this, he's looking a little up, but he's still not looking at the customer. The customer is treated as an irrelevant factor in the business of banking. All of that should go. Get people who enjoy the service industry, who enjoy providing service, who actually seek what other people need and then come up with solutions. Solutions are not about fancy products. Solutions are about understanding customer needs, and they're changing rapidly. The age profile of customers is changing. It used to be said when I was in the Bank of Baroda as a director, our then chairman told us, no matter what happens, people in and around Baroda will deposit the money only in our bank. It didn't take even one generation for people to walk past that bank and go to the private sector banks, which seemed more fancy, right? So there is no continuing customer loyalty based on where you come from, where your bank has originated. All of that's disappeared. Today it is, of course, the suite of products that you have. You must match products. But service is important. I've always believed that organizations are about three things: products, processes, and people. And if you arrange them in the alphabetical order, people will come first. The products you can copy. If one bank has some products, you can copy it. If some bank has good processes, you can copy that. What you can't copy is the people. What you can't copy is the passion, the pride, and the purpose that they bring to where they are serving today. And I urge you to look at that, to build on those strengths. That is very important. I don't see, like many others do, a bleak future for banking. Several things will change. People will not need you to be providers of either credit or accepting deposits. Things have changed, and yet banks have flourished. You remember there was a time when all that banks did was the old definition of banking: acceptance of deposits for the purpose of lending or investment. That's it. That is what the traditional definition of banking was. The world has moved on. When I joined a bank, I was told it's not very complicated. Turn the page and learn the work. Today, there are no pages to be turned. There is no work that you can learn by turning pages. You will repeat the mistakes that somebody has made before you. So when you get people, you recruit them for attitude, get the right guys, put them in the right places, give them the right opportunity, give them the right leaders who can groom them to deliver to their potential. That is important. And when all of that happens, you'll discover that you will sleep more peacefully at night, knowing that you've contributed to a successful organization. I wish you good luck. Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for thought-provoking and inspirational address. On this note, may I kindly request Shri Gopal Murli Bhagat, Deputy Chief Executive IBA, to say a few words on eminence of our esteemed Chief Guest Shri M. Nagaraju. Please, sir.
Thank you, Krishna. Respected Shri M. Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Respected Shri M. Damodaran ji, former SEBI Chairman and IAS officer. Respected Shri C.S. Sethi sir, Chairman IBA and State Bank of India. Respected Shri A.K. Goyal ji, our Chief Executive in IBA. MDs and CEOs of member banks, Executive Directors of member banks, CMD, NICL, and senior executives and my dear banking colleagues. Very good morning to all of you. And there cannot be a better way to begin the day, the way we have done. We have heard Shri C.S. Sethi sir, our Chief Executive, and then Shri M. Damodaran ji, and all have been very inspiring for all of us. Thank you very much, sir, first of all. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to welcome to the stage our chief guest for the Iba Hr Conclave, Shri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary DFS, Ministry of Finance. As you all know, he is a senior officer of the Indian Administrative Services belonging to 1993 batch and a postgraduate from the University of Hyderabad. I will take few minutes for discussing or mentioning the path he has traveled till now before reaching to DFS. At the national level, Shri Nagaraju sir played an instrumental role in shaping India's international economic engagements during his time at the Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance between 2004 and 2008. He served in the Japan North American division and later in the World Bank division, engaging with key bilateral and multilateral development partners at a time when India's global financial footprint was rapidly evolving. His experience expanded further when he was appointed as advisor to the executive director at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., a position he held from 2008 to 2012. In that role, he represented India's interest in one of the most influential global financial institutions and contributed to dialogues that shaped development, finance, and international cooperation. Beyond government, Sri Nagaraju sir has also made significant contributions to the public thought and academic engagement. He was a visiting fellow at the University of Pennsylvania, one of the world's leading research institutions, and a research scholar at Stonehill College in the United States of America. This blend of public service and academic exploration gives him a unique perspective on leadership, reform, and institution building. In 2020, he returned to India to serve in the Ministry of Coal as Joint Secretary and later as Additional Secretary, where he led critical national level projects and reform initiatives in one of India's core infrastructure sectors. So in August 2024, he was appointed as Secretary DFS and assumed leadership of one of the most pivotal departments in the Ministry of Finance. In this role, Sri Nagaraju sir oversees policy for the entire financial services ecosystem, including public sector banks, insurance, pension, financial inclusion, fintech regulations, and human capital transformation in the financial sector. His tenure so far has been marked by clarity of vision, inclusiveness, and an unwavering focus on reform with empathy. He is a strong believer in the power of institutional reform transformation through people, and that makes his presence here today at a conclave focused on HR leadership and innovation especially meaningful. As we gather here to explore the future of leadership in Indian banking, to discuss talent development, skilling, culture, and evolving world of work, it is only fitting that we are joined by someone who has not only shaped large-scale policy, but also deeply understands the human dimension behind reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, and invite him to deliver the keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Mr. M. Damodaran, ex-CB chief and distinguished civil servant of the country, and Mr. Srinivas Setty, Chairman IBA and Chairman SBI, and Mr. Atul Goyal, Chief Executive IBA, and all my dear MDs and CEOs of the banks, and all senior management of the banks. You know, I always thought it's very difficult to follow Mr. Damodaran as a speaker. But then after listening to Mr. Srinivas Setty, then I also realized there are two speakers who spoke so well. I'll not be doing a great justice to my speaking role following them. In fact, both of them have touched the core principles that actually define HR practices. As usual, Chairman SBI brought a lot of personal growth into his vision, and then I think I'm actually grateful to him. You know, any organization, when the organizations are failing, or organization require change, the first thing people look at is, let us change the products. Or we are not doing marketing. Or we are not doing something. But actually the elephant in the room always for any organization is HR. That is the biggest change that is always required, and which is almost most of the organizations neglected. In fact, posting to HR is considered punishment in most of the organizations. And not just banking, but most of the organizations. People are, and then because there are two reasons. One, of course, progress is a little slower, and also they are actually they are mostly cursed by rest of the employees, not transferring me or transferring somewhere else where I'm not required, I don't want to go, or not giving promotion, or some flaws are there, and then you punish them. So for all kinds of reasons, the HR is not a very well-liked department in many organizations. But it is the most crucial for transformation of any organization in the world. You look at the organization that has transformed themselves in the last 20, 30 years. The organizations that are still surviving, are still became bigger, stronger, robust, are the ones which have actually changed their HR practices and HR culture. Those who remained same, actually they don't even find the names. They became disappeared. They became extinct. Now, this brings to me, yesterday someone I was talking, he was talking, then I realized he was making a comment about Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin said, the species that survive the evolution are not the strongest, nor the smartest. No. They are not species that survived in the last evolution, but the species which has adopted. The species that adopted may not be the smartest or strongest, mightiest, but they are the ones who actually survive. Similarly, as animal world or in this world, the organizations that actually adopt, they will survive. Not the organizations that they have a single trick pony kind of a thing and we keep on doing the same thing. They will not survive. I think one most quoted example in the world, corporate world, is IBM. I think all of you know, and General Electric. These two examples are quoted all over the world, all business schools. General Electric, starting from 1920 onwards, and IBM, both used to be frontiers of technology, innovation, development, including HR practices. But the moment they neglected, the moment they have not seen the signs of change in the world and ecosystem and not adopted, now look at where they stand at. You have different companies altogether. Now, the important thing is to look at the early signs of change that is happening in the ecosystem. For HR, that is very, very important. The second thing, HR individuals, you don't have actually goals. Let me put it in this way. As an organization, we need to have a goal. We need to have a vision. And we need to have objectives. And those objectives have to be both believed and shared by each one of us. When Chairman IBM mentioned, from the bank manager at the lowest level to the chairman himself, all of you should be on the same alignment. Any organization. When there is alignment and you don't have actually conflict of belief or conflict of alignment or conflict of vision, all of you believe in the same thing, okay. Now each one of us have different roles to perform, different tasks to perform, but all aimed at reaching same goal. That is to make the organization stronger, bigger, and ensure your goals are actually met in a defined time frame. This is how we actually structure. Now, for HR, two things are again crucial. One, you have a organizational vision, then you convert them into goals in a time frame. Then how do we do that? We need to have professional skills. Just because you are sitting and doing japam, in fact, basically meditation, it doesn't happen at all. You need to have skills. And you also need to have ecosystem. You need to understand ecosystem always. You can't actually survive beyond the ecosystem. You need to have the understanding of the ecosystem, how it is moving. Then we aim at changing the culture of the organization. Changing the culture of the organization happens only when each individual is aligned with the vision, and then you all believe it together, and then move forward. Changing the culture of the organization is the key for transforming any. Let me give you one example, recent example, I think many of you know. Chairman SBI has not mentioned. This transformation of SBI. If you look at it, SBI 10 years ago, before 2013, look at the SBI. and look at the SBI now. There is huge transformation that actually happened before our eyes. I'm an outsider, unlike you. Most of you are from the banking community. I came recently. But when I look at it, the way the SBI as organization and SBI staff as individual change, transform, is actually a big lesson and also a big example for all of us to emulate. Each organization has to find its own way. I'm not saying each organization has to find one way and work. Now, last 10 years, they are, I think, doing transformation. Many things are there, but they're still continuing the transformation journey. The point I'm making is, when you start your transformation journey, it's not one day or some period. No, it is always continuous. It's always continuous transformation. In fact, the organizations, in India, it is very, not very prevalent practice. But in most Western organizations, top tech organizations, at least once in a year, they always sit together. The top management, from middle to the top, actually discuss what is happening, how the organization is moving, different aspects. HR is always very important component. Let me also give you one reason why HR is very important. Now, when we may have lofty ideals, lofty objectives, great things that we will do for this organization this much, we do for the country, we do for society, all kinds. But when we are not fair to our own staff, we have to be very fair. When we are not fair to our own staff, when our own staff perceive that we are biased, that is actually we are cutting our own legs. Our staff have to believe the system is very fair, and it will take care, not as a favor, but the system itself will recognize best performers, will not punish wrongly, will not be vindictive, will not have any bias. Then actually each one will have something to contribute. As Damodaran sir has mentioned, each one has a potential. Both men and women, we all have potential. And recognizing that potential and using it that in a way that benefits the organization is the key. There is no other mantra actually. Now, fundamental principle is that our own staff have to perceive, believe, and trust that my senior management is always fair. That if they believe from the top, lowest rung, I don't think any organization will have any setbacks. Because all decisions, your decisions have to be motivated by, to ensure, if you can't be fair, reasonable to your own staff, I don't think that anybody expects you outside world, external world. Now, the other thing, HR has, of course, when we have the goals, objectives and things, the first priority I always keep mentioning to all of you. I think I keep telling our MDs whenever I had a meeting. The first, topmost priority for everybody is organization. Let me tell you, because it is two ways. In fact, in our South Indian, we always say, we can't do harm to someone because we ate his salt. Okay, we went home, had a meal. In the meal, we have a salt. So as long as you have a salt, you don't want to do harm. Same thing. Organization is actually providing food on the table to you, to the family, to your children, everything. So the first priority is always the organization. What is the best for organization? Sometimes may not be best for you, but what is the best for organization should always have your priority, nothing else. I think we should always keep that in mind. The second, of course, is the country and the sector. Now, when I say the banking community, we still have about 350 million people who are still away from the financial inclusion. That is our target. That's how actually our objectives have to be aligned with those targets, national targets. And then you build our HR practices. Now, as I said, HR transformation is always long-term, continuous, requires a lot of adaptability, and then ability to recognize early signs of stress and then take corrective actions. Now, leadership is very important in this. I always believe, now, let me tell you, when I joined this organization, DFS, when I was reviewing all those things which are pending matters, the first things which I did, I think all of you know, HR matters pending for long, for all the banking community. Those are the things first I handled. The rest of the things will fall in place. Now, if the banking community, if you have a personal grievances, or as a community you have collective grievances, I don't think that you can inspire with beautiful words of wisdom or meditation or any word. No, it's pinches. Now, you should not be feel that you are wrong or you are not treated fairly by the government also, by the DFS also. So most of the first things I tackled was HR at the senior management level, whatever it is there. Now, I know that that may not be the whole reason why all the banks are doing well last 2 quarters, but you don't think about those issues at all. That should nag you at all. That the issues that you face at the higher level, the government in fact takes care, and it will not have any other agenda. We want to ensure that the organization perform. Now, Ms. Chairman SBI mentioned, which of course we share this one. Let's not have inherent bias. Yes, for women. Let me also add a couple of other segments. Recently, one of the constitutional bodies, SC Commission, ST Commission members came and met me. And they asked me, sir, can you tell me how many of your directors are from ST community? In fact, I asked for the data. I don't think we have anyone. Now, not saying we are doing at the top level, but we have almost 50% SC, ST, OBC women. Women include, it will be about, in fact, almost 65, 70%. But we don't have senior leadership positions. We don't find them. Ensure this bias is also not there for them. If they require, since many of us are privileged, you need to provide opportunities, as Damodaran sir has mentioned. Provide opportunities so that they also contribute. Recognize. Now, when the members ask me, I don't have answer. I said, I'm sorry, we don't base our selections on that. They said that, sir, that's right, very good. But how do we recognize inherent bias and not using that to eliminate all at different levels? So that is, I think we should also take care. Don't have any bias. Ensure that inclusiveness is practiced, not only preached, but also practiced. Then we have good women leaders. In fact, when I met first time Mani, MD UBI, I told I'm surprised that we have only one MD from the women. I thought in the banking sector there are many women join. I remember during my own time, large number of my friends, women, college mate, they all write exams in South India, but they are selected also. But because of several reasons of the family commitment, they don't want to get transferred out from one place to another because the children are studying, don't want to move, they forego their promotions, they stay there. But therefore, they are not actually picked up, even though they must be very bright, hardworking. And I also keep getting requests from many women officers, sir, I don't want promotion, please keep me in the same place. I think that must be same representation many MDs also must be getting from women's staff who are very good, doing very well. But they want to remain in the same place. But I think these are the things which we need to have some inclusive policies in HR. That not only we recognize the constraints faced by some of your own staff, peculiar circumstances, ensure they are actually taken care so that everybody feels wanted, everybody is able to contribute to their full potential. Now, I have all-time favorites for leadership qualities. I think irrespective of the organization, place, time, everything, there are 3-4 qualities that is required for any leader. Of course, one is kindness. Listening is the one thing, first thing. The other is also kindness. Showing generosity, kindness takes you long. Always listen, hear, and show kindness, whatever if you can show. I keep telling our MDs, as long as you have one body in one place, and the chair is not empty, doesn't matter to you who wants to go where. Your branches should have enough staff, enough skill set, and then if their requests are there, please ensure that their requests are accepted. It actually solves a lot of problems. In fact, and also your employees will be most loyal to the organization and the goals. So show the kindness. The other is, I said already, fairness. We should always be fair. And not only we do fair, but we should also appear. We should be appearing very, very fair in our dealings. We may have some people liking because of some habits, behavior, and all those things. But I think we have to, these are all part of the bias. So we should keep aside, be fair on the work front, on the professional front. And third quality is ensure the attitude is developed among all. Good attitude, positive. As Damodaran sir is mentioning, that we enjoy people, service industry. We are actually service industry, I think. You know, we receive the largest number of public grievances in the country. I think I keep, at least once a quarter, we all the MDs together, we all review. Not for resolving the grievances, but actually to look at the quality of resolution of grievances. Now, there are many reasons why the grievances are there, but if you can actually ensure, eliminate the grievances, the possibility of source of grievances, that's the greatest thing we can do. Now, I always notice in the last 7-8 months, when it comes to the senior management attention, most of you actually very, very professional, I have noticed, and you resolve it positively. I have seen that you go out of the way to help resolve, and even if it's small loss to the bank also, you don't mind at all, and you resolve. But how many cases that nature come to our attention? Either my attention or your attention. Many of them don't come at all, because we have other priorities, we keep on doing it. But whenever you do it, the fact that you have done it, that should actually percolate down to your staff. And then they'll ensure that your behavior or how the way you have functioned is emulated by them. It's because we don't have time to tell everyone. But the way you function, that actually should be seen, perceived by your own staff, colleagues. Okay, this is how it should be done. Then we will be able to eliminate. In fact, the transformation, if you are able to do this organization, there is nothing better to do it in the organization. In fact, I was telling all of the seniors, why should customer come to our bank? Now, somebody asked me in the last budget time, when was the last time you visited a bank branch for my work? In fact, when I looked at it, I don't remember. I think last time I must have visited to close my account. I used to have NRI account in the SBI. I went there to close my NRI account because I became NRO. So that is the only time I visited. In fact, unless there are business people who wants to come to the bank, but individual customer, there is no need to come to the bank branch at all. Our apps, our technology, our processes should ensure they are not hassled to come to the bank. And there is no need at all. And the other thing, which morning we are discussing, while the loans, our HR practices also should improve productivity of our loan portfolio, of course. That is our bread and butter. But we are talking about something called loan application forms and agreements. In the morning we are talking, because everybody says that your loan agreements are bulky, so many things, we don't know where we are signing, what we are signing. And when we find out after some time, then we realize that there are some conditions with a small letter, there is something which we can't do anything. We can't wriggle out, and the bank also cannot wriggle out. If you want to wriggle out, then you have to go to the board, get the board approval. So it's all thing. See, practices also we should take a look at it. Now, I'm very grateful to the IBA, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sethi, and Mr. Atul Goyal, and entire team of IBA for inviting me and also giving me the opportunity to speak to you. Because I said, HR is crucial for banking sector, because we are not only a financial sector, but we are also in the service sector. Both are there. It's very crucial, so that the goals of, let me put in this way, the Viksit Bharat 2047, where everybody is financially included and the credit requirements are met, and then people will reach more than $2,000 per capita income. That is only possible when our financial systems are stronger, robust, and healthy. And that is only possible with the stronger, robust HR practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are truly privileged to have heard from our chief guest, Sri M. Nagaraju. Sir, your words were not only inspiring but also guiding light for all of us gathered here today. Thank you for your invaluable contribution to this special occasion. Moving forward to the very special moment of today's conclave, that is, unveiling the essay book, please permit me to offer a brief insights into a journey behind it. With the evolving socio-economic circumstances, many age-old beliefs are being challenged, and it is more so with human relationships. In order to give visibility to many divergent views and to bring them for debate, we have organized an essay writing competition. The response to the competition was truly overwhelming. We received over 750 entries from across the countries, each filled with fresh ideas and thoughtful insights. Following a rigorous filtration process by a jury of eminent personalities, top 35 essays were selected for the publication. This book is not just a collaboration of ideas, but a vision for the future of HR in banking industry. This truly is a proud moment for all of us. And now, I request our chief guest, Sri M. Nagaraju, Sri M. Damodaran, Sri C.S. Setti, and Sri Atul Kumar Goel to do the honor of unveiling this remarkable collection of thoughts as we come together to celebrate this significant milestone. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, dignitaries. May I now request Sri Swarup Kumar Saha, Deputy Chairman IBA and MD CEO Punjab and Sindh Bank, to please summarize and express our gratitude to our dignitaries. Please, sir. Shri Swarup Kumar Saha, may I request you to join the dais, please?
Good morning, and thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure for me to propose the vote of thanks for this before this very august gathering and a very important conclave which is related to HR. And I'm very sure all of you will be greatly benefited by the end of the day on this very important conference that you are having. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Goel to setting the tone for the conference and the purpose of this IBA HR Conclave. And then Mr. Shetty, the Chairman IBA also, I'd like to thank Mr. Shetty for giving an insight of his personal insight on how he has been groomed into the leadership in SBI and how he has risen in the ranks and understood the importance of the rising customer expectations, quick customer service, and the key to the frontline, the key to the any organization is how the frontline customers are performing in the branches, and of course the various concepts of leadership, the ability to listen, and the importance of empowerment, women empowerment. So thank you, Shetty for giving those very, very valuable insights. And of course, again, we had the very insightful deliberation by Mr. Damodaran, ex-SEBI chief and a distinguished civil servant. Thank you, sir, for reminding us how important HR is in any organizational transformation, and how the human resource is actually different from any other resource. And how it is important that more and more HR professionals should occupy the corner room. I think that's a very, very important insight that has come. The issues of leadership on how we listen and learn has been very aptly highlighted by Mr. Damodaran. And we should know how the strengths of the organization depend on the strength of our human resources. Of course, Damodaran sir has also talked of how the importance of the mass banking versus the class banking, the importance of the branchless banking and the bankingless banking. So we all, I'm very sure, when we go back to our respective organization, we'll all have a different thought process and take these insights and carry it forward for the future of the banking in India. Finally, of course, sir, thank you, Secretary Sir, Nagaraju Sir, for gracing this occasion as the chief guest and also guiding the conference and setting the tone for how important HR is. As he rightly said, of course, those who work in HR, it's a thankless job, and we need to align our goals of the organization with the goals of the personal goals of the human resources that we have, and how HR department is very crucial for any organizational transformations. The importance of adoption, sir has rightly highlighted, sir, how adoption is the key for any organizational transformation, and hopefully we will be able to take these insights in our future HR policies. The changing culture of organization will also relate how we transform our HR culture in our own organizations. And as an MD of a public sector bank, I think we have a lot of responsibilities to take these aspirations forward, and how we can, as Secretary Sir said, that how HR policies need to be more inclusive on various grounds, on how we can have women empowerment, and so that the strong, robust HR practices will lead to a transformation of the various organizations that we belong to. So thank you all, sir, for gracing this occasion, and thank you all the other participants, the MDs of various organizations, the EDs, and the top leadership of all the various banks who are present here, and thanks to IBA for making this a very successful event. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request all the dignitaries for a group photograph, please? Sir, please join us. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our first panel discussion. Please give us a couple of minutes to set up the stage and stay tuned. I request everyone to be kindly seated as we are just starting a next panel discussion. Kindly be seated, everyone. Insurance Company, and our moderator, Mr. Ruchin Goyal, MD and Senior Partner, BCG. Over to you, Mr. Goyal.
Check. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can I please request people to just settle down? All right, so we'll start our panel discussion. It's a real privilege and honor for me to be the moderator for this session. The topic of the panel discussion is your innovative experiments in HR. And you know, I'm really honored to have a very eminent set of panelists with me. We all know that banking sector is undergoing very rapid changes. You know, we've seen evolution of technology, digital, fintechs, changing regulations. You know, there was a lot of talk about changing customer expectations. But beneath all that, what's also changing is our HR practices. So HR practices evolved a lot, right? And today we are here to talk about real experiments, right? Not theoretical ideas, but real experiments that all of you have, you know, tried in your respective banks. We'll talk about what has worked well, what has not worked well. We'll really unpack, you know, real ideas from, you know, the panel members so that all of you in the room can take away something in your respective organizations. So let me start, sir. Maybe I'll start from you, Mr. Chand. Can you just share, you know, some experiments, some ideas that you know you think are different from what was happening in your organization before you took over as MD CEO of Bank of Baroda that have worked well in the bank?
Thanks, Ruchin. And as you know, HR, particularly banks like us, we have a very large workforce. As on today, almost 70,000 employees, maybe around 10,000 on the shared service company employees. So the aspect that we look into HR, we normally, apart from the normal management we do HR, we typically so-called experiment or something extra that we did in three distinct aspects. And three aspects that I am referring to more on the health, hygiene, and capacity building. And when I say these are something we're trying to get some kind of extra delta out of all this initiative. And it is not that these are not there earlier, but then we bucketed in a manner so that there is something we can really see that it's giving the right dividend for us. The first aspect that I'm talking with regard to the health side of the workforce. We are one bank, we implemented a lot of health measures, like as you know, all the banks do have an annual health checkup. And we announced that all the employees compulsorily they need to go for a health checkup. And for that they need to, we need to give them some extra bonus marks in their performance appraisal. So around 2 years back when the number of people going for a health checkup was almost at 20-25%, it has improved to 60% now. So the idea is that when you look for a large workforce and you try to make them agile and market competitive, then you need to again see that they are healthy. Other than this annual health checkup, which again is a compulsory aspect, we have encouraging people to participate in marathon. We incentivizing them. We are asking people to get for different health and hygiene kind of a, what you can say, in terms of creating a proper work environment for the bank. And I think that's significantly adding to a very agile mindset as far as my workforce is concerned. The second is, as I said, with regard to the hygiene aspect of employee. What exactly we mean by hygiene, that as a bank we pay a certain salary structure. But as far as the bank is concerned, in every areas of the allowances or perquisite, we try to incentivize people slightly, be in that way, better than the market in that way, just to motivate people that they need to perform better. The more and more we are growing on the balance sheet and the profitability, I think more and more need to reward them. And the third aspect, which is very important for any organization for a long-term perspective, is the capacity building. And what we are referring is not the capacity building for the employee. We are also talking about capacity building for the organization as a whole. So when we talk about capacity building for employee, then we have huge training. We took a training policy 2 years back, saying that we need to train every employee once in a year in a classroom training. I mean, earlier there was trainings happening, but then we never had a data that who got trained, how many times. But we had a training policy now saying that every employee, maybe a sub-staff, employee, I mean, any capacity, they need to be trained in a classroom training for certain man days in every year. And that's being done. Second thing, we tied up like the FSIB, as all of you know, they do run a course for the leadership within the banking system. Similarly, we tied up with IIM Ahmedabad in terms of doing a similar training for my leadership, the top 50 leadership. So these are all capacity building exercise, making them very contemporary. At the same time, the important aspect that I am referring is a capacity building for the organization as a whole. So there actually, in fact, couple of initiatives or experiments that really helped the bank. One is the bank was the first bank to have the shared service company. The bank was the first bank to have the external talent within the bank. So this aspect is much more important to create a capacity for next possibly a decade. And there, I think Bank of Baroda is doing enough so as to create capacity within the workforce, so that the workforce is contemporary, the workforce is agile. And as you know, HR typically look at as a management, like HR management, but in our bank, we look HR as a culture for orienting people for delivering their best. So I think these are small bit of experiment, you so to say, but the idea is to create a distinct delta for the bank in terms of adding more, what you can say, the skill set, being contemporary, looking for a future ready kind of a bank. And I think as far as I'm concerned, Bank of Baroda is concerned, the workforce is quite agile. They do have capacity to deliver the best. They do have the ability to take the bank at least for next decade as a leading policy sector banks in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chand. I think you very nicely put it, health, hygiene, and capacity. I think people can take something away from these ideas. I'll move to you, Mr. Rao. So you've been quite passionate about HR as a topic. It was under your, chairmanship that this conclave, idea was conceived. Can you also share, what experiments that you have launched as a practitioner in the area of HR that you think have worked well in your organizations?
Yeah, thank you. Just I will be deviating something from the main subject because it has to catch the audience attention. Many of us are aware of the ease reforms. For the past 7-8 years, it is going on as ease 1, ease 2, ease 3. Now we are coming to ease 8. So previous year when we were thinking on the ease, we were all focusing on the business practices, how the efficiency can be brought in and how the technology can be used and all those things. When we were thinking this, there is another part which was very much required in the industry is how these business practices which are changing because of the technology and the competition and by the regulations, how it should match with the HR practices. So then this thought has come, why don't we have a HR conclave so that the HR practitioners of the banks, let them come together, let them share the best practices, and then also let us benchmark certain practices among the practitioners itself. That was the thought with which we started this HR conclave, and I'm happy to see that a lot of people are here. So for that, very much thank all the practitioners now. And coming back to the experiments, what we did, number one is, our objective was how to bring the pride in each of my workforce or team member in his workplace. For that, there are two basic elements what we work is, number one is the confidence and another is the attitude. Confidence comes with the skill sets and also how he works on himself to build his skill sets and also the knowledge. For that, now we focused as an individual. We brought the habit building program that is for the health in the morning. That is almost daily, five to 5,500 people are logging in at different slots for the yoga and other things. So that habit building we started for the past 2.5 years, it is working fine. And along with that, we brought one more tool that is for the mental health. A lot of good things that we have done there. Everyone we say in this AI era, we say artificial intelligence. What we did is emotional analytics we have applied in that. I am very happy to share with all of you that almost 5 lives we have saved in our bank because of this mental health program. That is a continuous and anonymous and very confidentiality is also maintained. Then we have gone for the Practo, which is the doctor's platform, which is offered to all the serving and retired employees. Even in the night, 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, they will have the access to the doctor's advice. So this is how we worked on this. Now we have focused on the families. We started a foundation called Sant Sanskriti to build up the values, because at the end of the day, if anyone coming to the workplace, the mental attitude and ethical conduct is much more governed by the families. So that's why we are bringing these families together. Because I do not want to touch upon all the processes or products or what we have brought in. But these changes, coupled with, we brought 2 more platforms. One is the employee first, where when we started 2.5, 3 years back, at the top management level, we used to review what are the feedback that is coming on this, because it is reviewed by the MD, EDs, and also GM HR. So then we realized that HR should not be confined to a particular department. HR should be a function of each individual in the entire organization. Like that, we have spread this message. And then we brought one more platform, that is the value creators. These particular value creators within the organization has helped us to bring many changes, not only in the products, in the policies, and also we came to know that what are the pain points for the customer interaction and what are the things what we can eliminate and reduce the turnaround time in many of the things. These are all the little experiments we did, and we got a disproportionate positive outcomes because of these micro innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I think great little ideas, they kind of all combine together to make big difference in our organizations. Mr. Rajgir and I, sir, if I were to just shift the focus of the discussion a little bit, I think we heard from Mr. Chand, Mr. Rao, ideas around, physical health, mental health, motivation. Sir, as, head of Union Bank, you also started a large HR transformation using data, digital analytics. Can you talk about how, the whole AI digital can be used not just for customer service, but also to improve HR practices? What are your thoughts about this topic?
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me, even though I have a different role as of now. But public sector experience doesn't go away.
I'll come back to that role also, but I want to start by this question, and then we'll come back to your new role.
Doesn't go away because this is where, where we actually experimented, succeeded, and were able to bring some new thoughts. Actually, the experimentation at Union Bank has a foundation to what Bank of Baroda did. Actually, there was a big tool developing on HR, which was talent management, training management, on posting and all that. Somewhere they lost the way. I think public sector, the problem is we bring technologies, we experiment with new things, but we are not very consistent like what State Bank of India does. So that's why somewhere we lose those, and maybe, and many of the technologies have not resulted in the outcomes which it should happen for various reasons. Because I'll tell you, in public sector, what happens is the system is comfortable with what is going on. and everybody will try to pull you back to the original position. So interventions have to be, very consistent. So here, thought is again drawing from what chief guest actually mentioned, the fairness. Now, actually, it is easy to say in public sector setup that will be fair. How to show that for 80,000 people you are fair?
You can keep the mic closer.
Yeah. How to show to the 80,000 employees that you are fair? It is easy to say. I can make speeches saying that I am fair. But then how every individual recognizes that it is fair? It is the only technology which is the great, leveling field. Like, if you bring technology here, it can happen. So actually, if you look at HR, Damodaran Saab said about factors of production and people as very important part of the factors of production, which is the most ignored part. It is the most important part, but most ignored part. So we recruit people, we add them to our strength, but then we don't really add value to them. So the whole thought process around this Prerana, what we built, is around that, how to, talent acquisition, anyway, we don't have much choice, how to do the talent management. Okay, and then there are two pieces in any HR related activity. One is the individual development, and the second part is how to align them to the business goals. If you don't address both together, again, you may be a very good organization taking care of people, but not resulting in business outcomes. So actually, like once you acquire people, then understanding what are the strengths they have, what are the training needs they have, build on that, and then actually, learning and development as a tool, we were able to incorporate all this into this model. And then the target setting, actually the KRAs, actually is the most loosely described part of the HR, like, this thing. So, like, unless you set your KRAs right and measure it right, people don't feel that we are giving a fair treatment to them. So, how to do that? So, we had a target setting tool within that. Actually, again, target setting in public sector bank, how it works. We look at the last year performance, last 3 years performance, based on that we top up 10-15%. We don't look at that district or the area where suppose the area is growing 20%, this particular branch is growing 10%, that means you are below par. So, but then the target again comes on what you did last year. So, somewhere the growth is 10%, but this branch has grown 20%. So, but then you set a target on that 20%. So, this is where the fairness comes in. So, this target setting tool did that for us. Basically, capturing the business growth of that area in various branches and coming to a point where what is the fair target for this branch. That then they accept it. So that is where, like, these tools, digitization helped. And then actually performance appraisal. Now, this is another area people feel that we are unfair. Because actually promotional opportunities in public sector is far and few now. Lower level, yes, we don't get people to promote. Senior level, we have too many people to promote. Now, actually, unless you give the feedback to them that this is your performance and in a fair way, nothing but technology can do that. If you have set your KRAs right and give them a feedback on quarterly basis, this is your performance, and you also get a pool of people. Actually, if you are in marketing, if there are 1,000 marketing officers, it gives a feedback where you stand in this 1,000. What is your performance quarterly, half yearly? So that at the end of year, he knows where he stands. So otherwise, everybody feels they have done well, but there is no feedback system. Because in public sector, everybody wants to be goody-goody. Even if somebody is not good, even MDs don't tell their GMs their actual experience with the GM. Because we try to be goody-goody. So only way to convey this is technology. Now, if you have captured your KRAs right, and the system measures it, and it shows up, and the dashboard creation. So we are able to do that. So I think technology-wise, we have got the right tools, and the success of that is today, that tool what Union Bank, many of the team members who work with me then are present here at different positions today. So many banks copied it actually because it became a part of the ease agenda. So this is important tool, everybody should have it. But I'm concerned that I'm out of this system for 3 years, how we are using it. Everybody has a technology. It is like, you have an iPhone 16 with you, but you are only using it for only calling someone. Then why you don't need iPhone 16? So, unless you are able to use it. So these tools are like that. They have the capability, but if what level you are using it. So the technology spend, if it is not resulting in the output what we are looking at, if it is not translating into the business numbers, then something we are doing wrong. So tool is very good, the purpose was very good, and orienting people towards it and ultimately connecting them to the purpose of the business. Like, all HR initiatives ultimately to translate into business numbers. This is very, very critical. If we are not able to do it, then we are not successful. But then tool is there, and it can measure a lot of things. It is a good feedback system both to the people involved and to the management. It can create a fair, level playing atmosphere so that everybody feels that the management is treating them fair. And one more thing, actually, since Secretary Sir mentioned it, it has a posting tool also. Actually, this is also developed. The posting tool helps you to identify the vacancies, and based on the talent what you have captured, it can suggest, and it's a good tool for succession planning also. So I think this is something this technology can do. Are we using it fully is a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravan. Mr. Rai, talking about, fairness and transparency, I think technology can go a long way in providing fairness and transparency in the area of HR. I'll come to you, ma'am. You took over as CMD National Insurance in somewhat difficult circumstances. The company was undergoing losses for many years. So in that context, what kind of, HR policies you followed that could work in a context that is, difficult from an employee morale perspective to turn around a kind of a loss-making organization?
First of all, I thank IBA for giving this opportunity to me to be a part of this distinguished and very critical topic of this HR. And I think I am the only one outside the banking industry present over here to share my experience. So as Ruchin has told, I have taken over as CMD of National in September 23, completed 1.5 years. So I will just, share my experience of what challenges I have faced and how I'm able to turn around the company in this period with not exactly, I'll say, HR initiatives, but the people engagement and aligning the people with the corporate objective. That was the basic challenge because, the kind of mindset people had on the top line was something which I have to tackle. So the alignment or the employee engagement happened at different levels. So starting with, of course, the corporate level. So aligning the corporate management, and that is also a very difficult task to have a cohesive top management where people understand that, we cannot work in silos. We have to work in coordination so that the corporate objective is met. So this took some time to have a cohesive corporate leadership. And I was happy that, the people could align by way of participative engagement, brainstorming sessions, and discussions in, open manner, where we could set the strategies that what exactly are the problem statements and how can we overcome them. So the top management aligned, and that was easy. Once the top management is aligned, then, the information or the percolation of the corporate objectives becomes easy. So this was at the corporate level, and of course, then, it is leadership engagement, basically, I will say, more than employee engagement. It was initially the leadership engagement, and then again, we had the leadership engagement at the regional levels, who are the people on the ground, who have to execute the strategies, though we have devised the strategies, but how the execution, that matters the most. So unless and otherwise you communicate it properly to the ground level people, it is very, very difficult. So the engagement of the regional leadership happened, not in one single go, but in multiple and a continuous kind of review and monitoring mechanism. And you know that there was a vacuum after the COVID. The personal interactions have become minimum. So we focused on the personal interactions, of course, through the VC and also visiting the regional offices by all the corporate management, the top leadership, continuously visiting the regional offices and addressing the people and communicating that what is our strategy. So aligning the people was the most important thing in the initial period. And we were happy that in a short period we could achieve that. Because the mindset of the people was top line. The top line growth was the main mindset, which was there for over the years. So making them let go the business, which was not profitable, was the most difficult thing. But now I think I can, proudly say that people are aligned to that objective. And I'm more happy to share that last year, national insurance grew at 10%, where the industry grew at 6%. So we had set the target. The first year we degrew because we were letting go all the loss-making business. We degrew. But the next year we set a strategy with, a kind of a very catchy statement or logo for the company, vision for the company, that profitable NIC, vibrant NIC, and growing NIC. So this was a motto given to all of them, and it resonated well with down the line people. So it did not stop at the regional level leadership, but we had to percolate the message down the line also, which is very important, because at corporate level, you cannot address each and every leader of all your offices. But we were observing that that was not happening, so we started engaging with all the leadership level at our branch offices and all. So by way of continuous communication strategies, telling them that what is the corporate objective, and the moment you started registering profit, though the amounts may be very, very small, but that instilled the confidence and it boosted the morale of the company, all the leadership levels, that yes, we can do it. The capacity is there, the potential is there. It was only to, tap and tell them, give the direction that which way you have to move. And now I can see that, the confidence levels have increased for the employees, that yes, we can grow profitably. So that is how it has happened. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think a great lesson in terms of, aligned leadership leading to an aligned organization, both in terms of organization goals and, then people's personal goals. So I think great, fantastic story. Sir, I'll shift focus of our discussion, maybe sharper questions now. I'll start with you, Mr. Chand. So Bank of Baroda has experimented, I would say, amongst all PSU banks. You've been the pioneers in not just grooming your own talent, but really hiring market talent. And getting market talent, private sector talent into PSU setup is not easy. There are pluses and minuses. Some of these things have worked well. There are some experiments that have not worked well. What has been, the experience of BOB in this long journey, and what advice can you give other banks in terms of tapping market potential?
Yeah, that's right. We are one bank in the market hiring external talent since long. It's almost 6-7 years now. So the issue that I talked about earlier in the capacity building within the workforce and individually also. One of the clear policy the bank has on all aspects of banking, we need to be at the top end of the curve. And given a scenario, my actual position in that particular segment is below the market. I need somebody to take me to the market level. So the hiring external talent depends upon the areas where we feel we are slightly behind the market. And here the market is not the policy sector market, it's the public-private combined together. So we need to have people who can take me to the market level. It is not the external hiring. There is one more experiment which the bank did long back, is to have the shared service company within the bank and helping the bank for last many years now. So this external internal the experiment has really worked well for the bank. It's very productive. But couple of things we need to take care while doing such kind of engagement, that the cultural orientation within the bank to accept the internal external has to be very high. Otherwise it won't work. So as on today, in Bank of Baroda, we do not know who is the internal, who is the external. The cultural part has been really integrated so well that there is no differentiation. It's only the delivery is important. The second aspect where we need to think as a bank, it is not Bank of Baroda, I'm talking about the industry. The banking has not changed, but the way the banking is delivered in the market has changed significantly. Then we need to change our skill set, and in case the skill set is inside, then it's well. If not, then we need to hire people. So I think these are the two things that we need to take care. One is clearly you need to set right, and the management, particularly at the top level, need to take care of much of efforts to see the cultural orientation is right. Otherwise, the experiment may not work well. Secondly, if you want to have an external kind of a thing, one-to hiring is not going to help you. You need to have hiring in multiple areas where you can really bring a cultural integration. The areas like, let's say, it's a risk management, it's a collection vertical, it's something with regard to the digital side, something with regard to the relationship side, something with regard to multiple areas where the way the banking is being delivered has completely changed, and we need to have the external hiring. So I'm very strong votary in terms of having the internal, external, but then you have to set the orientation right. At the same time, you need to map it out your journey towards being at the top end of the curve. If that happens, actually, I think that's a beautiful experiment we all must do.
Thank you, Chand. I think something, for all the banks to consider how to enhance the internal skills by also injecting market talent. So I'll come to you, Mr. Rai. You've had the privilege and honor of setting up a company from scratch, right? And coming from, a PSU background, and even though the ownership of NAFED is still government-owned, but a lot of HR practices, in the company, I would say, are a mix of both PSU, but a lot of private sector culture as well. So, you have a very unique vantage point of kind of both private and PSU, working styles. What has been your, lessons of how to bring the best of both these cultures together? And, what can some of the other banks take away, from, so if you can just talk about how you set up this company, what are some of the HR practices that you followed in NAFED, and, then some lessons for the industry.
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Chand said, because generally there is experimentation around private sector coming to public sector, adding value, but we have done the reverse also. There is a lot of public sector talent which went to private sector and did very well. So I think public sector talent pool or the capability should not be underestimated, that the talent sits only in private sector. The reverse is also true. So anyway, coming to NAFED, the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure, this is a very different experiment actually. This is where first time, even though it is government owned, it is totally hands-off experiment. Actually, it is very clearly conveyed. It will be totally board-driven, and we set our own agenda. The purpose is very clear. Ultimately, we need to bridge those financing gaps in infra, get the right amount of capital financing. The gaps have to be met. So the final goal is set, but how you deliver it is left to the board and us. Actually, so we set out to do that. So getting the right talent actually is very, very important. And that is where the liberty of acquiring the right skill sets and talent from the market was given to me. So I was the first employee. When I joined in August 22, we started, I was always calling me one of the richest startups. So we had 25,000 crores in bank account and only one permanent employee. And then, we set out doing it. So getting your vision very clear, that's what our board did. Actually, we had Mr. K.V. Kamath and very, very rich talent. Welcome, sir. So we are in the midst of a discussion. We'll continue. So we had a great board actually setting the agenda for this organization. Now, actually attracting talent. Actually, you need to have your policies right. The first thing for this kind of organization is getting your policy right. Then attracting talent. Now, private sector talent doesn't come that easily. If you have a mindset, if you pay money, they will come, it is wrong. Actually, I think private sector talent, definitely money is one of the important parts, but then they look at a work environment and whether it is sufficiently challenging. And they also see that actually working here, whether they will have an opportunity to grow beyond what they have reached actually. They leave an organization, they are doing sufficiently well. See, I'm not picking up someone from a private sector who has reached a plateau, who doesn't have much value there, and the organization wants to let him go kind of thing. We are picking up people who are doing very well, and the organization wants to retain them. When we give an offer, they increase their salaries. So you need to create that environment by your connect to the market, saying that this is an organization where you are required, and if you work here, not only the money part, while compensation being taken care, it is sufficiently challenging for you. Actually, that is where we brought the country perspective. That what is that India looking at? Viksit Bharat, where infrastructure is going to play the major role. The project finance is going to be the integral part. Today, I'm very happy to say, in the system, there are very few senior people who are experts in project finance. I proudly say 50% of them are already with me. Because last 10, 15 years, we have not created much talent in this area. Because of the NPA issues and all that, banks stopped lending. And none of the private sector also did much project finance. So the talent what is available is already, seasoned, and they all are above 15 years kind of experience. So that is what, creating that kind of environment and actually creating that. Then I'll tell you, as a CEO, I'll give you 100 people who are all IIM graduates, coming from different institutions. And you have one purpose, how to align all 100. They are sufficiently talented, they can resign at a drop of hat, how to create a culture and environment so they work for a common purpose. Because everybody is very strong actually in their own areas. There are so many conflicts. So setting the culture right is another challenge. This is not easy. Many times in public sector, I used to feel, if I have the powers to recruit private sector talent, I can do wonders. After going to NAFED, I realized it's not easy. Actually, I'll tell you, this mindset that private sector, money will solve the problem. No. Actually, I'll tell you, you need to repeatedly tell the story. What we are going to do to the countries. People have to connect. This is something like, messaging where people connect very well. While they are doing well for themselves, the feeling that we are contributing to the country is something like, motivates people like anything. Today, I'll tell you, I had done this process for my chief risk officer, technology officer, digital officers. Hard to get 2 people, 3 people to applying to a public sector. But here, I have 100 people applying. Very difficult to pick up people. So that is the talent pool available who want to come. So I think maybe telling your story right, creating the right vision, connecting them to a purpose, these are more important than giving money. So this is what my learning in that.
So I think great learning, sir. Purpose, for any organization can actually really create the culture and attract the right talent. I'm just conscious of time. I think this is a topic we can go on and on for much longer, but just in the interest of time, I think we'll try and wind down the discussion. Thank you for all the panel members for a very rich and engaging discussion. Hopefully, all of you took away some ideas and some experiments from, the panel members. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all dignitaries for an engaging and insightful discussion. Thank you, everyone. Now we are moving towards most awaited session. Please take Ladies and gentlemen, kindly reassemble in the hall. We are about to begin the coming up session. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to take your seat. We are about to begin the session. अब मुझे I request everyone to kindly be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to reassemble in the hall, please? We are ready to start the coming up session. I request the delegates who are outside kindly enter the conference hall, please. Sir, we request all the delegates who are outside kindly enter the conference hall. We are about to begin the session, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After that power-packed motivational session, we now come to a special moment for felicitating the winners of essay competition. May I invite Mr. Frederick Davis, Vice President HR IBA, to lead us through this segment. Please, sir.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and participants. Now it's time for us to take a small break from the insightful panel discussion and keynote address. I am Frederick Davis from Indian Banks Association, and it is with honor that I invite you to join in celebrating the felicitation of essay writing competition winners. The competition was organized in conjunction with this year's HR's Conclave. I would like to invite our esteemed panel of jury members to the dais. Sri Amitabh Dio Kodwani, Professor IIM Indore, Dr. P. Sharavanan, Dean and Professor IIM Trichy, Sri R.K. Sinha, former General Manager, Bank of India, and Dr. Subrat Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, People's Lab. I request all the dignitaries to come onto the dais. Sri R.K. Sinha could not make it to the event due to some very important personal engagements, but he shared his good wishes with all the winners. Now I would request Sri Gopal Murli Bhagat, Deputy Chief Executive IBA, and Sri Brajesh Sharma, Senior Advisor IBA, to honor the jury members with flower bouquets. Please give them a huge round of applause. It is my privilege to share a brief overview of the essay competition for the benefit of our audience. This is the first time we have introduced this competition by identifying a wide range of themes, starting from leadership development and reskilling to work-life balance and organizational agility. These themes were chosen not only for their contemporary relevance, but also for their transformative potential within the financial sector. The competition was conducted in the month of February 2025, and we were truly inspired by the overwhelming response from our member institutions. We received over 750 essays submitted through our online dedicated portal. This reflects the wealth of talent and leadership across the banking industry in India. Following a rigorous felicitation process, a jury of eminent personalities, the top 35 essays were selected for publication. This book is not just a collection of ideas, but a vision for the future of HR in Indian banking. And we have witnessed the unveiling of that book by our chief guest, Sri M. Nagaraju, Secretary DFS, a short while ago. Now I would request Dr. Subrat Kumar, one of the jury members, CEO of People's Labs, to share his experience and the process that we have adopted during the essay competition. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. At the very outset, I would like to place on record my thanks and compliments to the IBA leadership team for coming up with this initiative. Whenever we talk about any learning and development initiatives, there are three essential pillars to that. And the three essential pillars are knowledge creation, knowledge application, and knowledge dissemination. Since the morning when we were listening to all the stalwarts, all of them were talking about the two important components of knowledge application and knowledge dissemination. However, where this initiative stands out, that it helps entire banking sector also inculcate the habit of knowledge creation. Mr. Davis talked about the 750 essays which came, the entries which had come, and 35 top were selected. But as a jury who was privileged to have a look at all the entries, we have no qualms in sharing on behalf of all of us that each one of them was a masterpiece in itself. However, as the rule goes, we had to select only the limited few. And at this point of time, I would request everyone in the audience to give a big, big round of applause to not only those who won, but also those who participated. It's also my privilege that perhaps IBA is the first umbrella body in any sector, whether it is oil and gas or whether it is financial sector, to have taken this kind of initiative, and I'm pretty hopeful that in the coming years, the other umbrella bodies and the other organizations would also be taking a note and doing the needful. Coming to the process part, there were 750 plus entries which were received. All the entries, they underwent the scrutiny through the various software for the plagiarism and the use of AI tools. The simple thumb rule which was kept and which was shared that any entry which had got more than 10% of plagiarism was not considered. And thereafter, the shortlisted entries, they were shared with the 4 jury members. 3 of us are here. And I must put on record my thanks for Mr. R.K. Sinha also for doing an amazing job. Once we had the raw score from all the 4 jury members, the scores were normalized using statistical tools, and that is how we came to the final score of 35 participants as well as the 3 top winners. Once again, my compliments and kudos to IBA for this initiative, and I wish the winners the very best in their future endeavors, and my heartiest congratulations to all of them. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for briefing the process. Now it's time for the felicitation of the winners of essay competition. I would now request Sri A.K. Goyal, Chief Executive IBA, to join the dignitaries on the dais. I would request first the second runner-up, Sri Ranjit Kumar Ranjan, Chief Manager, Union Bank of India, to come to the dais and receive his certificate. Please give him a huge round of applause. Now I would request the first runner-up, Sri Rajesh Ranjan Mishra, Industry Officer, Punjab National Bank, to come to the dais and receive his certificate. Now I would request the winner of the essay competition, Dr. Jidin Kumar V, Chief Manager, Bank of Baroda, to come to the dais and receive his certificate. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us for the felicitation ceremony, and congratulations to all the winners and all those who could make it to the essay book. Thank you. Now I would request Krishna to take it forward from here.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations to all the participants. We kindly request you to give us a couple of minutes just to set up the stage for the upcoming session. I request everyone to be seated. We will not take more than 2 minutes. We are going to start a next session, which is a very, very important and awaited one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to celebrate the achievements of our winners in the case study competition jointly organized by Union Bank of India and Indian Banks Association. I now invite Dr. Vasappa, General Manager HR, Union Bank of India, to kindly step forward and lead us to this felicitation segment. Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Voice is very low. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, very nice. It's a great occasion to celebrate the success. All of us in the banking, success is our mantra. Friends, you are all aware, this year, IBA, in association with the member bank, has organized case study competition. All of you are aware, case study methodology is one of the most effective method of learning. In this competition, what the idea is, every year one member bank will take the responsibility. This year, first year, we from Union Bank, we got the opportunity. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the IBA officials for giving this opportunity to us. And to have a transparent method of evaluation and judgment, we have empaneled taken the help of People's Labs. So People Labs, they are the well-known organization in the industry. They are having more than 13 years of experience in this kind of training, teaching, researching, and consulting. So they have taken the responsibility to ensure that it is transparent in judging and evaluating the people. And when it comes to the case study, what are the themes to be selected? Whatever we study or case study, we will give it to them, and it should be most relevant and it is applicable to in our day-to-day life. There are 6 themes have been identified. First and foremost is customer service and employee engagement, deposit mobilization, leveraging digitization for growth, emerging trends and inclusive growth, retail, agriculture and MSME, what we call it as a RAM growth, and managing the NPAs, non-performing assets. We are very happy to say that we have received more than 102 case studies, and this has been screened very well by the People Labs in the beginning. Then final 60 case studies were shortlisted for final presentation. Final presentation has been made on 18th and 19th of February 2005 at Mumbai, and 3 judges and 3 external experts, they have screened very well, and finally they have selected 3 first, second, and third prizes in all the 6 themes. So I am very happy to share this. I would request the people, I request IBA people, chairman or chief executive to come forward and to present the awards. Yes, please come, sir, on the dais. Yes, sir. So I will tell the name of the winners, and I request all the winners to come quickly. Please be in line. When it comes to the customer service and employee engagement, the topic selected was Revitalizing Employees Engagement, a Manager's Journey. The first place goes to Gautam H. Vas from Bank of Baroda. Please give him a big round of applause. Come on. Yes, big round of applause. Congratulations, Mr. Gautam. Yeah. Second place, under customer service and employee engagement, the topic is intersection of customer service, employee engagement, and technological infrastructure in addressing operational changes within the banking environment. The second place goes to K.S. Subiksha and Deepika, My Bank, My Pride, Union Bank of India. Yes. Congratulations to Subiksha and Deepika. Please give a big round of applause. Yes. Again, third prize goes to Topic is customer service and employee engagement. Again to my bank, my pride, Union Bank of India, Jitendra Singh Verma. Please, yes, please give a big hand. And the next team is deposit mobilization. Yeah, first place goes to again my bank, my pride, Union Bank of India, Saurabh Agarwal and Debrata Ranjan Das. Please give me a big hand. Second place in deposit mobilization, it goes to again Union Bank of India, Gokul Vrindavan and Manibhushan Kumar. Yeah, congratulations to Saurabh Agarwal and Debrat Ranjan Das. So topic is deposit mobilization strategy and XYZ Public Sector Bank. Second place, Gokul Vrindavan, Manibhushan. The topic is the CASA Conundrum, a nationwide banking challenge. Congratulations to Gokul and also the Manibhushan. Please come to the dais. Yeah, please give them a big round of applause. Come on, motivate, encourage. Just now we heard the motivation speaker from Gaurandas. Yes, congratulations. Third place goes to Amber Nayak, Bank of Maharashtra, designing and promoting accessible savings with digital tools. Please give me a big round of applause. Next theme is emerging trends and inclusive growth. First prize goes to Bharati Manivandan S, Indian Overseas Bank, emerging trends and inclusive growth. Yes, congratulations to Manivandan. Second place goes to emerging trends and inclusive growth, leveraging ESG for sustainable growth and risk management. Deepmala Sachin and Parminder Kaur Sharma. Congratulations to both of you from PNB, Punjab National Bank. Yes, third place goes to Bank of Baroda. ESG, the future of banking, Mr. Jitendra Sankla. Congratulations. Another next theme is leveraging digitization for growth. Yes. First place goes to again my bank, my pride, Union Bank of India, Anugu Jignas Reddy. Congratulations, Mr. Reddy. Leveraging custom natural language AI models in banking for customer interaction. Second place goes to again my bank, my pride, Union Bank of India, Anish Sharmali. Congratulations. Topic is from innovation to inclusion, digital strategies in India's and Kenya's financial sector. Third place goes to Canara Bank, Ankit Sahai, advancing digital literacy and financial inclusion through blockchain and analytics. Please give a big round of applause. Next theme is managing the non-performing assets. Under this, first place goes to Bank of Baroda, Vinit Kumar Jain. Risk in India's shadow banking analysis, analyzing the business models, fund diversion and warning signals in NBFCs. Second place goes to again my bank, my pride, Sri Chandrasekhar. Topic is Sam Aram Recovery Campaign of Union Bank of India, a case study of Warangal Regional Office. Third place goes to State Bank of India, Komanavi Ganesh Kumar. Prioritize, plan and proceed. How to recover NPA. Congratulations, Komanavi Ganesh Kumar. So, next theme is retail. All of you are aware, RAM, retail, agriculture and MSME. This is the top priority. First place goes to Indian Bank, Dr. Nishant Bhaskar. Congratulations, Nishant ji. Stock statement, end-use verification, and eye-opener. Topic was Second place goes to Bank of Baroda, Rakesh Kumar Sharma, Rinkaj Kandwal. So retail, agriculture and MSME, that is the RAM growth. Congratulations Rakesh or Rinkaj. Third place goes to Canara Bank, Devnarayan and Santosh Kumar. Again RAM growth. It is our pivotal in business development. Congratulations to Canara Bank. So congratulations to all the winners. So I hope next year the case study should be number will be above 1,000. So I wish you all the best. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries, and very congratulations to all the participants. Moving forward, we are delighted to welcome a special presentation from our conclave partner, State Bank of India. It's my pleasure to invite on stage Sri Rajiv Kumar, Chief General Manager HR, State Bank of India, for sharing the insights. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, all bankers, and other colleagues present here. We are very thankful to IBA to give us this opportunity. Let me first thank Secretary DFS in absentia, who mentioned in his speech the transformation which is ongoing in State Bank of India. These transformations are an unending process which we undertake every year, and we wanted just to showcase the HR transformations which we are having in our bank. Before we talk of the transformations, let us see how SBI looks like with 22,740 branches, with 52 crore customers, 65,000 ATMs, ADWM 78,000 CSPs, huge outreach, huge touch points with 92 lakh crore total business. We have a staff strength of 2.35 lakhs. And these employees form our team who cater to 52 crore customers. And these 98% transactions, the alternate channel transactions, is powered by our main digital channel, that is YONO, and which is now having 8.45 crore active customers. So if we see our HR transformation, we focus on the 4 E's of people experience. Our people experience is based on empathy, empowerment, engagement, and efficiency. Empathy. We in our bank ensure that leaders set the emotional tone. Employees' well-being is at the center stage of the organization. We strongly believe that if you take care of your people will take care of your organization. So everything starts from empathy, the entire policies, HR policies are human-centric. We built our procedures around our people. We empower people through motivation, transparent processes, and data-driven decision-making. When we engage people, we work with a purpose. At State Bank of India, we help our employees see how their work connects to the bigger mission. We empower them, we trust their decisions, we empower them to take initiatives. To keep engaged, we conduct periodic engagement surveys and set our course corrections. We encourage people to communicate, and we work the SBI way, work with a purpose. So why do we do something, what we do, how we do? Our purpose is driven by our values. Why the organization exists is the basic purpose of what we do. And based on these 4 E's, we conduct our HR practices. And this is what we did during last 5 years. We took a big digital leap. And not only the employees, but we are taking care of 3 lakh strong pensioner force. So our HRMS system caters to 2.35 lakh employees as well as almost 3 lakh pensioners. From recruitment, onboarding, to talent management, succession planning, giving the payroll benefits, talent development, or grievance handling, communicating with people, we have everything in one app. Even pensioners can log in that app only. They have their pension management. We have video life certificate, obtention in that app only, healthcare benefits, online air ticket bookings. Huge infrastructure has been built in around our HRMS app, which impacts the entire employee life cycle management. We have now digitalized the entire life cycle from recruitment to retirement. Onboarding, training, performance management, career progression, compensation management of both full-time and contractual employees. In the morning, the dignitaries were mentioning about diversity, about women workforce. We have initiated a lot of initiatives towards this. And we have a digital page for all the women employees of our bank who can connect with each other, who can voice her voice. And this page we call Her Story, Her Voice. This is a networking platform among the women employees of the bank. We have specific leadership development program for women employees, which we call Empower Her. The Family Connect program, whenever a woman employee does a good work, we write to their family, informing about the good work done by them, so that their family feels proud of her. We have Return to Work program. Whenever a woman employee returns from maternity leave or sabbatical leave, we conduct a 2-day reorientation program for her so that she once again assimilates to the environment. We recently introduced crèche allowance for young mothers. Cervical cancer vaccinations we are giving free of cost. There are dedicated private spaces in large offices where women employees can take care with first aid boxes and care boxes for her. We have started reinforcing Garima, creating awareness among women employees to be more aware about this. Apart from this, we take care of the physical and mental well-being of our employees, where 100% employees are covered under medical benefits. We have a strong network of doctors on our payroll with 300 plus dispensaries and with tie-up with 350 plus hospitals and diagnostic centers. We have gym facilities. We conduct green marathons and cyclothons. Every year we have inter-circle tournaments for 9 different sports. For mental health support, we have counselors at each circle headquarters, 17 counselors who give counseling in private. That's called the Let's Talk program. We do lot of webinars, awareness campaigns, and stress management workshops. For people who go on leisure trips, we have holiday homes all across the country. For grievance handling of the staff, we have Sanjeevani portal in the HRMS itself built in, wherein there is an open communication. Any employee of any grade can come out with his or her issue, and it is being seen at the corporate center level. Communication channels, we have many communication channels which we have opened. One of them is SBI ACE. ACE stands for Achievements, Celebrations, and Empowerment. We have a page in our HRMS wherein any staff can post his achievements, his celebrations, or anything which he or her feels like sharing with others. It's a social media platform, internal platform for our employees. On sustainability side, entire our HR systems has now been digitalized and no papers are being used for bill payment, no paper being used for payroll maintenance. Even we have a process of digital recognition, what we call it granting of gems. We have a Gen AI powered chatbot called Ask SBI. Apart from employee engagement survey, now we have totally AI driven learning management system which we have named Spark. I would like to talk a little more about Spark, which is SBI platform for adaptive reskilling and knowledge. This is a public cloud-based learning management system fully integrated with HRMS. The concept of learn anytime, anywhere has been inbuilt here. There are gamified modules, quizzes, leaderboards, blogs, discussions. All engagement models have been built in with proctored assessments, wherein entry tests, exit tests can be taken online, and we have built in a feedback mechanism here where peers and controllers can give feedback on the outcome of the training. Skill gap analysis and personalized trainings are available here so that one person can himself find out what skills he requires, where is the gap, and he can choose from the courses available so that he can improve his performance. Even impact of learning, we have ensured that it is included in KRA, and these KRAs reflect how much he has improved. We not only take care of our employees, but as I said, we take care of our 3 lakh plus pensioners, retired employees, where we have given them post-retirement services. We have simplified the entire life certificate submission process. The entire medical coverage is digitalized. They can avail the dispensary facilities at our 300 plus dispensaries. We provide them subsidized medicines. The entire pension process is automated, and they can get their pension slip online. We have tie-ups with travel agencies wherein corporate air ticket booking facility is also provided to the pensioners. Guest houses, holiday home access is provided to the pensioners. In this way, at State Bank of India, we take care of our employees and pensioners, which is evident from the awards and accolades we have got. The Best Bank India in Global Finance, consecutively 3 years, 22, 23, 24. Best Digital Bank Award, 4th most trustworthy bank globally. Consecutively, ET Human Capital Awards, HR Leader of the Year, large scale organization, we have been getting from 23 onwards. This year we got gold winner in Excellence in Change Management, which we started, what you just saw. Our journey is not finished. In State Bank of India, we call it a continuous journey, and we keep on innovating to keep our employees engaged and involved in organization's purpose, the organizational, to align the personal individual goals and organizational goals. We keep on innovating every day. That's what we do at State Bank of India. This was a small presentation which we wanted to show. I appreciate all of you who saw this presentation, who were with me all along. I will not take much of your time before it's time for lunch. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. Thank you very much for your such a wonderful presentation. I think there are many takeaways, and these are initiatives taken by a bank like State Bank, largest bank in the country. These are really appreciated. Thank you, Rajiv ji. Thanks to State Bank Management. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now halfway through our sessions. We will break for the lunch now. We will take short 30 to 40 minutes break for lunch so that we can proceed for the rest of the day. Thank you, everyone. refreshing lunch break. We are about to begin our most important segment, that is a panel discussion. Number 2, the topic is Specialist versus Generalist, Building Robust Leadership Pipeline in Banks. I request everyone to be seated, please. It's time for our second panel discussion of the day. We are diving into a topic that lies at the heart of strategic HR planning, specialist versus generalist, building a robust leadership pipeline in banks. It's my privilege to invite on stage the esteemed speaker in this session, Mr. Kalyan Kumar, Executive Director, Punjab National Bank, Mr. T. Dhanraj, Executive Director, Indian Overseas Bank, Mr. Shishir Kumar Mishra, Secretary Financial Services in Institution Bureau, Mr. Brajesh Kumar Singh, Executive Director, Indian Bank, and moderating this session, please welcome Mr. Varun Kejriwal, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. Over to you, Mr. Goel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Always a challenge to start the first session after lunch, but I thought, why not take up the most pertinent topic of banking, at least in the public sector side, which is this dichotomy that we have to always hear about generalists versus specialists, whether deep expertise or cross-functional experience, which of the two works well, how do we manage it, etc. I am very happy with the lineup that we have on stage. Interestingly, all 4 of the panelists are agri officers when they started off. Dhanraji, ED at IOB, agri officer, joined as a specialist. Kalyanji again, agri officer, but joined as a generalist, I believe. Shishirji, again, agri officer, joined as a generalist, and Brajeshji again as well. So I think because we have this healthy mix of people who understand both the areas and have also led HR in different banks, we hope to learn from their experience. Just to set the right context about what we are going to cover over the next 45 minutes or so, we will try and cover 4 areas within generalist versus specialist. The first one is about career path. We have often heard about specialists moving to generalists or specialists staying the course and continuing a career there. What are the learnings that we have seen from these practitioners about career path, talent management when it comes to generalists versus specialists? Second, we always have this question on leadership. Can specialists be great field leaders? Can specialists go on to become leaders in the banking industry? Same for generalists. Can they learn skills that are needed? So how does one bank think about leadership pipeline when it comes to this? The third is about hybrid leaders. I can say on the forum today, out of the 4, I think 2 or 3 of them have actually moved from specialist to generalist. So this concept of making sure that you get exposure across areas to build this hybrid exposure, we'll try and touch. And lastly, just in terms of this era of specialization that we are in, there are certain job families or certain areas which require a due specialization, whether it be IT or risk. How does one bank think of genuinely attracting talent and grooming? With that context, let me go straight into the questions. I'll start with Dhanrajji on my left. So, Dhanrajji, I wanted to understand from your experience at Indian and now at IOB, when you think of leadership pipeline, we have this word which we call deliberate exposure, making sure people get exposure in different areas to spend time in both generalist and this. How should that pipeline be thought of when it comes to making sure people get exposed?
Thank you, Mr. Varunji. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to thank IBA and knowledge partner BCG for this wonderful opportunity. Very pertinent question you asked, Mr. Varun. This actually specialist to generalist and a generalist to specialist is very much required as on date, because this cross-pollination is very much required as far as the banking industry is concerned. If you take some 20 or 30 years back when we all joined the bank, there is only generalist pipeline was there. Hardly like agriculture officer or IDOs or security officers are there. So no specialist stream was there. But in the today's the leadership, so we need the combination of like hybrid leaders who is having the versatile, though they would have started their career in the generalist, but should have exposure in generalist areas like credit, compliance, risk, or IT. And the vice versa, a lot of specialists also we have recruited in the last 10 or 15 years, mostly in the areas of IT, digital, risk, and compliance. And nowadays we have gone to the next level to the AI, ESG specialist also. So all these specialists growing one side, the generalist is growing one side. But at some point of time, both need some cross-pollination, which means that people at the maybe around 20 or 25 years, people joined as a PO is becoming a GM or CGM. The other side also specialist who joining in a scale 2 or scale 3 in a span of 18 or 20 years becoming eligible for top management. But when you want the hybrid leadership, particularly in the top management to lead the bank, you need the combination of both. We cannot say that he is versatile in generalist area, but not exposed with specialist. So that type of leadership will not work as on date. So it is very pertinent that generalist has to be given the exposure in the generalist area when they are moving in the ladder, maybe or scale 3 or scale 4, at least 1 or 2 exposures is very much, particularly in credit compliant risk. The same way people joined as a specialist has to come to the generalist side, maybe planning and development or branch operations or domain knowledge is very much required. For this, I can say maybe 2 or 3 metrics we can do. One is that we can say the general metrics is that we can say maybe 18 or 24 months we can put it into one particular area so that they will become expertise in that area. We can use the form of SMART, maybe specific areas, actionable points, then again measurable, and again the time-bound actions is required to make them exposure in that particular 2 to 3 areas so that when they reach GM or CGM level, in addition to generalist, they will be having the exposure in 1 or 2 specialist areas. Again, next is that mentorship is required. The generalist head can mentorship, give the knowledge gap to the specialist and vice versa. The head of the specialist areas can give knowledge gap in that particular area, maybe technology or digital to the generalist officers. That is very much required for taking the future leaders. Particularly, we need the hybrid leaders. We cannot confine with the domain or specialist only. We need pollination of both leaders as on date banking. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think what you have touched on, sir, is how banks can deliberately make this happen through hybrid roles, through cross-pollination, through this 18 to 24-month stint, and now that you mentioned about mentorship. I'll move to Kalyanji, and when it comes to PNB, we always think of PNB size and scale, and I wanted to understand, sir, your views on this generalist and specialist, but from a slightly different lens, sir, more from a talent management or capability building lens. How does the bank consciously think about these?
Thank you, Varun. First of all, let me thank the organizer of this Iba Hr Conclave for selecting very, very relevant topic and well-debatable topic, specialist versus a generalist. It is widely debated everywhere, and there are so many positives and also challenges with both the segments. But both the segments are actually very, very essential for the banking sector. And both have very important role to play in the making banking very, very efficient and successful. As regards a specialist, currently we observe that customers' choice have undergone big change. And that actually invited lot of digital investment in digital transformation, and also lot of changes in business models. The way bank operates, there actually this business model have changed completely now, where another important area, regulation is also, actually you see there are a lot of regulatory complexity and risk management side. Under these circumstances, the focused approach from the banker side is very, very important. And here, specialists are very much required with the domain knowledge, and that domain knowledge may not be readily available with the banks. That's why that specialty, like I will tell you, like the implementation of Basel III guidelines, and also ESG, and so many newer areas are emerging where banks have to comply with. In digital transformation side also now, if you have to deal with the younger generation, like then means more expertise towards AI, ML, and also data science. So here we require specialists. But when we think about the connecting the dots and understanding the cross-functional team, their vision of generalist is very important. When bringing them all the divisions together to give the outcome and aligning with the overall vision of the organization, their role of generalist is very important. And there are two aspects of it. Then I will come with the example of PNB, how we have handled this major challenges with which all the organizations, including public sector banks, are also struggling with. The internal knowledge enrichment is very important because they are highly dependable, they are going to stay with you long. Therefore, their ownership, their understanding of the culture of the organization, it is immense. In that way, suppose if we groom our internal talent to take part in those specialized role and meeting the need of the organization, it is the best way. But as in this changing understanding, you all will agree with me that immediately that kind of enrichment is not possible. Therefore, getting those talents in specialized segment and also certain dedicated segment by recruiting specialists in our bank also, it is one way. In that way, balance between both these two is very much required. Now, coming to the PNB's experience about the talent management. Actually, Barun, I am very happy to share, PNB takes care of complete life cycle of an employee. The day any officer joins us, any employee joins us, we provide them 52-week training program. And that training program, we call it Arambh, PNB Arambh. It is a software-based actually training program. 3 weeks first phase, followed by on-the-job training of 26 weeks. And again, 4-week classroom, then again followed by 20+ week of on-the-job training. And this training based upon software, because larger area, major idea is that that officer must have understanding of all the desk of the bank. Because banking being very complex subject, in 1 year, our aim is to provide them the basic idea about all the banking. Thereafter, next 3 years, they work in the field so that they become a general banker, having overall idea, having overview of all the area of the banking. Then, 5th year, we offer them the job family. In job family, there are 9 job families and 32 sub-job families, capturing almost all the area of the banking. And there, not only classroom training, but also focused on the job training, certification program, e-learning program, and all these things are included in their grooming plan. Here, idea is some bits of specialization. Means 4 years, then 4 plus 4. This 8 years, at least that officer has minimum specialization of 1 or 2 segments of important segments of the banking, like credit, forex, treasury, whatever he opts for it. And once officer entered into the 12th year of his service, his or her service, then we provide them leadership development program. In leadership development program, it is based upon their more towards behavioral side. And through the data analysis and the assessment centers, psychometric test, we actually make them, apprise them about their gaps or area of improvement in their behavioral aspect. Because in that leadership stage, more importance towards the behavioral aspect is very important. Therefore, first of all, we identified the competency requirement of the Punjab National Bank. There were 10 traits we identified: leading self, leading team, and leading transformation. All these segments, the questionnaire were based upon all these segments. Each and every officer, AGM and above 1,000 officers, we provided them this training program. Their individual development plan was also there. And how people perceive them as a leader on all these 10 traits through 360-degree assessment part also, we provided them the inputs that how you are being perceived as a leader in the eyes of your subordinates, in the eyes of your peers, in the eyes of your seniors. In that way, combined way, we call them for 3 days training program, once in a quarter, followed by 90 minutes coaching. And there were 3 sets of classroom session, followed by coaching session, one-on-one coaching session. And believe me, the feedback which I got from the participants, it was amazing. Most of the participants, when I used to ask them, they were saying, my life phase 2 has started. Means version 2 has started. And that was the impact of this intervention. PNB being 130-year-old, a very, very old legacy, having its own legacy. And it was really mesmerizing moment for me also to see the success story of this leadership development program at Punjab National Bank. And we were having the database of their functional skill sets and also their behavioral skill sets. Based upon these skill sets, we created the pipeline of leadership as that they will be act as our succession planning of leadership. And we provided them targeted learning approach also. From the AGM level, we have started grooming them for critical roles of the bank. Like total 42 critical roles we have identified for the bank. And from AGM level itself, we have started grooming them. And in next 5-10 years, PNB will have no dearth of leadership, because very consciously we are preparing leadership to take the role. I am fully confident with all these intervention of talent management. Our generalist officer also are taking part in the specialized segment during the job family. And also I am happy to share, PNB started digital transformation. 56 cross-functional teams were created, where members from the fintech also were the member, and our internal team members were also there. Working in the projects with the external talent also gave the confidence to our internal team members to groom themselves to a level so that they can actually give the results. And result is in digital transformation side. In last 2.5 years, I can tell you 120 plus digital product processes and journey, capturing complete life cycle of a customer. Those things are available with PNB now. And employee life cycle also we have captured. And through that, we are driving all these things in business proposition and everything through this technological part. The taking care of the external talent in the form of the person who are working on our with our team, and in that way, grooming them very consciously to that level, really yielding good result. This was in brief. There are many things like succession planning. There another grooming plan based upon the dashboards, monitoring them, apart from the digital PMS, which I am not capturing here now, giving them absolute clarity that yes, you have to, if you want to grow in the organization, you have to clear this things, not only in terms of courses, but also in terms of assignments. Business assignments also we have provided them, so that they are not only Badshah of the paper, but they are really lion in the business world by doing the business projects successfully. In brief, Barun, I can tell about the talent management at Punjab National Bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the main thing I took away, sir, was this intense grooming plan that you have created for every single individual, 1 year, 3 years, 5 to 8. I think it's truly something that, you know, a bank has done it at that scale. I'll change tracks to Shishiji. Shishiji, you take a very different, or you sit at a very different position where you have to look at leadership traits, leadership pipeline for, you know, financial institutions in India. I wanted to understand from your purview, what how do you think of leaders in terms of generalist, specialist, deep expertise versus cross-functional agility? What do you find more essential for navigating today's dynamic financial landscape?
Hello. Thanks, Varun. So, good afternoon to everybody. It's a nice forum from the IBA, along with the banker colleagues, to have it here. And before going to the topic, the questions asked, let me recollect again, as Rajiv Kumarji, the CGM, State Bank of India, indicated the HR transformation of the largest bank of India and the impact in India. The size, the spread, the activities. So it's just unimaginable. Coming back to topic, generalist versus specialist. This is an old age topic. It's going on in corporates. Now it has come to the banks. There was a very sincere topic way back in 1970. The topic was hedgehog versus fox. Here the fox wants to attack the hedgehog for its food. Hedgehog, it has developed its adaptability and winnability character to save itself from the fox. And the time fox tries to attack from different directions, it tries to save itself. It has way back 50, 60 years back by Jim Collins in the famous book, Good to Great. This also talks of the characters, the abilities to be developed to thrive in a particular situation. Now coming back to banking scenarios. I think, in my view, HR of a bank is very important to have the impact in each and everything. HR, when you say HR, it doesn't mean only making the promotions, making the transfers. It has to take the decisions with the approval of the board. It has to take a long-standing decisions. Today's bank, they are thinking of adaptability. They are thinking of AI. Did anyone hear the word AI 2 years back? Did anybody hear the words of business analytics 5 years back? So it has come of the ages. Gradually one and one terms we are hearing and the way we are adapting to the situation. Tomorrow also, we'll hear some other wordings and the banks has to adapt it to remain, they have to thrive in the business world. So bank has to adapt. Bank means here the HR comes into picture. The dynamic, the HR of the organizations, the bank is dynamic to steer through the complexities. Now let us see the entry point of the bank. If we see the officer level, it's a PO in the generic term we say it. The POs enter here with certain specialized degree or maybe generic degree. When I say specialist degree, they may be IT person, they may be business analytics from MBA, maybe a generic person, maybe English honors, history honors, Sanskrit honors. Similarly, banks are also taking directly from market scale 2, scale 3 officers as specialist cadre. So they are the entry level. I'm talking about the entry level. Now, after entering the bank, any dynamic bank, even some banks are doing, I know, not taking any bank's name, they really try to map the specialist officers in the system. And those specialist cadre, the areas in which they think it's a specialist, is approved by the board. It should be approved by the board. It should be very clear to all the public, all the officers of the bank, which are the specialist cadre, what they should do, what should be their career path, and what level they can go in an organization. That should be very clear. Any official in any bank must know it. Now, coming to after entry level, there's a skill mapping activity done by each and every bank. The banks are given a different name in different organizations. It's a skill mapping. What he knows, what he should know. What's the difference? Now the gap, it's called skill gap. So skill gap is bridged by training, specialist training, some foreign training. The banks have given different name to it. Now the bridge is closed. Now the officers reach at a particular level to steer the bank through competition. After reaching a level, what they will do now? Now the bank has to decide where to post. As on date, we all of know that IT officials, analytics, some are taken directly from the bank. So they are given different directions In addition to that, there are some generic officials who are looking after the transaction activities in a bank. When I say transaction, it's a saving, current, CASA, the basic back office activities in the treasury, the back office processing centers at the loan center. They are also equally important. We can't say without them bank cannot run, because ultimately every business is booked here. It's a back office which booked it, maintain a proper record. So when they enter to the bank, now each and every area, they are remarked. Now what will happen? So some are entering at scale 2 level, some are entering at scale 1 level. Should we mix them with the generic officers? Should we give them a growth path? What is the challenge of board? How the HR manages these complexities, how they groom them into things, what is the thinking with the broad approved policy is very important. Now say all these officers reach at scale 4 level or scale 5 level. At this level, any specialist officer working in the same desk at a different capacities and complexities, should he given the promotion at scale 5 level, which is AGM in generally banks parlance? What will happen? Now at scale 6 level also, should I think the banks that are doing risk-taking abilities, they may be given some sorts of related jobs, which is again a specialist job. The banks who are taking business analytics may be given some sorts of treasury-related job, because they're almost related. The guys who are doing business analytics may be given some IT-related job. What will happen? After 20 or 25 years, each officer will develop 3 characters in a bank. So any officer showing 3 type of character is also a type of generalistic officer, general. So here the specialist is converting to a general. Why a bank should do it? Because after grooming the officers in a particular pipeline, now a officer becomes, he's eligible to face the challenges, because you only learning IT, you can't develop. You have to groom yourself, or the bank has to groom him to face the challenges to go up to other banks also. It's his choice. So once you develop at that level, suppose there is a CISO, a risk management, CRO level, what the bank should do? It's a challenge, because there is a lot of debate in last 6 months. Some of the CROs, some of the CISO officers have left the bank before the completion of the terms. And they have been given, as I heard from the market, 1 crore to 2.5 crores per annum. The very good salary. Why they left it? No specific answer. If you analyze, you'll get different answers. So, should we not post our so-called specialist officer, which we have groomed for last 15 years in these positions? Some banks do it, but without any additional compensation. If the HR can think of doing that with a, say, compensation salary, something 2 lakh, 3 lakhs additional to these activities, because I am taking these guys from market. Why can't I pay my officers at the specialist cadre? So that will compensate the positions. They will feel something. Somebody can say whether they can deliver. The answer is, if somebody you are taking from the market, he is delivering. You are taking some bank, somebody he is delivering, he can also deliver from your bank. It's a competition. He is facing the interview. He is not coming as such from a banker. So I think that should be one of the characters bank may take it. You should allow your banks with some additional compensation that will elevate its positions. That is one thing. Third one is lateral hiring. Which level we should hire? It's a challenge, because some banks are doing it at scale 2 level. IT, some I've heard in the business analytics, economic cadre, they have taken it. But when we take it at scale 6, DGM level, scale 7, GM level, it's a challenge. Why? Because if you take them at a particular level, designate GM equivalent, CGM equivalent, that also eats away same number of positions in that grade. So even if the bank is doing it well and fine, it's acceptable, but bank has to be very clear in the policy perspective. It should be clearly mentioned in the policy, so that there won't be any hitch in the amongst the officers community, because they have developed himself, they have groomed himself to grow in the same organizations. If your policy is clear, no issues at all. And finally, it's a time of adaptability. So generalist versus specialist, the discussion will again continue after 5 years or 10 years down the line also. There is no such clear answer. The banks have to adapt to the current realities. And it's challenging. We again face challenge after 5 years, it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Shishiji. I think the adaptability point that you kept throughout your experience, including the movement between generalist, specialist, lateral hiring, how do you create space for your talent? I think genuinely very good learnings for everyone. Rajesh sir, moving to you. So there's always this thing which all the panelists have touched on, organizational cohesion when it comes to having both kinds of people in the bank. So I wanted to understand, how does, in your experience, how should bank introduce dual career paths or dual career ladders to make sure that generalists and specialists work in a cohesive environment?
Thank you, Varun, and thank you, IBA, for the very selection of this very pertinent topic and having invited me here also. So I'll take clue from one of the this thing. I mean, earlier panel discussion wherein the MD of Bank of Baroda was telling that the organizational culture, the cultural integration is a must to have this cohesion. The cohesion is a case. I mean, there is no doubt and that we are going to have generalist or a specialist or not. That is well defined, considering our country is very well poised between the two challenges. One side we want to grow 5 trillion economy, and another side we want to have 100% financial inclusion. So branches will be there, and then technological innovations and developments will be also there. So we are promoting thrift in the rural masses. We are distributing small micro insurances, then social security also, Atal pension and on we are promoting. So we'll need generalists, and at the same time we'll be needing specialists also. That is undebatable. That is. So you have talked about cohesion. So I'll tell how we are doing. When in my previous stint at Bank of Baroda, CGM HR, and then EDHR here at this thing, Indian Bank. So this generalist, we are this thing, I mean, hiring them at junior management level or sometime at middle management level also. And specialists also, we are hiring them at middle management level and at the top also, like how you were telling that GM and CGM, the CC sir was touched, CC sir touched that, GM and CGM level also. So there they come, we make them pivot, and against around them they create their own teams, and some of our journalist officers go join them, and then functional competency is created. But challenge with them is that they are faced with some sort of wall. They have already had at CGM or GM level, so they don't see any visibility for further progression other than economic benefits, whatever they get by their appraisals and all. But when it comes to at the junior level or middle management level, so they have this thing aspiration to grow both. So one side, I mean, the journalist will think that that they are cannibalizing our posts, like how CC sir also touched. And again, then they said that there is a stumbling block. We are faced against a wall from after a particular cadre, we are not growing. So what at Bank of Baroda and again at Indian Bank is there. So up to scale 4, that is part of junior management group to middle management group. So they work in their distinct specialization cadre. Suppose somebody has been hired for credit, risk, compliances, IT, cyber. So they are kept there up to scale 4, so that they grow vertically. They deepen their understanding level. They grow on their expertises. They keep abreast themselves with the development in the industry, add on to their education, add on to their certification, and so they deliver to the covenants they are hired for. And at the same time, journalists are also catering to the large number of our brick and mortar branch and other setup, the 4-tier setup. Most of the banks are having branch, region, zones, and then corporate offices. But after scale 4, the convergence happens. So we joined them together, and at up to this level, some of the basic leadership covenants are followed, like ethical aspects, then customer centricity, collaborations, communications, and all. But after convergence, there is a unified their KRIs, KPIs, and the competencies they have to develop, they have to practice, and they have to grow. So those are again, the strategic thinking, innovations, and then risk management, then business impact. So from there, so there will be no antagonization and there will be no competition as such. You are all unified and growing together in the ladder. And both of them get benefited out of it. Cross-functional experience. So vertically you have grown, now you are growing laterally also. You are expanding on your breadth. So that is how that cohesion can be maintained. But yes, organizational behavior and this very cultural integration is a must. And there comes the role of the top management to keep those things cemented and let us not have any fallout out of it. Rather than cohesion is grows. That is all from my side.
Thank you, sir. I think we have to, call out when you talk about organizational cohesion, the two banks where you have served, sir, they are always called out for at least some examples of where laterals also have been integrated in some shape and form. The examples that you mentioned, I think the scale 4 inflection point is a very good learning for all of us. Dhanraj sir, I'll move back to you. I think, sir, we keep hearing, and the panelists also said that we are at an inflection point due to technology and everything that we need more specialists. We need fewer generalists. So then, when you think about this at IOB and earlier at Indian as well, without derailing the pipeline that you have for generalists, how do you then, consciously identify and groom leaders? And we could take special areas like credit risk, compliance. How do you do that?
Thank you. I think, as you rightly pointed out, we are reaching the inflection point. But at the same time, my point is that we cannot completely eliminate the domain experts. So we need the domain experts. We cannot eliminate the domain, but if we can elevate or make them a specialist. The domain, instead of elimination, we have to make them experts in specialist. So that only we need to do, as said by our Mr. Misraji as well as our Brijesh. So we need to identify the people at scale 3 level or scale 4 level, because almost all banks now introduce the job family concept. So when we are going for the job family in the generalist side, they want to themselves groom in the specialist areas. So it's a right time. It is surprised to see when even IOB also, in my earlier stint at Indian Bank also, when we wanted people in compliance or risk or CISO or even digital side also. So a lot of generalists, they opted for coming to the specialist areas to groom themselves in the specialist, so that one side the career path also protected, the other side is they want to group themselves in 1 or 2 specialist areas. So it's high time we need to encourage those people. Only thing is that we have to take little care to identify the people, the functional suitability, wherever we need, the functional suitability, their aptitude, their qualifications, all those things we need to take into consideration to groom people in the specialist area from the generalist domain. At the same time, as said by Misraji, we are taking a lot of people in the specialist areas. So their career path also to be protected that. So up to certain level they can come in the specialist areas, but after some time they have to be given exposure in the generalist area also to reach the top level, because the top leaders now, it is not only domain expertise required, but it's a combination of both domain as well as specialist people is really required nowadays, because the generalist, they will see the forest from the overall sea, they will see, but the specialist, they will see the tree from the deep rooted, because that much specialist is required. But we need, in the present context of the banking, in the banking era, the hybrid leaders, the generalist, specialist in few areas, the same way specialist in expertise in generalist areas also. Now we need to, for taking the next level banking, next level leaders is required, because one size is not fit for everywhere, because here now each position is need some kind of expertise people along with domain knowledge that is required, because it may vary from individual to individual, institution to institution. So with this, my point is that domain expert cannot be eliminated, but can be enhanced as a specialist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think Shishirji mentioned a point. If you know three things, you are a generalist. I think that is apt. So maybe we start with one and the person adds. Kalyan sir, I think we talked a lot about internally how the bank grooms. We talked about individuals and their choices. We also now talked about regimented plan where after scale 4 we move. There is one elephant in the room we have not addressed, which is lateral hiring. If I just take lateral hiring as a topic, and we understand the dynamics, etc., what is your view in terms of how leadership roles, can we get lateral hiring? Is it possible? External talent? And how do we balance versus homegrown?
Thank you, Varun. First of all, let me give you the context behind it. Previous decade in public sector bank is known as superannuation decade. Lot of people get superannuated, and due to flaws in the recruitment between a significant long time, we didn't have the leadership pipeline, and also public sector bank actually wake up late in terms of the structured grooming plan. That resulted into the, I will use word appropriately, the flawed career movement. We recruited specialist officer. Those specialist officer joined as a specialist officer, and there were career path up to certain level, and a generalist officer. The kind of expertise which bank require, the complete mix of the things that is lacking, first of all. And the way whole actually gamut has changed in recent days, particularly after 2020, you can say post-COVID, that customer choice have undergone sea change. And bank being business organization can't keep itself out of those changes which happen. Immediate need was to align with the requirement of those customers' change choices. Now customers want like Swiggy, like Zomato, the kind of services, they want services, banking services also there. Like Amazon, they want immediate services to them. And that was the need that immediately banks internally can't have those qualities. Therefore, lateral hiring is a must to plug the immediate gap of those skill sets requirement. And in that way, several public sector banks have recruited chief digital officer, chief risk officer, CISO, and why not so many chief analytical officers. All these emerging areas which are very much required for remaining relevant in the industry, we have to hire external talent immediately. And public sector banks simultaneously started a structured grooming plan. Almost all the public sector banks are on this job, and that will take time, minimum 5-10 years, to have sufficient number of internal talent available to meet the expectation of the organization. But simultaneously, if I analyze the situation of those external talent which was hired, actually what happened to them? Particularly, the organization got benefit out of them. But I will not blame any one side. It was actually big cultural difference under which those external people who have started career in private sector or other areas, when they came to public sector, actually lot of cultural differences, and they couldn't survive, I will tell you. You all know the examples available there. In public sector setup, we are bound to work under the regulations. We are highly regulated. All other organizations are also regulated. But we are born with this, that we have to comply with the CBC guidelines in terms of procurement or whatever, you know it better. The person whom we are hiring as a lateral, they also must change themselves or adapt themselves, adjust themselves towards the culture of the public sector setup. Equally, the organization where top leadership help them, the private sector lateral recruitee, to assimilate into the culture of the organization by the intervention of the top leadership. There, these examples were hugely successful, And those organizations got immensely benefited out of their talent. But when such kind of support, or there may be other regions also, was not there, it was absolutely failure to take the lateral hires. And they left because first panel discussion, if you can take out, they are after money, it is good. That is one motivation factor. But another, if they don't get opportunity to find sufficient opportunity to groom themselves to next level, they can't continue with you. So that in that way, actually providing the ecosystem where they also have equal opportunity to groom themselves, to take themselves to the next level, learn the public sector culture, which is hugely based upon the compliance, and any organization which want to remain for a longer period have to be compliant. Then only it can be sustainable. In that way, this culture, we have to provide them the opportunity and equal opportunity, we can say, to grow, and also the mentoring approach, hand-holding approach in the public sector setup, then we can get benefit of the lateral hires. And I feel there are several areas like channel financing area or equipment financing area, or so many emerging areas where internal know-how is not available with public sector bank. Even though they have opened, but the business things are not, we are not getting good business out of there. There we require lateral hire. It is requirement of public sector top management to see that the ecosystem is there where they can thrive, because it is need of the hour. But as long as you see the leading the organization, unless a person have idea of credit, risk, and also HR, several idea, that is actually with the general officer. And there is a survey also, Harvard study, I will quote, that 80% CEOs are from generalist background. In that way, because generalists are in a position to actually look at, to connect the dots, wherever their professional efficiency is actually reaching to the maximum level, a generalist can think over that and can get benefit because they have better understanding of the customer's requirement, organization's requirement, organization's vision. In that way, combination of these two would be successful, and then only we can get maximum benefit out of that lateral recruiting. Thank you, Varun.
Thank you so much. No, I think, sir, the lateral part is very, very clear. I think the culture, the integration, the role of top management, I think all the points have been touched upon. Shishir sir, I just wanted to understand from an FSIB perspective, now that you are seeing more and more specialists coming in, how is FSIB evolving their own assessment to better value such expertise which is more specific in nature?
Yes, the reply is a quite sensitive one. I'll try to navigate simply. The basic, we appoint MDs, CEO, EDs, chairman, DMD of banks, FIs, insurance companies in public sector. Looking into this wide varieties, of course, I'll talk another one. In a banking forum, there's a lot of discussions. You all might have seen in last 3 years, 2 to 3 years, you see the quality of the banks, the responses, the profitability, it has all improved immensely. So they're just discussing what might have been reason, all are trying to give one reason. I just stood up and say, the quality of personnel selected by earlier BBB or might be current FSIB is one of the reasons also. Because ultimately it's the human beings who carry the organizations. Now coming to the competencies, as you mentioned, what we see, decision-making ability, righteousness, punctuality, digital mindset, strategic quality, decision-making ability, all these are factors we usually see when we appoint in a bank at CGM level, GM level, senior officers level. Similarly, as per the government guidelines, we usually see the technical knowledge, the general qualities, economic knowledge, digital mindset, and overall personality. This is clearly defined from government's point of view. Now, when you asked what are the evolving field, since the field is evolving, The quality of officials are evolving. We're also getting generalist officer as well as specialist officers. So before conducting any interview, a specialist team conducts BEI, personality test, followed by interview. In the interview panel itself, the people have been asked to ask questions on specific areas, behavioral as well as strategic areas. Lot many interaction with them, how to ask questions on those focused areas, because ultimately you are going to select a person who will be the hem of a bank, number one position and number two positions, which is going to contribute something to this country and the organization itself. So we are also evolving. If required, we intervene, try to change the system like we have done recently, so that a type of quality report will get. The report will indicate the area in which the person is the best. That indicates. It's as per their own assessments. That also helps while putting some courage. In addition to that, to develop those persons, we conduct leadership development program by FSIB, which is in association with IBA, thanks to IBA. I'll put you a simple figure perspective this time. Currently, 2 weeks back, there was an inauguration of LDP. You will be surprised to know all the 12 public sector banks, 5 FIs officers are attending that. They have been selected. The screening process was such that out of 2,492 officials, DGM, GM, CGM, finally 78 officers have been selected. You say selected, nominated, whatever it is. The basic purpose is to select a pipeline, a leadership pipeline, to groom them in that direction. That's the basic purpose. We have been doing it since 2019-20, and this process has been recently replicated in the public sector organizations like HPCL, BPCL, ONGC, etc., 6 months back. Same process. It's a 9-month rigorous training. Here the importance is, it's a selected area. The selection process is very complicated, and the purpose is to create a leadership. Same thing we also try to do DDP, directors, for the directors. The directors training we allow all as per the government guideline. The basic purpose is again same, to create a competencies, try to improve the boardroom applications, and ultimately development is the economy. So these are the basic lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Shishiji. And I saw how you carefully navigated the answer by staying in line. Last question, Brajesh sir, I wanted to understand, and you mentioned this very briefly, but have you seen, or what are the models that you have seen on job rotation which have worked? Are there models that in your experience across the two organizations which genuinely are allowing people to get this diverse experience?
Thank you, Varun. Specifically speaking, as per nomenclature, there are no models we practice, but yes, if you go by book, so there are some models which are being practiced by progressive PSBs. One such model I can name is the T-shape career path model, wherein when people are left or kept in their specific domains, suppose some generalist is there, then he's working cross-functional, but specifically speaking about specialists, they're kept in their own domain so that they grow vertically, the stem of the T you see. And then after such time, they are given to the adjacent job roles or compatible job roles so that they grow in their breadth also and develop cross-functional compatibilities. So that is one, wherein they're kept in a definite role for some time, they are mentored also, and then their progress are not merely adjudged by their stay in those stints, but by the deliverables while they are coming up with and their adaptability, and then their progression is decided based on that. That is one such model. And no name, I'm not very sure. And then another thing that is that project specific also. Sometimes we give some specific projects, especially in ITs and all. No? So you are given with, suppose, mobile application we have to develop, or some digital journeys we have to go through, adopt. So project-specific rotations also happen. So one after one product, then you go to another product, different type of products, not only digitally, but suppose some processes, some product you are designing, there also some rotation happens. And again, rotation is required by CBC guidelines also. Due to that, the compliance aspect also we have to rotate people at sensitive positions, and by that compliance way, we develop cross-functional competencies also, and at the same time, succession planning is also taken care. So most of the time, people are in the job family, but they go cross-functional. So that is how it is done.
I think without naming it, you've said T-shape, project, and compliance. So three models you have said without naming them. So that brings us, thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing very real experience from all their organizations about this. Maybe we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. So I'll just see if any Q&A for anyone. No, I think it was very self-explanatory. So thank you again. Thank you so much for sharing the inputs. Thank you.
Thank you indeed to our distinguished panelists for such an enlightening and dynamic conversation. May I request our speaker to stay back for a group photo, please? Thank you, everyone. We kindly request you to be with us as we set the stage for the next session. I request all the delegates to be seated. We will take 1 or 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our next segment. It gives me great pleasure to now invite our platinum partner, National Insurance Company Limited, to share a brief presentation with us. May I kindly request Mr. Atul Malhotra, Regional Manager NICL, to join us on the stage and take us through the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Krishna. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce ourselves as one of the largest insurance company in India, which is managing the topmost non-government scheme with IBA for the last 5 years. Krishna has given me a tough task to introduce. After the post-lunch sessions are always sleepy ones. So I would request if my presentation bothers anyone who is taking a nap, you may continue to take that one. Thank you, all of you. A small introduction to India's oldest general insurance company. We are national insurance, the wholly owned by the government of India. It started operations in 1906, a 108-year-old company. NICL underwrites a health premium of 7,000 crores, which is almost 50% of the company's total portfolio. IBA continues to be a major and prestigious client for NICL, and it is a matter of honor for us that it is the 5th continuous year we have been associated with IBA year after year. Our relationships are getting stronger after every year. NICL operates through approximately 800 offices and is supported by a workforce of more than 7,000 employees and a network of more than 50,000 agents across India. We have a comprehensive array of general insurance products, varying from health, engineering, fire, marine, driven by agents, broker, bank assurance, and other channels. The journey of NICL and IBA over the years. The journey started in 2021. Year after year, every new addition and new things have been added, which has been a value addition into this scheme. 2021 had the inception of policy during the outbreak of the COVID. National managed the COVID impact also, onboarded the merged banks into these policies, maneuvered through various regulations to streamline the claim experience. You will appreciate it was not an easy time. 2021-22, the impact of COVID subsided, but was very evident. 22-23, NICL, in consultation with IBA, incorporated the one bank, one TPA approach for improved servicing to the banks. As all the bank's HR officials are here, they will appreciate it has eased out the work for most of the bank's HR teams. 23-24, introduction of specified policy conditions for retiree policies, extension of employees' policies at the bank's request, and introduction of cashless everywhere, which was launched by the IRDA and implemented by National in IBA. 24-25, a big revolution. Restructuring of policy conditions, ushering parity between the employees and retirees' policies. You all will appreciate for the first time, the premium of the retirees was drastically reduced to accommodate most of the people who have been retired. All credit goes to IBA for this brainstorming session. Inception of digitization of claim processing. Friends, in each of the policy year, we almost covered 24 lakh lives across entire geography of India. More than 6 lakh claims are settled every policy year. Year after year, the numbers are increasing and settlement is getting better and better. NICL has been able to deliver to lakhs of satisfied customers with the help of healthy ecosystem designed in support with the IBA. The collective bargaining of health insurance by IBA ensures the banking community that is being serviced out one of the most open-minded policy at an attractive price. This could not have been possible without all the banks falling under one umbrella of IBA. It is the spirit of the IBA that they have all the public sector banks and other banks, 23 banks, and there are more than 100 policies to cater to the employees, requiring different requirements at the different stages. It is the brainchild of the IBA to accommodate not only the employees with limited sum insured, but with the top-up also. And on the other hand, they have been taking very good care of the retirees year after year. These are the areas of concern for policyholders. This policy has been running year after year in a most effective and efficient way. If the role of the IBA can't be diluted under it, we would like to just thank the Chief Executive IBA, Goel sir, Deputy Chief Executive Mr. Murli Bhagat, Senior Advisor Mr. Brijesha Sharma, without whose support this policy could not have run for 5th consecutive year and in such an effective and efficient way. A big round, I expect the House for a big round of applause for the team of IBA for managing such an effective policy for the 5th consecutive year. These are a few areas of concern of the policyholders. Awareness about insurance, perception on coverage is at times affected by presuppositions around insurance. Cashless utilization can be higher than the current level. We are working in tandem with the bank's HR for increasing the cashless. Medical inflation, it is a matter of concern for all individuals, whether they are covered under individual policy or the group policy. Surging costs of healthcare is a matter of concern, affecting negatively the coverage to the policyholder. Rising claim size. This is one of the main concerns. Size of claim have increased with the sum insured being remained almost steady, although the corporate buffer mitigate this issue, but only to up to some extent. Tens of thousands of policy holders every year faces this problem of exhaustion of the sum insured. It is a thought process that in the times to come, IBA in consultation with the stakeholders may have think about the increase in sum insured for the stakeholders. Logistics. Pan-India coverage affects the collection, processing, and payment of claims. IBA has come out with the idea of digitization. We are working on it, and the bank's team is also monitoring it. Very likely, we may have a better TAT if that thing actually materializes in a time to come. The data which we have analyzed, which we want that on this ground we should share, data over the last couple of years indicates the rise of lifestyle diseases, including cardiac and eye disorder. This data is confined only to the employees, not to their dependents. This is a matter of concern as it is a HR conclave. We thought we should share it out. There are almost 1 lakh cases of diabetes among employees only, which are the claims every year. There are 20,000 minimum cardiac cases and equal number of the cataract cases when it comes to the employees every year. We need and hope in the times to come, with this new initiative taken in the HR conclave, these type of stress levels are reduced in the employees in the bank. A few of the steps taken by National Insurance, NICL has agreed to process the claims up to a specified limit based on submission of soft copies of the claim document. It is going to be a revolutionary step. An application and portal are already in the process of development, sponsored by IBA and the constituent banks. Hospital network. Negotiations with existing network hospitals to further bring down the cost of the treatment, offer packages other than the pre-existing packages. This will reduce the outgo cost for the members and as well as for the insured. Expansion in hospital network. More than 13,000 hospitals across Pan-India are offering cashless treatment to the IBA policyholders. Cashless everywhere. The initiative initiated by IRDA, the TPS have been advised to empanel all willing hospitals under cashless everywhere, which will be taken care of by the NIC. Facilitation of cashless treatment in non-network hospitals is on rise. Cases are getting honored based on the hospital's acceptance. We are working towards increasing this number. We want more and more of the cashless cases to be settled every year. In last, we had the quick settlement of claims with quantum less than 1 lakh. We are doing a periodic monitoring of the TPAs You must have realized in this current year, the thing have improved further because of this new initiative taken by the IBA. There's a continuous expansion in the size of team servicing the policies. We are taking on board the value addition experts to improve the services. We are working on enhanced grievance redressal system for early settlement of issues. This policy has been effectively being run for the 5th year. We would like to thank all the HR representatives of the respective bank, without whose support this policy could not have run even for one day. At last, we would just like to mention, दुआ ये नहीं कर सकता कि तूफान ना आए, दुआ ये नहीं कर सकता कि तूफान ना आए, दुआ ये भी नहीं कर सकता कि किश्ती डगमगाए, यकीन ये दिलाता हूँ मगर हम साया बन के मुश्किल से निकल जाएं हम नेशनल इंश्योरेंस के साथ. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and crisp presentation. We appreciate NICL's gesture for acknowledging IBA's role. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have a short and insightful presentation from our gold partner, CRISIL. May I request Mr. Miren Lodha, Senior Director, CRISIL Intelligence, to please join us on the stage and take it forward. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Glad to be here. Thank you, IBA, for this opportunity. Quick introduction first. I'm Miren Lodha, and I lead the CRISIL One Academy. Apart from that, I also look at the research and data and analytics verticals at CRISIL. Before I jump into the content, let me just do a bit of context setting. So what I'll do is, I'll talk about some of the emerging trends that we see in the banking space. When I say emerging trends, what I mean is, trends which are relevant more from a learning and development lens. So those are the things that I'll speak about today. Now, while I get into that, let me just give you an introduction to CRISIL One Academy. So we are one of the key partners, upskilling partners for all banks and non-banks in India when it comes to upskilling in the core functional or domain areas like credit, risk management, wealth, treasury, and even sustainability. The objective with which we work is to bring in all of CRISIL's knowledge, including our proprietary frameworks, data, market insights, and real-life case studies into the curriculum that we use to upskill the participants. We work with possibly every large bank in India on the upskilling side, be it on the public sector banks or the private sector banks. Now what this does is, this gives us a very good ringside view of all the developments which are happening in the banking industry. It also gives us a good sense of the challenges, the developments, and the best practices used by the L&D or the HR teams. Now, this is exactly what I intend to share with you over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So the first one I'll talk about is the change in the borrower's business environment. I'm sure we've heard this term many times in the recent past. We heard it in one of the morning sessions as well. The fact is, it's becoming increasingly volatile, complex. I'll just give you some examples, correct? You look at commodity prices. I mean, we've seen, natural gas prices change by almost 100% in a span of 1 year. You look at crude, last 2-3 months from 80 to less than 60 and now back to 65, 70. So things move very fast in terms of any macro parameter, commodity prices. And then there are these geopolitical flare-ups or conflicts which are happening in various parts of the world. So we have the Russia-Ukraine war. We've got conflicts in the Middle East. Back home here, I think, with what's happened in Kashmir, things don't look good either, correct? So we've also had a volatile border. So, the situation, VUCA, I think, is the right way to describe this. While we've heard this term recently, this term is not new. I think you'll be surprised. This was first coined somewhere in 1987. Obviously, it's not been more relevant than it's there in the today's context. What this means for a bank and its core functions, which is credit and risk, I think the first thing is trend extrapolations don't work now. Past is not a good indicator of future, which means you can't be looking at numbers and then trying to extrapolate them into the future. Strong domain understanding, having knowledge of the borrower's business environment, how the underlying business dynamics play out, I think that becomes extremely, extremely important. What we've seen over the years, and I think this trend has been playing out over the last 3 to 5 years, a lot of banks, and private sector banks started with this, but I think we're seeing this on the public sector side as well. In core functions like credit, you see sector specialization gaining momentum. For some of the key sectors where there's huge exposure, be it the NBFCs, real estate, these are sectors where you have separate team of credit officers who understand the domain really well and then are able to take far more informed decisions. So this is the first trend. I think, let me go to the second one. This is equally interesting. So, we are ushering into the digital age. We are getting into the next phase. What's happening is, last decade or so, there's been tremendous amount of data which has become available. So you've got tons and tons of data being generated by banks themselves. And then there's another set of data which is available with the customers, with the borrowers. Now, on one side, you have this data which is becoming available. On the other hand, the tools that can consume this data and come up with predictive analytics, come up with insights, they are getting more and more sophisticated. So you've had tools like R, Python, you've got machine learning tools. Now, with Gen AI coming in, there's ability to consume unstructured textual data as well, and then churn out insights. So you've got these developments. Now what's happening is, every bank, has a plan, has a roadmap to sort of go ahead, use this across functions. What I am seeing, and which is more relevant from a learning perspective, is banks are also looking at decentralizing this. They want to democratize the use of these tools, which means you don't want central teams to lead these initiatives. You want business functions, business guys to sort of drive these initiatives, which means they need to have a knowledge of all these tools. Many public sector banks that I speak to, within risk management teams, you've now got experts who understand R and Python really well, and they're able to come up with specific use cases that leverage on these tools and the data which is available with the banks. What becomes important is now you want to ensure that this skill is more widespread within the banks, and more importantly, these are very broad areas. You don't want them to become techies, but you want them to understand enough of these tools to be able to go back and apply in their specific use cases. And another area which becomes important with this is the entire data governance and the cybersecurity angle. Because, with Gen AI, machine learning, some of these situations or scenarios where you have data leakages happening, that could be a higher possibility. So you want awareness within the organization on how do you avoid such leakages, and how do you, how are you creating a culture of being more sensitive towards data protection? So that's the other area where we believe, there's a lot of focus in terms of training and upskilling employees. I'll come to the final and possibly the most interesting one. I think all training, all upskilling programs need to be adapted to the audience. I think the audience is now going to be Gen Zs. I've said they are 27% in workforce. I think this number is going to swell. So within the next 3 years, we'll have 40% of employees being Gen Zs. And if you look at the training audience, obviously because these will be at the entry and the mid-level, if I look at the audience that is being trained, the proportion will be far higher. Now, at times I come across arguments like, Gen Zs are not eager to learn. I don't think that's the case. I mean, if you look at some of the stats here on the screen, Gen Zs are proactive learners. In my own experience, and I handle a large team, I've got a team of more than 300 people working with me. Gen Zs are, they're very, very proactive learners. They expect their employers to impart them formal trainings. More importantly, they are keen to get functional domain trainings, hard skills. Obviously, the attention span is going down. But as I said, the training methodologies have to adapt to the audience and not the other way around, where the audience adapts to the training approach. So what works really well in our experience is, we've tried a few things. I think the entire flipped learning approach, and there's a lot of literature available around this online. I'll not get into too much details. But flipped learning is something which works really well with Gen Zs. What we do is, we don't do any conceptual teaching in classrooms. Concepts are all done through self-paced. And when they come into the classroom, it's all experiential learning, problem solving, group exercises, working hands-on on case studies. So that's what we do in classrooms. Finally, I think, with Gen Zs, it's the social media age. This is the social media, mobile-first generation. So, you want to give them recognition. You want to ensure they are able to go and flaunt their recognitions. So one thing which has worked really well for us is the entire concept of digital badges. So I think with this, I conclude my presentation. I think these were just 2-3 things which I thought, I'm at least able to see these as the evolving trends, and I'll share these with you. If there are any further thoughts, I'll be happy to catch up separately offline after the presentation. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lodha, for the crisp presentation. Moving on, we now take a moment to felicitate Mr. Manu Pandey, DGM Canara Bank, and Mr. Sarvanan, DGM Canara Bank, for their significant contributions. May I request Mr. Shankar Raman, Advisor HR, Indian Banks Association, to lead the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Krishna. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all dignitaries here and delegates who have come to today's conclave. All of you are aware that 12th bipartite and 9th joint note on the wage revision were signed on 8th of March 2024, of course in the same hall. Consequent to that, necessary amendments in the Officer Service Regulation and Bank Employees Pension Regulation have got to be effected. The government issued NOC to implement the provisions of the wage settlement, pending amendments to these two new regulations. For the sake of providing consistency and uniformity in giving effect to the provisions of the settlement in these two regulations, with the approval of our managing committee, we engage the services of 2 industry experts to undertake this job. I am glad to introduce Mr. P. Saravanan and Mr. Manu Pandey. Both of them are DGM from Canara Bank. While taking this opportunity to profusely thank them from my heart for their valuable contribution in meticulously drafting the amendments to be made in both these two regulations. I take this opportunity to thank the top management of Canara Bank to spare their services for this noble task, the benefit of which is derived by the entire industry. Now I request our Chief Executive, Goyalji, to come on dais, please, to hand over a letter of appreciation. And I request Mr. Saravanan and Manu Pandey to come on dais to receive the same. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We now welcome our academic partner, Indian School of Business, to share a brief presentation. May I invite Ms. Garima Kakkar, Senior Associate Director, to please join the stage and share the insights, please. Over to you, ma'am. May we request our delegates present outside the hall to kindly enter the room so that we can start the presentation, please. We once again request the delegates who are present outside to kindly take your seats inside the conference room, please, as we are about to start our next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go for the next session. May I request Madam to take it further?
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Garima, and I'm here representing the Indian School of Business. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here at the HR Conclave 2025. And I'm excited to share how Indian School of Business, through our strategic partnership with the Indian Banks Association, is shaping future leaders for the banking sector and beyond. ISB started off with a vision to be internationally top-ranked, research-driven, and independent management institution that grooms future leaders for India and the world. And we take a lot of pride in what we have achieved till now. We stand, as per the latest Financial Times ranking, we stand #1 in India, #2 in Asia, and are ranked amongst the top 30 global schools in the world for our MBA and also our executive education programs. What sets us apart is our globally renowned faculty, our thought leadership grounded in research, and a deep understanding of the emerging markets. We are proud, definitely proud to be amongst the top 30 schools in the world, and we are also proud to be a part of the elite group who call ourselves Triple Crown because we have the American and the European accreditations with us. That's the AACSB, EQUIS, and the AMBA accreditation that make us Triple Crown, and we are amongst the top 100 global schools who have this kind of accreditation. With 2 campuses in Hyderabad and Mohali, we operate as one unified school, delivering the same high-quality education, culture, and academic rigor across both campuses. This consistency ensures a seamless learning experience and a shared culture of excellence that we stand for. At ISB, our faculty portfolio is very uniquely structured. We have a good mix of research active faculty. We also attract top scholars from the Global B schools, and we have industry leaders who join us as clinical faculty. Our faculty also lead in both research and instruction, regularly publishing in top-tier journals and driving curriculum innovation. ISB is extremely proud of our partners in the BFSI sector. Of course, as I said, this is just one of the sectors that we work with, but we are extremely proud of these partnerships and are cementing these partnerships even further with cutting-edge research being embedded into the academic curricula for all these partners and the new partners that we bring into our fold. Our learning solutions for our partners are truly full stack. We have end-to-end interventions aligned with organization strategy. We offer customized programs for enterprise, for global capability centers, for government and public sector enterprises, and also for individuals. For individuals, our programs are advanced leadership programs. These are short duration programs. We also have comprehensive leadership programs, which are like a leadership journey, and CXO level interventions. All these programs are designed to build relevant, future-ready skills with flexible and modular formats. At the core of our academic strength at ISB lies robust research. Our faculty produced 101 high-impact publications last year alone, covering domains like financial inclusion, innovation in banking, and governance. These insights feed directly into our teaching and our partnerships. A recent research spotlight comes from our Institute of Data Science focused on quantum resilient banking. As quantum computing becomes a reality, its cybersecurity implications for the BFSI sector are immense. Our findings indicate an urgent need for preparedness, training, and strategic post-quantum cryptography adoption over the next foreseeable future. I'll pause here for a minute to allow you to scan the QR code in case you're interested in viewing the report. The QR code here allows you a direct access to the report, please. And I would also like to mention that this report is as recent as the first week of April. We have just made it public during this month. Moving on, the partnership that brings us here. So for the IBA, our collaboration with IBA is a strategic initiative aimed at elevating leadership in the Indian banking. We've co-designed CXO learning series tailored for CHROs, CFOs, CTOs, CROs, Chief Information Security Officers, and their deputies, enabling them to lead with vision, adaptability, and strategic foresight. So far, through the IBA partnership, we've been able to cover about 155 senior leaders across 10 cohorts. The feedback of these programs has been extremely encouraging for us. It reflects our commitment to excellence, personalization, and relevance in every program that we have delivered for these people. We are proud of the banks and the leaders that we have had the privilege of working with. Our recent programs have fostered rich dialogue, practical learning, and valuable networks, cementing ISB-IBA partnership as a future-shaping partnership. Thank you. This slide just reflects a few moments from the programs that we have delivered for the participating banks through the IBA program. I thank you for your interest and attention to this presentation, and we look forward to working towards building more such transformative partnerships to prepare leaders for challenges and opportunities for tomorrow. Thank you. Please feel free to get in touch with us on these coordinates. We are also available on our website, which is isb.edu. Or you could take down these coordinates. We would be happy to have a further dialogue with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kakkar, for sharing your insights. Gentlemen and ladies, please give us a moment to set up the stage for the upcoming segment, please. And kindly stay with us. We will just take 1 or 2 minutes more. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our third panel discussion on the topic, Preparing for AI-driven workforce, HR's role in reskilling and workforce planning. Please join me in welcoming the leaders to the panel. Mr. Vinay Razdan, CHRO, HDFC Bank. Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Chief General Manager, HR State Bank of India. Ms. Archana Shirur, CHRO, Yes Bank. Ms. Pooja Mirchandani, President and CHRO, CRISIL. And leading this session as moderator, Mr. Akash Chatterjee, MD and Partner, BCG. Over to you, Mr. Chatterjee.
Thank you very much. Very warm, literally a very warm good afternoon to all of us. And it's a pleasure to be on this panel with all of you. Thank you so much. I'll maybe take 30 seconds to just put this in the context of some data, and then we'll open the panel up. So traditionally, for any employee going through a 30-year life cycle, tech trends or significant tech shifts would not be more than 2 to 3 through their entire life cycle. That over the course of the last decade now has probably become 6 to 8. With AI, it's anyone's guess, right? It could be as much as 50, even 100 through a 30-year life cycle. So I think that is one that when we used to traditionally or still think about upskilling, reskilling, the pace of that has dramatically shifted and is only going to get exaggerated. A couple of data points for us. BCG runs this annual global talent report. One of the statistics that stood out, which should not surprise us, is that 4 out of 5 respondents are aware and acknowledge that their job is going to significantly change. Not go away, but significantly change. 4 out of 5. So 80% of the respondents across the world. And of course, there were variances, but that's a ballpark number for us. A couple of data points on India now. So at one end, we're saying 4 out of 5 believe their jobs will change. We also did this study along with NASSCOM, where we looked at skillability. Across the world, India, #1 in AI adoption. India, #1 in the reskillability index, which is essentially the talent pool available to be reskilled, upskilled. So at one end, most of the jobs everyone knows, believes is going to change. At the other end, we have a massive talent pool and there is great adoption in our country. So that's where we are currently. It's not something where we are going to be, where we already are. With that context, I'm just going to open, and maybe I'll start with a common question to each of us, one by one, and Vinay, if I could start with you. In your experience within your bank, what is that one challenge / opportunity that you see from the point of AI and the learning associated with it?
Good evening to all of you. Can people at the back hear me? Just raise your hands if you can, so I know that, or you can take a nap if you want, that's your choice. I also want to just make a request. Can you turn on the air conditioning? It's very warm there on the stage. But it's meant to be warm or hot, I don't know, but if you could just help out, that'll be nice. So I think what Akash really talked about is the pace of technology and the changes that it brings with itself. There was a time 20, 30 years back when people experienced technology when they joined an organization, because the society was at a different level of technological evolution. Today, it has reversed. The kind of consumer-grade experiences you have as a member of the society or as a customer, you are finding the organizational pace actually slow, in terms of upgrades and the kind of variety and kind of depth that you seek in the technology. But from strictly speaking, from a HR point of view, I think the challenge for HR has, in a way, remained the same. Our job, fundamentally, in a very simple and uncomplicated manner, is to have the right talent in the right numbers with the necessary skills and capabilities to deliver on the job. This is the fundamental ask from the HR function, that you get people from outside. And in our context, it becomes important. When I say our context, I mean, I want to draw a distinction between private sector organizations and others. Rajiv here represents SPI, and the distinction is primarily on the parameter of talent leakage. So with 2 lakh plus workforce, even if you have a 20% attrition, you're talking about 40,000 people to be hired annually. And if you have to hire 40,000 and you do 1:5 kind of a ratio or 1:4, you're talking about upwards of 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh people to be assessed and taken through whatever. And then they come with their varied backgrounds and varied experiences, educational qualifications. How do you baseline them? How do you get them productive day one? That is the challenge. So from HR standpoint, I think that continues to remain. With advent of AI, what has changed is the means available to you to deliver on the challenge. And I think in that sense, what we expect people to do, we have technology to do it for us. And the advantage there is that it can do it in a standardized manner. I mean, take a simple thing of visiting campuses and hiring people. You have panels and they go, and at the end of the day, different people have their own biases, prejudices, and they are exercising decisions of hiring. So whatever you do in terms of level of standardization that you may still want to bring in, you still have challenges, you know. So technology in that sense makes it a level playing ground and makes it very, very standardized kind of operation. So the biggest challenge continues to be that. And the biggest opportunity is that if you're getting thousands of people into your organization, how can you assess them, baseline the assessment from a proficiency to deliver on the job point of view, and therefore in the shortest time possible, skill them up so that their ability to be productive as close to their day of joining is there. I think that is the opportunity as I see.
So the scale of it, and then using that as an opportunity. Rajiv, if I could just build on the same that Vinay said, how do you see that from the perspective of a very large public sector organization? What is that challenge which could potentially be an opportunity using AI?
A very good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, Akash, I totally agree what Vinay said, that in HR, what we need to see is getting the right skills for the right kind of job. And a public sector bank where we have large number of people, and normally we don't have that attrition issue. What our biggest challenge in this, let me put it like this. One of the speakers today said that today technology is changing at a frightening speed. He used the word frightening. And that is the fact all of us know. So our people are very good in domain knowledge. But when technology is changing at this speed, and when we have so much change happening around us, we need to reskill, upskill our people every time. And that is needed in a large organization that, like us, that is needed at scale and at speed. We cannot afford to lose time. We cannot afford to do it on a lower scale. So both scale and speed is important for us. So that is one of the challenge which I see in this era of daily changes in the technology, especially the AI thing. But the opportunity you see, if you are going to adopt AI and you will have to do that, your job roles are going to change. So all those regular static kind of jobs like reconciliation or even underwriting, all these can go at the back end on technology, and more people can be freed for relationship banking or front end where human touch is required. You can get these people, but then this is an opportunity which we see, but we will have to take all people culturally with us. AI has to come as a culture in the organization. Acceptability among the people. So upskilling, reskilling at scale, at speed, and imbibing it as a culture. This is the need of the hour, and this we can convert as an opportunity after changing the roles.
Sure. Yeah, I hear you, Rajiv. And if I could now move to you, Archana, from your vantage point at Yes. What is that one challenge which you see could potentially be an opportunity for us?
Thanks, Akash. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here with all of you. I think I'll take a segue from what Rajiv said. I think it's, we think of AI as a technological shift, and it is a technology shift and, coming at us real fast. But it is a cultural and a mindset shift also, right? And I think that's the critical piece, especially in HR. I think most organizations, and when I talked about, hiring at a pace, so the good news also is that a lot of our new hires, people at the front line, the younger population, they're all digital natives, right? So their adaptability to AI is really quick. And so if we really think about that as the backdrop, I think it's a great opportunity, but it also requires, and Rajiv I think alluded to this, it also requires the human capabilities to be kept in mind, right? AI will not do all of it for you. So areas such as, I would say, critical thinking, creativity, right? Empathy, all of that rolled into one and being nurtured along with implementing AI, I think is where the challenge lies.
So after hearing three bankers, and Pooja, you yourself have been a banker, but in the role you're in now at CRISIL, how do you see this challenge play out? What's a potential opportunity?
So good afternoon, everyone. I'll just build on the perspectives of the co-panel members. So banking hallucination remains, so to say. So the biggest challenge and also the opportunity that at least we saw at the onset of when Gen AI started becoming more popular was because of the pace of evolution, the frightening pace that Rajiv mentioned, it was getting a bit difficult to accurately understand the impact that it's going to have and in which pocket. So essentially, the work on strategic workforce planning became a lot more prominent. And it became inevitable that everybody really spent the needed time, because that took into consideration inputs across the spectrum, macro, micro business, and we could get down decoding it. So that was huge opportunity. The second is, I think very often than not, with such a massive shifts that's needed, we often do not spend enough time on change management. So that was the second piece that I saw, that if one would spend time more at the onset, the journey could become a bit more smooth. Thank you.
So I think for what we've heard across, and all of these points are fairly linked to each other, right? You're talking about scale, you're talking about efficiency, you're talking about the culture needed. But let me now flip this for each of us. And Vinay, if I could again start with you. What are those one or two things or strategies that you are seeing play out within HDFC in tackling this skilling at scale quickly and efficient and effectively?
I think, what you mentioned early on, the pace at which things are changing, and therefore the internal rate of change within the organization is also going up. I think in the past decade, if you really see, the fintechs have played their role, the banks have become much more digitally savvy, the customers are much more digitally savvy, large number of transactions are happening digitally nowadays. So that also, implies at the back end that you need to upskill your employees. So to that extent, what we have done is that at entry levels, we have 3-4 tie-ups. We have a tie-up with the Manipal Global Skills Academy. We have tie-up with their BFSI arm also, where we run a Future Bankers program. We have a tie-up with NIIT. We also have a tie-up with MIT. So we are trying to get people into the workforce who are already skilled up. and they are familiar with your processes and policies. So when they hit the deck running. That is one attempt. Second is that we have invested significantly in a very cutting edge learning platform. We call it Empower. It was currently it's offered by Cornerstone globally. It was earlier Edcast, where it is the learning experience kind of a platform, where it's Netflix kind of a experience. If you go there and if you say that I want to improve your negotiating skills, for example, your own negotiating skills, and I want to test it, so it'll give you some pointers. Then it'll simulate an environment in which you test those skills up, and then it'll tell you where you could have improved better, and you can, do it on and on in an iterative fashion to improve your skills. Alternatively, we also have enough content on that platform, including regulatory, including process, including policy, and learning paths are defined for major roles. So a person getting on there wants to skill himself or herself up for a different role, would immediately get to know what are the things that the person should have access to. And there could be a learning journey planned for the individual, which is entirely employee-led in that sense. So these are some of the things that we are doing at scale, which has helped us in adopting whatever digital processes that we have as a bank over the last few years.
Thanks. I think, you talked about the partnerships. You spoke about the Netflix-like learning, and then the clarity and the definition of the journeys and the paths, right? So at the scale. But Rajiv, one of the things you said when you were...
I just want to, make one additional point. Learning succeeds when it is pull-based learning, not push-based learning. So you have to make the whatever your offerings are in a manner that a person is able to navigate and is able to pull whatever he or she wants to pull.
Right.
If you're able to create something like that, it has a higher chance of adoption.
Cannot agree more. Rajiv, one of the things you mentioned was that attrition has not typically been a challenge for us. Now, the scale at which you are, and attrition is not a challenge, what you end up having is a hugely diverse workforce. People who spend decades and people who spend days and months. So how do you manage that significant dichotomy when you look at skilling at scale with speed on AI, Gen AI, and associated stuff?
Yeah, that is what. Yeah, so that is what I tried to explain, Akash, is we have a full-fledged training system which is centralized in vision, what we call it, centralized in vision, but decentralized in operations or executions, you can say. We have a full-fledged department which we call Strategic Training Unit. And that is headed by a senior officer, senior to the rank of Chief General Manager. So this STU creates the vision. This STU creates the entire journey, how to go about it, and then it is operationalized, execution down the line. We have our own training centers, for both online and offline execution of this reskilling journeys, upskilling journeys, whatever you call it. We have 7 Apex training institutes, 51 learning centers, what we call. Apart from that, we have a online platform wherein an employee can go and seek his own journey. Our entire strategy of learning is based on 3 pillars. First is role-based learning. So, as everybody is aware, in most of the public sector banks, especially in State Bank, we create expertise within our cadre. So, across verticals, people are required to work. From one vertical to another vertical to third, fourth. So once somebody goes into a role, he feels he is lacking something, we have mapped that role with the skills required. So if he has to acquire that skill, he can acquire that skill. So we have that role-based learning model. Apart from this role-based learning model, the second pillar is this AI-driven learning module, which we have introduced online, where all these, what Vinay mentioned, is gamification and personalization learning, personalized learning, and all these are available, which a person, an employee can go and get it, learn anywhere, anytime. Again, we have tie-ups with many apex institutes of the country, where we send our people, send our employees for this learning for the niche areas. Our people go to IIMs, ISBs. So we have tie-up with all these institutes. And one more important aspect I would like to tell, the third pillar is incentivizing the learnings in performance. So we have incorporated it in our performance management system. If somebody has done his role-based certifications, role-based, and he has completed the entire reskilling part, it's incorporated in his performance for the year. So adaptability increases with this. So this is
how do you incentivize?
We normally incentivize, you see, what performance management system, when we call, we rate them on different traits. Performance is one, business performance comes one. So say, for example, the entire grading is based on, say, 100%, so 70% or 80% comes from business performance, 10% comes from his behavioral traits, 5% comes from somewhere else. So we have incentivized, we have kept this 5% for role-based learnings.
Interesting. I think strong resonance across both of you, right? Partnerships, you spoke about pull-based learning, you spoke about the learner can seek his or her own journey. And then you also talked about how you close the loop through this incentivization.
Yeah.
Someone who you reward, recognize, right? Archana, if we move to you, and again, if as Yes Bank scales, and you have a strong digital priority or mindset, right? How do you look at your workforce of the future from a planning for that organization, the capability of the individuals in that organization? What is that lensing you take as HR?
Yeah, thanks, Akash. I think just before I answer the question, I would like to say something. One is that early bird doesn't necessarily get the worm in this case, because I think there's a bit of a rush in HR to do everything AI. And I honestly believe, and we took a look at it ourselves, we took a step back to say, where are we as an organization? What's our preparedness? What does the workforce current skills look like? And therefore, how ready are we? What are the business imperatives? Which are the areas where investment in AI and HR will actually, get us the results that we're looking for and aid business growth eventually, right? So if I have a 5-year strategy for business, how does my AI HR strategy actually dovetail, right? So that's one of the things that we definitely took a step back and looked at. We also do use Cornerstone, so I won't kind of repeat that, what Vinay said. But yeah, we are also investing now, and I think this is also linked to what I think Rajiv and Vinay spoke about, which is the predictive career pathing, right? And I think Vinay also talked about pull versus push. So me sort of, owning my career, and how can AI and HR actually help me with that? How can predictive career pathing happen? How can the system tell me, okay, this is the kind of experience that you've had, these are the roles that you've done, this can be the next role for you, what are the learning requirements of this role, what are the certification requirements, and then the organization system enabling you to be able to move in that direction, right? So what I called a fancier word is talent marketplace. I think that's an area that we are certainly focusing on, or let's say an intelligent talent management system. I think that's one area. If I may just take another 30 seconds, I think some very small examples of where we've actually implemented it. And you're right, Akash, when you say that Yes Bank's digital journey has been huge. We've been investing for the last 10 odd years. And I'm not talking about HR, I'm talking about the business side of things. In fact, not many of you in the room will know that we actually have 1,000 APIs, right? We have about 30% market share of UPS for customers and 56% market share for merchants, right? So and I alluded to the fact earlier that if your population is already digital native, then taking it to the next level is really easy. But maybe just a few examples very, very quickly. I know we are running short of time. We have a, sort of a bot, right, which was working decently, but we just put a sort of a AI bot for employees, and it's learning as it's going, and I think it's really working well for us. The other thing, it's appraisal season. We've just implemented Gen AI in our appraisal. So what does that really mean? So if you as an appraiser are writing someone's appraisal, and let's say you put 3 or 4 or 5 keywords, the system will actually prompt a couple of sentences or a paragraph, right? So it's just efficient, helping you to put your thoughts together well, and just helping you to complete that appraisal 30% faster than you would have otherwise, right? If you had to think of every sentence that you were going to write there. So just some very small examples of how on a day-to-day basis AI can, help managers, do their job better. That helps.
The last an anecdote on Gen AI in appraisals, I think, is very interesting. And I think, truly, I think it can save a lot of time where people end up writing creative lines. But I'm going to switch to you, Pooja. And, when we think of AI and the impact on roles and organizations, right, it can't be more felt than an organization like yours. You think of data, you think of analytics, you think of research. These are all things which AI is supposed to completely change, is already changing, not supposed to, right? So how do you look at reskilling your organization to actually work with AI and drive better efficacy?
Sure, thank you for the question. And we've done a lot of work, and I think we were first of the movers in terms of really skilling our people, because we are eventually a knowledge company, and everything we do, or most of the things we do in CRISIL, is about data. And the Gen AI certainly brings about huge opportunity to, pick up a lot of repetitive tasks. And so it meant that the roles of our analysts, our research, risk consultants would really evolve and become meatier. So for us, a lot of time was spent on where the impact is really going to be. And I'll bring back the earlier point that I was making on strategic workforce planning. Because if you don't understand that well, and if you've not done it well, you probably may end up training or skilling people in areas that may not necessarily be relevant or help accelerate business growth. So we've got that piece of understanding fairly accurate. And through that exercise, we figured that about quarter of our workforce will need to be upskilled or reskilled in some shape and form. And so that was one. So we exactly knew where we needed to solve and look at things differently. So what we did with the existing pool of colleagues is, we did one approach of orienting everybody on Gen AI, and the orientation scale also varied. So for example, the top 500 leaders of CRISIL went through an immersive orientation for about 2 days, where they were actually taken through a lot of use cases around Gen AI and how companies are adopting and what they're doing with clients, etc. And then towards the end of it, they were given an opportunity to talk about use cases in their own area. So that, early on, orienting them on the world of possibilities, that was very, very useful. We got thousands of use cases that people felt Gen AI could be leveraged upon. And the next set of workforce, anywhere from 4 hours to 8 hours, they went through orientation. So once that was done, we then, basis the use cases that got eventually shortlisted, basis feasibility, etc., we had very targeted intervention in those pockets, really building practitioners, because Gen AI alone is not going to be of much of a use. use comes from really contextualizing it, and a domain can only do that, but a domain expert can't do that if they don't understand Gen AI. So a lot of those domain experts were transitioned to practitioner who could understand Gen AI and domain both really well. And we're actually in the market with a lot of use cases that we're co-creating with the clients. So that gave us a bit of speed compared to others. Now, the story with the existing employees will continue. Like all my colleagues said, there are plethora of instruments, practices that we have, right from campuses to assessments to academies, to different sort of programs and digital platforms. One thing that we're also very consciously doing with regard to new hire, because what's going to remain is, things are going to move rapidly. And if one do not have the agility to learn at the speed that's needed, the organization may get stuck with colleagues who can't be scalable and be made relevant. So at the onset, when we go to the campuses, we actually test on learning agility. And that's like a basic parameter. We've institutionalized it past 2 years. To just give you a data point, at the moment, our campus hires comes with over 78% learning agility compared to the BFSI, where the learning agility is around 30 to 32%. So that's the delta we're talking about. So we are creating some sort of a sustenance to build on the momentum that we have created and scale it as we move along. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thanks, Pooja. I have one other question for you, but I will just, if there are any questions from the audience, I would just open this up to us. Over the next 2 to 3 minutes, any questions, happy to take those. Please, you could just ask your question and who you would like to respond. I think someone here has a question, please.
Check. Hi, great discussion. Archana, Pooja, big fan of yours. I've heard about winning all the time. Rajiv, your predecessor, is on our board. See, it's more of a comment than a question. Last winter, I was at Harvard studying, and they came up with a view that less than 5% of corporates in the world have an AI policy. All of us talk AI. In my bank, we use Copilot for HR resumes. I use predictive tools to predict my loss ratios. Every one of us across the room has used AI. But how many of us do have actually an AI policy? See, the reason that's required is to pull your entire organization together. On the dais, you are very heavyweight practitioners of HR. Take it to your boardrooms. Get your CEOs, get the right people to adopt AI policies. Otherwise, the banks will go fragmented and grow in different directions, bringing it very difficult to converge. It's important to do it early. That's not an original learning. It's a learning which educators have shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for me to respond quickly,
course, please.
just make a comment.
Yes, Archana.
So, sir, I didn't get your name, but thank you very much. But I do want to say that there are, you're right, grave dangers also. In fact, as a bank, we have a policy and a governance structure around AI, so that different teams are not going off also in different directions, and a core innovation team that actually holds it all together. Quite right, I think.
If I may just add to what Archana, you said, globally, there are a bunch of organizations who've hired AI officers. There are, from two different talent lens. One is purely from a compliance lens to figure out all the risks, and there are many which still are to be found out. And the other one is, of course, more from an innovation lens. So, those are two very different roles with different skill sets. But a significant number of large organizations globally are already have hired these roles. And these are roles which are part of the senior leadership team. So yes, it's already happening around us. Of course, a lot more needs to happen, but it's definitely happening.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You very well mentioned, Pooja, that AI is there. It's a tool. All said and done, it's a tool. Now, unless we have domain experts who know how to use this tool, in a sense that it becomes more effective, till then, this will not be able to give us the desired result. To my mind, there is a need now to develop this particular class of people who have exposure in their domains as well as in the artificial intelligence or IT knowledge, you can say that. You think, sitting in CRISIL, that the banking industry is thinking on these lines? Are they really creating, positions for these kind of people who have skill sets of both sides, domain expert as well as IT, AI, those knowledges? Are we ready to accept this reality that we need these new positions in the banking industry?
I'll narrate what I have been hearing, because CRISIL is not a bank, but I can talk about it because we pretty much serve all the bank, both domestic and internationally. So, and of course I can talk also in CRISIL context is there is a huge acknowledgement and investment that these roles needs to be there and they need to work hand in glove with the domain experts because one can't, exist without the other. And at least when we're meeting clients, the clients are also equally sort of trying to understand what it means and they're asking all the right questions in terms of can somebody help them accelerate their journey, their thinking, help them pick up pace when it comes to reach to the, the end customers, etc. So there is a lot of demand and as well investments from what I have seen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from the room? I think someone on that table there.
Sir, good afternoon. Now DP is coming, Data Privacy Act, and we are going to share more data for the AI. How we will balance it?
Sorry, so if I hear your question, you're saying with the Data Privacy Act.
Data privacy, yes, sir.
How do you balance?
And AI is also there, so we have to give more data to the AI. So, data breach, there is a chances of data breach.
Right.
How to resolve this issue?
Yeah, I think, so if I may, if any of you, I think.
I will take that. Sir just suggested what he has given to the panel, that each organization needs to have a policy, governance, entire governance policy for that. And adopting AI is not what AI we see on the mobile. AI is not only, Gen AI is not only ChatGPT and that. You have to use it in your applications. For that, you need to have your own policies and procedures in place. So you will have to build in the governance part. And while building the governance part, you will have to take care of all the existing laws, rules, regulations of the country.
Thank you, sir.
I would
Archana, you wanted to add
I would just add to say that recently we had one of the big four, so please have a seat, one of the big four run us through the requirements of the Act. I think that those itself right now at this stage are not entirely clear, but some of them seem really draconian. So I think your question is definitely right. And I think Rajiv sir said that we have to balance the two, but I honestly believe right now we don't have full clarity on the requirements that this Act is going to have. I think that's still, the jury's out there.
Okay, any other questions from the room? Sorry? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna, maybe and this time, Pooja, I'm gonna start with you if that's okay. If today you had the opportunity to pick those one or two capabilities, mindsets, whatever you want to call it, for your organization to really adopt AI and go, that AI first mind way of working, what would that or those be, and why?
Growth mindset. I'm a huge advocate of growth mindset, and I have seen people with the mindset, the magic they can create, and people without the growth mindset, and how they get impacted adversely. So absolutely growth mindset. And if I can be greedy and add one more, on the cognitive side, critical thinking, because the world out there could become a lot more complex as we continue to decode what it means. And critical thinking will allow us to keep breaking bigger issues or problems into smaller parts and keep solving it. So yes, those two.
Sure. Archana, what about you?
Sure. So if I had a magic wand, right? I think adaptive intelligence, and that fancy sounding term means nothing but learn, unlearn, and relearn, right? If that's the mindset that we can create, and that's not easy, right? Because as human beings, we object to anything new. So that learning, unlearning, and relearning, I think I'd wave my magic wand for that one.
Very interesting. I think won't we all want that? What about you, Rajiv?
No, everybody would like to have growth mindset in each of their team members, if you can instill the growth mindset in across the board, nothing better than that. And if it is instilled in across the board, all the other things, the tools, the technologies, everything fall in line. So it's the people who matter, and the growth mindset in the people will matter.
Vinay?
So my two bits on this is that the focus on productivity should be number one, because end of the day, as an organization, you're using resources of various kinds, including human. And what are you getting out of it? And I think AI is a good tool to use to ensure that your ability to service the customer, your ability to not have broken processes, your ability to do much more with same or less is something that is a tremendous opportunity, because at the end of the day, we are a developing country. Resources aren't unlimited. So whatever we have within the organizations, we must ensure that, you're getting 100% of that. And to me, very often, that is an area which doesn't get enough attention and is not debated very often.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, all of you. I think it's been a pleasure moderating this. I'm just gonna, there were a few notes I was taking as all of you were just sharing your experiences. I'll maybe just close out with a few of those things that stood out for me. And there were a lot of commonality across your shared experiences here. So I think the bit that you said, Pooja, on know where to skill, right? You start by identifying so that you know exactly where and what to change. Archana, your bit on predictive career pathing, right? And several of you spoke about it actually. Rajiv, I actually wrote down what he said. The learner can seek his own journey. I think that's interesting for a bank as massive as you to be able to do that at that scale and size and do it consistently is phenomenal. And Vinay, a couple of things that stood out. You spoke about partnerships and the pull-based learning. Learning is only and only effective when there is a pull and not a push for it, and how the Netflix personalization as you're doing it. And finally, the bit that I think I'll just go back to what you said, Pooja, on learning agility in your hires, because the pace of change is frightening, but it is our new normal, and that new normal changes every week. It's not every year or every 5 years, it changes every week, right? So I think it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, ladies, gentlemen. Thank you so much, all of you. Very good afternoon.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you to all our panelists for that truly power-packed and insightful discussion. May I request our speakers to stay back for a group photograph, please? Sir, please. Yeah. We can have multiple in orders. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, request everyone to be with us while we set the stage for the next final panel discussion. Please be with us for a moment while we set the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final panel discussion for today on a very relevant topic, redefining work, new operating models for work from home in the post-COVID era. Please join me in welcoming the panelists for this final session. Mr. Inderjit Kamotra, MD and CEO, Unity Small Finance Bank. Mr. Sanjay Rudra, Executive Director, Union Bank of India. Professor Ram N. Indian School of Business, Professor Amitabh Deo Kodwani, IIM Indore. And moderating this session, we have with us Mr. Yashraj Erande, India Leader, Financial Institutions Practice and Global Leader, FinTech Practice, BCG. Over to you, sir.
Only just two? This is the new one, yeah. This is the new. Just a minute. This one? ये न्यू वन था पीपीटी वन ये ना ओल्ड बोल रहे हैं
Should we roll? Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you so much for making the time to have the discussion on the final panel for the day. We are the two bookends of the day. We are the other bookend. So it's quite a critical and an imminent panel. Thank you so much once again for making the time. And welcome and thank you to the audience for the final session today as well. We have a fairly important agenda at hand, and the agenda really is about what is happening to the workspace in this world of technology, in this world of AI, in this world of work from home. How should individuals who are employees, how should organizations who are managing these employees or recruiting and hiring these employees, and how should senior leaders and managers who on a day-to-day basis work with these individuals think about their operating model. And for having this discussion, we have the entire spectrum. We have two veteran bankers who are deep practitioners, and then we have two professors who have really done very, very deep and cutting-edge research on this topic. So I think we can make for a very rich discussion today. So what I will do is we will go through a first round of discussions on the panel, but I'll also call upon the audience to maybe ask some questions, and I might have some questions for you as well. With that, can I invite maybe Indrajit? I'll start with you. So we will go around and make some opening remarks on the topic at hand. Indrajit, over to you. Why don't you share some of your key thoughts on this?
Thanks, Yash. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You know, it's always interesting to be in a panel late afternoon, especially after a good lunch. Yeah. Let's tackle the subject on hand first, the work from home aspect, and then we'll weave in different parts of our domain expertise. I represent the youngest bank in India. We were born during COVID in 2021. When the whole world was locked down, we were busy negotiating with the Reserve Bank of India on how we'll set up this new young bank, which we now call Unity Bank. So we were actually born on Teams calls, Zoom calls, WhatsApp. There was no physical meeting possible in 2021, none. Our bank launched on 1st of November 21. So you can imagine what would have happened, how the management team on my side, how the board of directors, how the regulator would have set up this new bank in India. And Yash and I were talking, it was a complicated bank. We had to rescue 1.1 million depositors from bankruptcy. That's why this license was given. Imagine the onus on our shoulders, and we are plain bankers, just like all of you, you know, 25 years, 28 years banking, just simple people who have done banking all our lives. And here was opportunity to set up a new bank, but a bank by which you had to repay 1.1 million depositors. Oh my God. I mean, at first cut, the designate CFO, designate CRO, they said, we must be wacko, even to think how to do this. Ram, you're from ISB, sir, you're from IIM. Harvard Business School is currently camping with us to write a case study on this, on how we managed to do this rescue. Work from home became an ethos for us. It became culture for us. Today at my bank, we have 8,000 people, everyone entitled to work from home at will. We encourage everyone to work at least one day at home, to take care of their children, to do what is necessary, and we are a full-service bank with 340 branches facing customers every day. So Yash, it can be done. You know, where technology and where will is there, ordinary humans can rise to extraordinary positions and deliver what is necessary.
Thank you, Indrajit. I think getting the perspective from someone like you who has been in a foreign banking environment and is now leading the charge at a small finance bank which was born in the midst of COVID is quite phenomenal. I'll also invite Mr. Rudra to talk about his experience from his vantage point of leading one of the largest public sector banks on this topic. Sir, how has been your experience of the operating model in the new world?
Okay, good evening to all, and I express my thanks to IBA for giving me an opportunity to deliberate and put my thoughts here. It's a really commendable, Indrajit, what he said about the origination of a bank in the COVID scenario and managing and sailing through that difficult situation is really commendable. But when we comes to today's discussion title of redefining work, new operating model for work from home in the post-COVID era, basically it gives us also a reflection on redefining the people, process, and policies. In COVID, in fact, entire things changed. When we were doing all the things from the conference room, immediately we moved within 24 hours into a WebEx model, and we started doing the business on a virtual mode. Gradually, we came out from the COVID and things changed. Initially, the work from home was a compulsion, but it becomes a new normal. Everybody started adopting that. And over a period of time, it evolved into a hybrid model. But when I talk about the work from home, it faces a lot of challenges also. Being in a banking industry, in fact, it is the biggest challenge is the cyber security. How we manage our cyber security, because in today's world, cyber security is the biggest threat to banking industry. Every day, new things are happening, new challenges are coming. So that is one area which we have to tackle this over a period of time. Lot of development has happened, which has enabled people to work from home. The lot of security features has been built on the VPN system, multi-factor authentications, some of the things which has helped to in handling the cyber security. Second challenge which we feel, and personally I also feel, about the psychological aspect of human being. When I talk about the psychological aspect, I remember Aristotle once said, it's a famous quote, man is a social animal and it thrives in the society. But when we move to the isolated work from home, it is completely an isolation from the regular workplace. That developed a lot of challenges. Some of the medical studies was done, and it was also observed that almost 20% of the people who has been given a continuous work from home has faced loneliness, because social loneliness, and that created an anxiety, and that further led to depression of the people. But with a hybrid model, where we talk about most of the hybrid models are 2 and 3 models, where 2 days in the office and 3 days are in home, or 3 days in the office and 2 days in the home. This challenge has been addressed. But one more challenge which I find in case of work from home is the career development. Throughout our entire career, we have found that learning or the career development of the people happens in a 70, 20 and 10 model of the learning model of people are since from the training HR Conclave. So people knows that a 70, 20, 10 model, whereas the 20% of the developments or knowledge comes from the interaction with the peers. But that opportunity is not available when you work from home. That has been in 2017, this further changed to OSF model, where instead of 20, it becomes at 25%. Means it says that the development or learning improves, 25% of the learning happens through the interaction and the peer discussions. So these are the few challenges which all of us are facing. But with a hybrid model, lot of development has happened. But in BFSI sector, it is still a challenge. And going forward, we have to look forward how best, in fact, I really appreciate it once again for Unity Small Bank to come out with such a work from home concept. In fact, if I see all the banks, even except the foreign banks, which has a very aggressive work from home model, all other has a smaller presence of work from home. That's my view on this.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rudra. I think the points that you raised about cybersecurity, psychological impact, career development, these are fantastic segue, Ram, for the conversation I'm sure you are about to have. Professor Ram and I were having this conversation yesterday, and which was meant to be a very small conversation, went on for long. And he has circulated very kindly some of his most proprietary research, which is not even published yet. So I'll share that with the audience and the rest of us. But Ram, over to you.
Thank you very much, Yash, and I hope you can hear me. So I want to sort of just broaden the discussion beyond just work from home and think in terms of the workplace of the future. And in the 40 years that I've been in this field, beginning with technology, I do feel that the view that AI is just a tool is probably not correct. And I think having seen many technology changes, I do believe that the ability for it to be an agent of its own and perhaps even lead teams, which will happen very quickly, and certainly AGI is around the corner. So I don't see it any longer as just a tool. It's an agent, perhaps of equal standing with us, and therefore we human beings need to, at some level, be very, at some level, understanding what is it that leads to technology adoption that is effective. And these are some lessons I've learned, and there are 3 research initiatives that sort of strengthen these conclusions. First is, yes, as was pointed out in the previous panel, technology adoption of any change is much better if it is a pull than it is a push. That has been true since ancient times. It is going to be even more true now. Pull does matter. And when pull matters, then what pulls people to adopt changes? It's the meaning they get from the workplace, the engagement that they have, the psychological factors. Those become critical. And I would call that as having a sense of purpose at work, being fulfilled at work. Those are the pull factors. So HR can play a tremendous role, perhaps the central role in enabling meaning in the workplace, understanding what kinds of needs get met. My research suggests that the higher needs, a sense of purpose, doing the right thing, doing something that's a legacy, is becoming much more important than it was before. Material needs used to be more important now, but in this age of uncertainty, even Gen Zs have this deep desire to do something meaningful and purposeful. So pull is going to become much more important. The second one, and it was also commented upon the last panel, an area of work that I do, is the growth mindset, the learning mindset. And that's also some research we've done. That's going to be critical. It's not so much the skill that you have, but your ability to be agile in learning new skills in a world that is changing all the time, constantly changing. So that learning agility or growth mindset is going to be absolutely critical, the desire to learn. In fact, graduates of ISP, PGP students who are Gen Zs, the #1 requirement for them in terms of a job is the learning growth. Can they learn and grow? So that's going to be the second big one. It's only going to accelerate when you have entities around you that are agents in their own right and perhaps not human beings, then learning becomes critical. Adapting to this strange new world, this bizarre new world, will become important. And many of you have seen the movie Severance, actually the series Severance. That's the kind of world we will need to understand. The third one, and this is a very important one, is leadership models are going to change. It's no longer going to be, we in business schools, and I've taught this for 40 years now, team leadership, strategic leadership, but it's now going to be much more about self-leadership, which is a neglected area. How can I lead myself? I could be an individual contributor, but nevertheless, self-leadership will be critical. How do I lead myself? Self-leadership means you have to have regulation, you have to set plans, you have to make the hard work to achieve those plans. You have to have that self-discipline. Ancient wisdom call it Atma Samyam, that kind of control over the self. That's going to be critical, far more so than in the future. HR will not come to the rescue of an employee every time. Self-leadership, self-learning, all those will become very critical. I have some data that suggests that that is doable. It can make a huge difference, bring down your stress levels up to 24% just after 2 weeks of practicing the self-leadership. The other one, which I think is a comment on business schools itself, and I've been in business schools now for 40 years, the models of learning are going to change. We typically think of learning in terms of these off-site classes and so on. It's going to be much more micro-learning now. Learning in situ, in the situation, learning in that day, applying it that day, getting feedback on that particular technique or framework. So micro-learning, just as agile teams have reduced their cycles, learning is also going to come down to one-day learning. What do I learn today? What do I practice today? What's the feedback I get today? Micro-learning, as opposed to this kind of block learning. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, all these changes require us to make it a habit. Something that it's now the new normal. It has to become the new normal. The way we learn, the way we lead ourselves, the way we find purpose and meaning in our workplace, the kinds of needs that get met. as there's the system one, system two kind of decision making. It now needs to become system one, autonomic. It has to become part and parcel of the habits that we have. So we see ourselves now having to acquire a new set of habits, new kind of leadership, new kind of learning, new kind of mindsets, new kinds of relationships, psychological relationships with entities that might not be human, or perhaps smarter than us, more emotional than us. So it is going to be a strange, weird, difficult new world where all our old assumptions are going to will go away. And this is the research data that suggests to me that this is likely to happen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ram. In terms of the redefining work or the new operating model, I think you made some very critical points. One is about, there are a set of things which are on the soft side of humanity, being pull-based, growth mindset, learning agility, self-leadership. But then there are also some hard side of things, which is how do you enable micro-learning? How do you really create the right kind of AI tools? So I think there's a lot going on here. It's clearly quite complex. So to just build on this, Professor Amitabh, if I could request you to talk about what are you seeing as major trends which are playing out in this space?
Thank you. Very good evening to all of you. Often, earlier whenever we used to talk about the major shift in the paradigm, we used to look at, the liberalization 1991 scenario and so on and so forth. Now I see that the COVID is one of the another game changer, which has completely, forced us to rethink every act of business in the new ways. Work from home, which has primarily emerged from the, out of this COVID crisis, I see that, there are many other things parallelly going on. We need to look at those issues as well, which are closely linked with this work from home phenomena. For example, the first, jargon what we hear after the COVID started subsiding was the Great Resignation. When the HBR published the article on Great Resignation, the mass layoff, and a lot of people started leaving the organization, and organizations were shocked what's happening. Same time, we also started hearing a new phenomena called as the quiet quitting, which is primarily, some engagement levels are going down and people are trying to do minimum, which can help them to be on the job, and the expectation from the employer of discretionary effort and extra role behavior, which started, some employers started feeling that that is going down. And then parallelly, this work from home was a compulsion. And at the same time, we also looked at, issues like moonlighting, because the moment people started working from home, they find that, probably the back-end job, one job is equal to one laptop and one phone with probably one SIM card. Two jobs, maybe, you need just two laptops given by the company and probably one phone with the two SIM cards. Very interesting thing happened in the process. I was just talking to one of the head HR of a IT company, and he said that, we sacked 600 people in the last 2 years because of this moonlighting phenomena. And he said that the shocking was that one employee was actually engaged with 6 employers. 6 employers. I said, you should not have thrown him out, you should have rewarded him, no? We need this kind of employees. And, and he said, sir, we asked him first, how did you manage? And this man was from a small town called Khammam. So work from home allowed him to go back to his hometown. What he did was, he created an office in his home, hired 6 local youth, much lower cost, acted as a supervisor to all, and managing the whole show. So I see the challenge of this work from, that's why I said, all the connecting dots we need to look at. Probably, work from home, if I see that there are 2 perspectives. One, should I look at from an employer's angle? Should I look at from the employee's angle? The moment I look at from the employer's angle, the biggest threat, and since we are talking about in the Iba Hr Conclave, so banking, if I look at the 2 issues are data privacy, threat of losing something called as data, and the compliances. These 2 would be a great challenge. There are many other, especially the control, right? Now, in the whole process, what has happened? Employer is trying to ensure that they have a control over the work through employee. However, employee is expecting work from home that I'm away from the control of an employer. I'm free, right? Now, who is winning in the whole game? That becomes a challenge. At the same time, if you look at, to exercise that, fear of losing control is compelling employer to engage those kind of softwares which can keep track the activity of an employee, how much active an employee is on his or her laptop, right? I see a very interesting thing. I was traveling at the airport, a person is eating, laptop is active. And when I started talking to him, I said, but this tracking and all, how do you manage? He said, I too have a software which is helping me to move my cursor every 10 seconds. Now, look at the interesting thing going on, right? Who is trying to fool whom? Who is trying to see that who is superior in controlling whom? I think it's a new game has come up, right? And in the process, if you look at the whole relationship between employer and employee, which was purely relational, and all the engagement activities happening at the workplace to involve, to create a sense of belongingness, to have a sense of organizational identity, connect with the organization, to increase engagement. Challenge is how that will take place in the case of work from home. I think that's a big issue. And in the process, the relational relationship I see is moving towards more transactional relationship. So I see, probably this could be a very interesting challenge from the HR perspective. How do we bring back that element of human touch with sense of belongingness, with sense of connect, with sense of involvement to talk about increasing discretionary effort? I think that could be the biggest challenge to me, I see from this point, at this point of time.
Thank you. It's really eye-opening and quite profound how the employee-employee relationship is also evolving. See, there is this, I think it brings out this critical notion of practicality. A lot of bankers are in the audience. At the end of the day, we have to operate in the financial services model that we are operating. And Mr. Rudra, when you and I were having the conversation in preparation for today, you laid out in very simple terms, look, we have a branch-based model. We still have customers that walk into the branches. We still have employees who have to serve the customers at the front end. And we need to adopt to all of this new operating model, but we have to be very, very practical about it. So can I call on you to talk to us about the issue of practicality? How do you take all of these new technologies, AI and automated cursor moving technology and whatnot, and put it to work in this environment with a large branch footprint?
Correct. And this is really, I always find that Gen Zs are technologically very advanced. These have a very innovative thoughts. And in fact, when I talk, because now the banks, most of the banks workforce, if you see, will be, in my bank, it is 35 years is the average age. And it's a most challenging workforce is the Gen Z. So, because it's not in a negative sense, a lot of positive things are there in the Gen Zs, which we will discuss later on. But when it comes to the work from home and the new model, new workspace banking, and especially if you see the public sector banks, the model is designed in such a way, it's a branch-driven banking. I am having almost 8,500 branches across all over India, and almost 80 to 82% of my entire workforce is engaged in the branches, in the field. For me, and the remaining 18% is only in the IT and back functions or admin functions. So for me, it's a very difficult to implement the work from home for branch or the field banking. When COVID came, there two things happened. One thing, the people also, the less movement in the branch because of the pandemic threats. And we also took a lot of initiative that people that something we can develop which can help in work from home. But the moment COVID was over, 22 onwards, the same things which we developed from the work from home, we were not able to maintain that sort of model, and we switch over to branch banking again. That is the basically two reasons were there. The first was the populations which we are handling is mostly coming to branch, and I need to provide the services at branch. Second thing, in public sector banks, if you see the lot of advancement in technology has happened, but still lot need to be done. And unless until you shift your banking to digital platform completely, it is difficult to think of work from home in the public sector bank. That is why you will find that in foreign banks, almost 60% people are working from home. In private sector, it will be slightly less, some of the things, but in public sector bank, it is very low. Only in the area of the IT and training and development and some of the back office functions are in hybrid mode. That too, in a limited way, wherever the management feels or the departmental head feels that they should be allowed to go on work from home, especially for the female employees, this facility has been provided. IT, yes, it is, since a lot of developments can happen from sitting at home place also, they don't need to come to office. So IT is happening, but most of the things when I see is not in this new model of hybrid model of work. But over a period of time, what I find, public sector bank also need to shift. Why they need to shift? The question comes, it is for shifting, the most advantageous things which will happen, the employee satisfaction will improve. Wherever we have allowed the work from home, what we find, the employee satisfaction has improved. Though I am not very sure about the productivity improvement, but definitely the employee satisfaction. Nothing wrong in that, because ultimate aim is to, because over a period of time you cannot expect that the productivity will improve immediately. It will take some time, but yes, if you can make them happy, the efficiency will definitely improve over a period of time. For that, you need to do two things. First thing, you have to develop the trust. If you don't trust, then it will not happen, because when it comes to the work from home, it is a performance should be measured on the outcome, not in presence. That is very important. Second thing, you have to empower them. You have to be the patience, and empower them that whatever the decision they are taking sitting at home is the right one, and you need to monitor those things. So what I find in our bank, all the policies are in place for work from home. We have already done few development on that side, but lot of things has to be done. Thank you.
Yeah, it's. I think the practical aspect of just the business model is an important lever, and you raise some very important points, Mr. Rudra. How do you do performance management? How do you keep the employees happy so that the productivity lift actually comes? I think that's something we need to solve for. Indrajit, I'm going to come to you, but I want to leave a question with the audience that the audience can think about, and then we will do a show of hand. And this is a slightly provocative question. I'll be asking in a little bit once Indrajit has answered. How many of you believe that the definition of work itself today is wrong and it's not at all suitable for where we are headed in the foreseeable future, the next 5 to 10 years? So let me give you a time frame. In the next 5 to 10 years, the definition of work itself needs to change. So I'll come to that question. Think about it. Indrajit, when we were preparing for the discussion, you threw some statistics at me which were astounding. less than 3% attrition, merger of two institutions whose cultures were so different, creating a really, really flexible work from home kind of an environment, and still delivering a fantastically profitable bottom line franchise. You know, I was like truly inspired by the kind of profitability your franchise is showing. So I told you that I'm going to ask you to reveal your secret today. What's the playbook? What are the rules of this engagement so that this title, which is redefining work in the new operating model, how have you done that?
Actually, Yash, it's a very simple answer. Most of us sitting in the room are employees. We have worked for a living for a long time. So if you get an organization where you like to work and where you appreciate it and where you're treated with regard and respect, you will love to come to work and you will automatically do your best. What Yash started with is the genesis of Unity Bank is we took over 1,100 employees of an urban cooperative bank called PMC 3 years ago. That bank went through financial troubles because of some wrong decisions for lending, but had probably the best employees with customer care, customer regard and service across cooperative banks in India. So when we saw that, we realized this is gold. We are inheriting 1,100 superb banking professionals who care for the customer. And that's a very rare thing to get. To that, I and my team, we added some arrowheads. We got salespeople from the private banks. We cultivated marketing people from the right groups. We used CRISIL, Sybil, everyone else to come and help us. So we created a balance between good bankers and great salesmen. And that has actually helped us forge this new bank together. Coming into the bank, from the 1,100 people which joined us, now we're 3 years into our journey, other than people who have retired with normal age, we've had just 3% attrition. In a private bank, you know, Archana Shirur is not here now, nor is, HDFC. It's unheard of. Private banks are facing an attrition rate of 35% today, especially in the retail banking. The question is, why? Why? And we are no gods. But what we said is, the people who come to us, we give them bigger jobs. We give them larger jobs. We tell them how they are actually instrumental in growing our organization and show them कि क्योंकि आपने ये किया, उसका ये result आया और वो बैंक के लिए अच्छा हुआ. We are a small bank, just 5,000 odd people, so we can still do it. In my mind, I think I'll call myself a small bank when we're 25,000 people also, because it's the mind which actually tells you where you are. We are, you know, as I always say in my town halls, we used to be toddlers, now we are infants. We will grow up to become tweens, then teens. But tab tak, till we become big, we want this mindset to be young, to be agile, to have that entrepreneurship feeling that you matter to this bank. Everyone in my bank shares and ESOPs with me at different levels when they join. So there is skin in the game. But very importantly, that regard and respect has to be there. We talked about, you know, most bankers in India are what we would call Gen X. Some could even be baby boomers. The young ones are Gen Z. We have started hiring millennials. I'm getting ready to engage with Gen Alpha now. Gen Alpha and then Gen Beta still too small, but Gen Alpha I'm engaging as my customers. So we have to be very agile in our thinking. Because see, as bankers, you are probably the most intelligent cohort of people in India. Your raw material is money. You have the power to give family banking to start up MSMEs, to actually make a sea change in the MFI of the woman in the village. Let's do that as a means for good. You know, I shared with Yash, when we get the opportunity to bail out this bank with 11 lakh customers, we said, thank God, it's an opportunity. Yes, as professional bankers, we put up a bank. But how many bankers get the opportunity and the privilege of giving back money to 11 lakh people, families, and making sure they get their money back? It's absolutely something which you have to revere and take with both hands, and thank God that you are in that position to do good for the people. Banking is here to do good. India is the 5th largest economy in the world. We're traveling to the 3rd largest economy in the world. And banking sector is the arrow of the arrowhead to take us there.
Thank you, Indrajit. Thank you. That's a very inspiring story indeed. So back to the question. How many of you feel that the definition of work itself needs to change in the next 10 years? Show of hands. Brave souls. जो हाथ ऊपर करेंगे कैडबरी वगैरह मिल सकता है. 1, 2, 3, 4. सर आपका हाथ ऊपर जाके नीचे आ गया. 4, 5, 6. Okay, only 6. Okay, this is good backdrop, Professor Ram, for you. The conversation you and I had, there's phenomenal amount of data that shows beingfulness is I think what you call it. How does this stack up? Most of the audience seems to say कि यार काम तो वही है.
So, one of the areas that I work in is called beingfulness, not mindfulness, which is being fully present in the current moment. Beingfulness is more about seeing yourself as a part of the whole, interdependent part of the whole, which means things like authenticity comes in. Gen Zs, as you know, and all of us, care a lot about authenticity. But it's interesting, there are 2 kinds of authenticity. It's not just being true to yourself, but there are really 2 kinds. And that gets to the work and to hybrid work. The first kind is know thyself. It's an old concept, the Upanishads have it, ancient Greek wisdom had it, knowing who you are and validating it through experience with others, right? So it's know thyself authenticity, which is all about self-awareness. The second kind is be thyself, which is about self-expression, doing things that are true to you. And what we found in our research is something like work from home has a positive effect on being yourself, but a negative effect on knowing yourself because of the lack of social support. Which brings up the issue, if work is increasingly going to become hybrid, then how do you manage these settings? And then it's important to think of 4 kinds of controls. And the first control is what the example you gave, Amit, is behavior control. The way I control my team, my members, is, I see if they're sitting down, doing their work, putting their time in, and so on. Behavior control is the oldest control in the world. And it's heavily dependent on co-location. The second is outcome control. You don't care how it's done, these are the outcomes, and that's increasingly what we should be doing, but people find it difficult to create the right outcomes. It's the third and fourth that I think will become very important. The third is all about input controls, hiring the right kind of people. And I think increasingly that's where the kind of people, Indrajit, you were talking about, right? Creative people, people who care about what they're doing, find it meaningful. That's going to become much more important. The fourth is the most interesting one, and that's culture controls. You control people not by behaviors, not even by outcomes, not even maybe to some extent by input, but setting the right culture in place, because that becomes the norms then. You're expected to be innovative. This is what many Silicon Valley companies have thrived on. Not in inputs, not in behaviors, to some extent outcomes, but very much in culture. And as much as you can create that engaging culture where you talk about why this matters, who benefits from this, everything to do with purpose, everything to do with meaning and engagement. And that's what we see here. Notice the higher need fulfillment, which is one kind of fulfillment, which is all about why am I here in the first place? Why am I working? What is this work? What is the purpose of my work? Look at the impact it has on meaning. It's astounding. 0.48 is the path coefficient. If you square it and multiply by 100, 25% of the meaning you get from your work is because of that higher need. What Indrajit was saying, the purpose of this work, what is the value, what is the impact of this work? 25% of meaning comes from that. So increasingly you have to move from thinking in terms of material needs to psychological, all the way down to higher needs. And I think more and more Gen Zs and the alpha generations, this is what, being less career-oriented and more oriented towards why am I doing this work? Work needs to be constantly interesting. It's going to be a lot more pressure on us. But that data is very clear. Meaning, engagement, and so on are affected by these other kinds of needs, and that leads to well-being. Well-being is very heavily affected. Your employees' well-being, you control almost 25% of that well-being through the meaning you give to them.
25% of well-being?
25% of their life's well-being is in your hands. If you sum up all these numbers here, the meaning that they get from their workplace, how engaged they are in their workplace, 25% of their well-being in life. There are thousands of factors that affect well-being. Their work accounts for 25% of
So almost out of 1 year, 3 months of the year, how you feel depends on the employee.
And most of it depends on meaning, how meaningful that workplace is. I think that's increasingly going to be the driver.
This is the new generation, right? The
This is
data
new-
set is.
A lot of it is the new generation. Meaning is much more important to them. For us, we were more career-minded. I'm a baby boomer, more in terms of roles, climbing up the ladder and so on. But meaning is going to be the defining, earlier it was happiness. Now it's going to be workplaces that give meaning, which means meaning in your coffee place, meaning in your airport, away from behavior controls, getting back to what Indrajit is saying. But I do this because I'm intrinsically motivated. It gives me meaning. 25% of your life's well-being. That's the reality we're facing.
I find this really fascinating. When a platform like IBA conducts an event on a topic which can be quite woolly, putting hard data is really what pushes the frontiers of Indian banking and the thoughts of Indian bankers. So, thank you so much. And to that extent, therefore, now this has not yet been released in the, so this is secret, keep it. We have revealed a secret on this panel as well. Good. So, Professor Amitabh, I think you touched upon some really crucial issue, which is every time the command and control mindset tries to control the employee, today's employee using technology finds a way to get out of that control as well. So if you are thinking about advising or really analyzing the way the new operating model of financial institutions, banks should be in this work from home environment, in this AI tools, in this digital Zoom environment, how do you do that? How do you manage performance? How do you do engagement? What are the real tools that you are seeing? And you spoke quite eloquently about moonlighting, the great resignation, the quiet quitting, and now I think just gamification, I guess, of moving the cursor.
I missed out one phenomena, which is more concerned. That phenomena is called as the loud quitting. Whenever we leave the job, whenever we resign, we resign always for some better job opportunity or more, maybe location, maybe something else, something better. But the biggest challenge is that, now you prepare your resignation, go to your boss, convince your boss, and happily leave the organization. And the moment you go to the boss, and if you are really a good contributor, definitely the boss and the organization want to retain you. And that's why out of 10, 3 or 4 are always being given some counter offers to retain it back. This used to be the phenomena. Now, the new generation, they don't want this kind of a situation to arise, so they go with a phenomena called as the loud quitting. First, let me announce my leaving the organization on the social media before my organization come to know about it. All right, so that nobody should talk to me that, I should stay back. Let me tell you another interesting challenge, this work from home phenomena. Yesterday when I was traveling to Mumbai, when we boarded the flight, it was about to start. Person sitting next to me, he was continuously, shouting on the phone. I could see that his anxiety levels were very high. I could make out must be in some, sales or project team leader or something, because the way he was expressing. 3 times the crew member came and requested, sir, please, we are about to start, please switch off your phone, put out on silent mode. And he was also requesting, yeah, I'll do that. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. He did 3 times and finally he felt bad and he said that, okay, the moment I got down, I'll connect with you again. And then he switched off the phone. I asked him, what happened? Hope everything is okay. And then this man said that I'm working with X finance company, microfinance company and all. I have 289 people reporting to me. Post-COVID, because of this work from home and hybrid culture, you know, I'm not able to interact with my entire team on a daily basis, on a routine basis. So I don't know who is doing how much, what. They report it to me, I have to trust that report and all. However, he said that I'm facing a problem. That's what I was, you know, losing my temper and all. The problem was, the new generation, one employee, all of a sudden said that, hey, I don't want to work here. Tomorrow onwards, I will not be coming. My resignation, that's it. I mean, boss, you have to give 1 month, you know, notice period. You have to hand over everything. Do whatever you wish. I will not come. And generally, they resign on, you know, first or second, you take the salary and then say that I'm not going to come. And the company sent 2-3 notice and after that declared absconding. Now this gentleman, young person, he went to get a job. 2 years he worked with this company. And that's what I was talking about, that, you know, the attachment with the company. 2 years after working, went, you know, tried searching the job. Probably some companies might have asked for the relieving letter, which he don't have. Some companies might have approached to the company to know some references and the company declared absconding. Because of that, he didn't get the job. This young boy, he got so fed up, he asked the company to give me the relieving letter. So they said that you come back, finish 1 month of notice period, properly hand over the task and take it. This man made a video, uploaded on the social media. Hey guys, I worked with this company. This company screwed my happiness. I contributed. They are not giving me relieving letter. The other employers are not giving me job without taking, you know, the relieving letter and all. I have decided to commit suicide, and I am going to commit suicide in front of this office on so-and-so date. I invite everyone to witness my suicide. Come on. Now, please look at, you know, the man, he said that because I'm not able to develop that continuous rapport, I don't know what is happening. If he would have been continuously working with me in the office, probably I would have known some characteristics trait to avoid this kind of circumstances easily. Now what do? He said, instead of thinking my productivity target, I'm thinking of police case. Just look at, you know, how things are taking this shape. So that's what I'm trying to see, that, you know, I really appreciate the way, you know, Inderjit ji pointed out. I fully think that I too have also left my jobs. Only in case of one job, I still feel that my wife says that, no, you are responsible. You should not have left that job. And I ask her that we worked for 1 year and you said that you should not have left. I worked for 4 years, 5 years, 7 years somewhere else, you didn't say it. And she said that, no, I was very much involved in that organization. So I knew what you are doing and how your temperament is affecting. And that's why I always say that how, you know, you are able to connect employee as a whole, not employee as a single entity, employee as a whole, how you are able to connect. And I would be very happy when there will be a push from the home that, hey, must contribute something senseless for this organization here. Am I getting that kind of push? If I am getting that kind of a push, probably wherever I am, work from home, hybrid, Timbuktu, wherever I am, I will definitely contribute for the organization. Then I need not to worry about, you know, all those issues of data, compliance, security, nothing will come. How much I am able to connect well with the organization.
Yeah, so while that comes up, this is the last question I'm going to ask, and then we will open it up for the audience as well, and meanwhile we'll try and bring up your slide. So, Professor, I think when I was just listening to you, what was going on in my head is that we are talking about, in terms of factors of productivity, there is labor, capital, and technology. We are talking about the first one, which is human. And about them, we are having conversations about no sense of loyalty, no sense of engagement. How do we provide purpose? On the other hand, with those who we do a good job of providing purpose and so on, 25% of their life's meaning is defined by us. It's such a, and it's such a profound point. And it felt like there'll be employees who will be showing up to contribute and add value to work. And then there'll be employees who will log in to work. So they show up and they log in, but they're not really in it. So so hopefully we are able, as leaders, able to construct organizations where employees don't just log in to work, but they actually show up to really contribute to what's happening on the field. Professor Ram, I'll call upon you to just present the last slide, and then we will ask the audience to ask some questions as well.
I just want to pick up on that fascinating point you made. So, you know, Gen Zs, it's interesting, and the research and all the available evidence suggests that it's a very conflicted group, more so than other generations. We're all conflicted, but unfortunately, Gen Zs have had extraordinary pressures. On one hand, I said, you know, finding purpose, meaning, and so on is very important. But the other is, of course, what we all know, well-being. Mental well-being has taken a big hit because of social media, social comparison. I highly recommend this book called The Anxious Generation. It's a wonderful book by a psychologist called Jonathan Haidt. So as an end result, what's happened, the example you gave, is HR and managers now have to become psychologists, and even more so, yoga practitioners. It's almost as if you've not only managers, but you have to, so I collected some research on what does it take to bring down their stress level, increase their self-control, and so on. What are the effects of yoga? Turns out it's not much. It's paying attention. 10 days, daily doing this, reduce stress levels by up to 24%. You can see the data. Work-life balance increased by 15% to 26%. So every one of those factors that led to the kind of person who was out of control, these are within your control. But you do have to become, yes, psychologists, yoga practitioners. You almost need to become therapists at some level. This is not something that can be avoided. It is very doable, but this is an extra skill. And I would say coaching, therapy, these are extra skills to develop as an HR person. That's the only point I wanted to make.
Here I would
Mr. Rudra,
like to
please.
say something on this. In fact, in my bank, what we have started always banks provide the physical well-being of the people, but we started two things. On the mental well-being also, we are providing the facilities for mental well-being. The program is called as a SWAR. And in that, we have also engaged with the yoga practitioner. This is since yoga is available on online mode in today's world. So that it is to all the employees. We have 76,000 employees. All has been given the facility to engage for the yoga facility, as well as the mental health being also is being discussed. And we provide, this is a very confidential service which we are providing, means the agency which we have engaged, they don't provide any data to bank about the mental well-being of the people, whosoever is taking the consultancy from them. And we make the payment on the basis of the third-party audit. Even we don't have access to that. And that has in fact has helped in many ways. We have also able to find out some, because now the suicidal tendency is very common in young people. So we were able to prevent some of the suicidal things also in our organization because of this. And which you said is very right. We need to, yoga should be provided to all the employees in every organization.
I think you have hit the nail on a very critical point. If you can support one life, all of this is worth it. It's a profound point. Thank you. Yes, please.
Can I just share some data of well-being? I
Please.
just reminded of one data. You would be surprised that, NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, 2022 updated data on this suicide and anxiety, depression, well-being, something very alarming. 800,000 people, suicide rate, 800,000 people committed suicide 1 year, which means 1 in 42nd. And that too, one suicide is outcome of 19 failures. So the failure rate of suicide is high, right? Thanks
God.
to the infrastructural problems.
Thank God.
And imagine if the failure rate increases, what will happen? Indian data, if I talk about, you would be surprised that from 2019, if I talk about, because pre-COVID, 2019, it was 1,39,000 and some figure, 700 or 500, suicide happened in India. And interesting part is that, out of that 67%, which means 90,000 people were aged between 18 and 24. Just imagine. Okay. Same if I share the data of depression, and probably, as a manager and as an employer, this data is something very important. You would be surprised that 322 million data is as on record of NCRB 2022 worldwide, anxiety and depression cases. And please understand, when I'm saying this data, first of all, nobody admit that I have a problem. Once I admit, I don't go to a psychologist, psychiatrist, or a counselor. Even if I go, I hide, I don't inform. And after that, this data is available, so you can understand what would be the real size of the data. Indian data, if I talk about 2022, when the world had 322 million cases of anxiety and depression, India had 65 million cases of anxiety and depression. Just imagine, we are sitting on a bombshell. It can explode anyway, any time. Thank you.
Sorry, you just stunned me into silence with that. It's quite... Okay, I think just moving on, we are in the final leg of the session today. For audience questions and remarks. Yes, can we have a mic in circulation, please? Okay. And just one request, introduce yourself and then please ask them.
My first job and hopefully the last job also. So I have a lot of thoughts when I was listening to you all, and I have a question for Mr. Sanjay. So, when we started our journey in the bank, the regulatory had all 6 days working, including on Sunday also, and we, as we just worked with the leader, and as you said, ESOPs, and we enjoyed working. Okay, but then when the regulatory made 5 days to alternate Saturday, then the regulatory made so I'm just saying, if the regulatory decides that 50% of the population is allowed to work from home or give the flexibility in the branch, you think things will change then? If it comes from top, things definitely change. Now we are looking forward that it should become 5 days, which has not happened yet.
No, again, it will come to the pull or push. It should be the pull, not the push. Regulator always push for the things. And it will not be successful model if somebody is pushing for the work from home model, because you have to see the practicality of the implementations also. Because when, as you are in the service sector, you understand how the people interact. Even the lot of discussion happened to make all the 4 Saturdays as a off days. But ultimately, what is the thinking going on that will pose some challenge to the customer. So I believe that if individual banks take decision how to make it is more convenient for their structure, it will be better instead of the regulator ask banks to do it. That is my thought.
So, because I believe in, if it comes from top, right? That time also there was a mindset. The leaders had a mindset. Then it becomes, everybody is on the common same platform and easier to implement.
Push versus pull. Yeah. Thank you.
And
thank you.
Second question.
Can I give, we'll come back to you. If there is no other question, we'll come back to you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh, looks like the stage is yours.
Thanks. So second question to Mr. Ram and to Mr. Amita both. You talk about Gen Z and work-life balance. So being a mother of 2 boys, we have seen our kids, waking up late and not even going to, school or college. You have to push them to go there. So when they are going to be coming to a workplace and where they have a culture of 9 o'clock, you have to log in, and 5:30, it's going to be very difficult. Means that's the biggest challenge. But when you have a work-life balance where they don't waste time on traveling and, they, with the kind of infra we have in India, so I think if we have this, work-life balance will be much better, there'll be less suicidal, and, a Gen Z will give more productivity.
So I teach a lot of Gen Zs in ISB, right, the PGP. And I ask them, what is the one thing you most look for at work? Very often, this is probably the number 1 or number 2 is work-life balance. Very interesting that they look for work-life balance. Why? Because they've seen their parents not have work-life balance. They saw the costs of it on themselves. But it's simultaneously they want work-life balance and the ability to make a lot of money very quickly. So you have these conflicting requirements. So yeah, it's a mystery wrapped in an enigma, caught up in a riddle, I guess, what Churchill said. But yeah, I would say yes, working from home enables more of that, but you have to be careful about the kinds of controls we're talking of. Otherwise, it just becomes a charade, right? So it has to be something that the culture that was just described. It's not easy making it work. It's a hybrid. Startups, one trend I noticed in Silicon Valley is, and this has been going on, by the way, telecommuting was all the rage in the 1990s. When I used to do research in the 1990s, it was not what we call now work from home. It was called telecommuting. So it started in the 1990s. The desire to work from home was called telecommuting. And it's been going in waves. In the 1990s, a tremendous push to get people to work from home. And then times get tough, these people are pulled back again. Then there's a push. And then times get tough, they get pulled back again. So I don't see this as a final solution. It'll go up and down repeatedly. When startups feel they're not creative, companies feel they're not creative, like Yahoo's Marissa Mayer some years ago said, we need to be more creative, bring back everyone. Elon Musk has done that. So many of these titans, in a way, or leaders of industry say, bring back people, otherwise we're not creative enough, and so on. So I think it's a cyclical kind of a thing. There's no one answer.
I have another interesting example to quote. How do you see work-life balance and all? I tell you a very interesting thing happened. One of my scholar, she's working with one of the multinational company and doing, executive fellow program in management. The class is going on. All of a sudden, I could hear some sound of kids crying and all. So I had to stop my class and say that, hey, some noise is coming. Is it okay? She said, no, actually, sir, I'm sorry, but my kids are fighting outside, though I have closed my door. So I said, better you go and take care of the kid first. She said, it's an everyday affair, sir. She had tears in her eyes. Imagine the plight of a mother. Can hear the sound of the kids crying outside, and one is fighting with other, and one is looking for mama, she can come and save. Mama is not able to get up from the seat and go and save. Number one. The kids are able to hear the mother sound, but she is not coming out. Same time, the mother is typing on WhatsApp for husband sitting in the next room. Please take care, I can't come out. And this parallelly, husband is also typing, my call is going on, can you please take care of the kids? What's happening? So I'm saying that, look, each side of the coin has its own issues and challenges. We have to look at, I think this kind of flexibility has to be given to the employee to choose what would be the best for the employee. Ultimately, what employer need is productivity, not, X way of doing things or Y way of doing things, right? So probably I think this choice may be given to the employee to choose how they want to ultimately contribute to the organization.
Thank you.
Wow. I have, over the last 2 decades, done so many panel discussions, and I can't remember, most of the panel discussions actually end with a clearer conclusions or a sense of clarity. This is one where I feel I have landed up with more questions than answers. Yeah, I don't even know how to, it's a mix of many emotions, but it's quite clear that it is this forum, it is this panel, and then others like all of you and us who really have to get ahead of this. We are at the convergence of very different kind of employees who are coming into the workforce, their expectations from work, their expectations from life, their notions of productivity, their notions of well-being, just very, very different. I grew up in a culture when someone says jump, the response is how high. It's not today is Saturday and something else is, but we have a different environment. So that's one. The other force is that certainly there is, as Sam Altman recently tweeted, either we are going to have a massive displacement where AI can replace humans, those who don't want to work, or you can have, which is the industrial era, where machines replaced humans, Or the other choice is that it could be Renaissance, which is when human creativity, human productivity was at its peak because there were completely new tools available to humans that were never available to them before. So we could be entering the era of Renaissance or the era of industrial revolution. Which one it is again in honestly our hands as leaders of the industry. And I think the third force is this notion of what is work, how do you measure it, what metrics to put. I think this is quite profound. So a lot to think about, and I just want to thank all of you and also this fantastic audience for giving us good food for thought. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, IBA, for hosting the discussion on a really crucial agenda. It's going to keep me thinking over the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, rightly said, sir. And thank you to our final panel of the day for ending on such a thought-provoking note, and yes, definitely with mixed emotions, sir. May I request our speakers to stay back for a group photograph, please? Sure. Please come forward. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally conclude the proceedings of the IBA HR Conclave 2025, I now invite Mr. Gopal Murli Bhagat, Deputy Chief Executive, Indian Banks Association, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. As we come close to what has been a truly insightful and meaningful day, I stand here with heartfelt gratitude and pride on behalf of IBA. The IBA HR Conclave 25 was envisioned as a platform not just to discuss ideas, but to challenge them, refine them, and most importantly, to act on them. And looking at the quality of conversations we have witnessed today, from the keynote address to the panel discussions, I can confidently say that we have moved a step forward in our collective HR journey. I extend my sincere gratitude to the speakers for the sessions, Mr. Damodaran, former SEBI chief, for sparing his time to attend the event and share his perspective with us. We are grateful to Chief Guest Shri M. Nagaraju, IS Secretary, DFS, MOF, who out of his busy schedule took time to attend this conclave. This shows the importance of the subject to the policy makers as well. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Gaur Gopal Das, whose session was not just a keynote, but a moment of pause and perspective. His words remind us that the leadership begins with self-awareness and that empathy and purpose are not soft skills, they are essential skills. Our sincere thanks to the panelists, senior level bankers who generously shared their time and their viewpoints. Their contribution helped to create the kind of vibrant and solution-focused dialogue we hope this platform would have inspired. Another highlight of the day was the launch of IBSA compilation, which was showcased some of the finance thinking from professionals across the banking sector. My thanks to the jury members, Professor Amitabh Deo Kadwani, IIM Indore, Shri R.K. Sinha, Ex-General Manager, Bank of India, and prominent columnist, and Dr. Subrat Kumar, CEO, People's Lab, and Professor P. Sarvan, IIM Trichy. Thanks to all the essay winners and contributors who have participated, and a big thanks to our knowledge partners, BCG, Mr. Varun Kejriwal, Naitik, and their team. Special thanks to the moderators and to the event sponsors who have helped us in arranging this program. I am thankful to Chairman IBA and Chief Executive IBA for guiding us from time to time for shaping the conclave. Thanks to all the participants. Thanks to Young Mirchi, Taj Group, our service providers, for this flawless arrangement. Thanks to Team IBA under the leadership of Shri Brajesh Sharma ji, who have wholeheartedly participated in making the event successful. Thank you, friends. Thank you very much. Now I think here onward we can work from home. Till Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those gracious closing remarks and heartfelt acknowledgements. That brings us to the close of an insightful day at Iba Hr Conclave 2025. We truly appreciate your participation and thank you once again for being such a wonderful and engaging audience throughout the day. Please join us for a high tea session and have a lovely and pleasant evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I request IBA staff to gather near the stage, please?